This was insomniac memory, not a dream. It was the piano lesson again, an orange-tiled floor, one high window, a new upright in a bare room close to the sick bay. He was 11 years old, attempting what others might know as Bach's first prelude from Book 1 of the Well-Tempered Clavier simplified version, but he knew nothing of that. He didn't wonder whether it was famous or obscure. It had no when or where. He could not conceive that someone had once troubled to write it. The music was simply here, a school thing or dark like a pine forest in winter, exclusive to him, his private labyrinth of cold sorrow. It would never let him leave. The teacher sat close by him on the long stool, round-faced, erect, perfumed, strict. Her beauty lay concealed behind her manner. She never scowled or smiled. Some boys said she was mad, but he doubted that. He made a mistake in the same place, the one he always made, and she leaned closer to show him. Her arm was firm and warm against his shoulder. Her hands, her painted nails, were right above his lap. He felt a terrible tingling draining his attention. Listen, it's an easy rippling sound. But as she played, he heard no easy rippling. Her perfume overwhelmed his senses and deafened him. It was a rounded, cloying scent like a hard object, a smooth river stone pushing in on his thoughts. 3 years later, he learned it was rose water. Try again. She said it on a rising tone of warning. She was musical, he was not. He knew that her mind was elsewhere and that he bored her with his insignificance, another inky boy in a boarding school. His fingers were pressing down on the tuneless keys. He could see the bad place on the page before he reached it. It was happening before it happened. The mistake was coming towards him, arms outstretched like a mother, ready to scoop him up. Always the same mistake coming to collect him without the promise of a kiss. And so it happened. His thumb had its own life. Together they listened to the bad notes fade into the hissing silence. "Sorry," he whispered to himself. Her displeasure came as a quick exhalation through her nostrils, a reverse sniff he had heard before. Her fingers found his inside leg, just at the hem of his gray shorts, and pinched him hard. That night there would be a tiny blue bruise. Her touch was cool as her hand moved up under his shorts to where the elastic of his pants met his skin. He scrambled off the stool and stood, flushed. "Sit down." "You'll start again." Her sternness wiped away what had just happened. It was gone, and he already doubted his memory of it. He hesitated before yet another of those blinding encounters with the ways of adults. They never told you what they knew. They concealed from you the boundaries of your ignorance. What happened, whatever it was, must be his fault, and disobedience was against his nature. So he sat, lifted his head to the sullen column of treble clefs where they hung on the page, and he set off again, even more unsteadily than before. There could be no rippling, not in this forest. Too soon he was nearing that same bad place. Disaster was certain, and knowing that confirmed it as his idiot thumb went down when it should have stayed still. He stopped. The lingering discord sounded like his name spoken out loud. She took his chin between knuckle and thumb and turned his face towards hers. Even her breath was scented. Without shifting her eyes from his, she reached for the 12-inch ruler from the piano lid. He was not going to let her smack him, but as he slid from the stool he didn't see what was coming. She caught him on his knee with the edge, not the flat, and it stung. He moved a step back. "You'll do as you're told and sit down." His leg was burning, but he wouldn't put his hand to it, not yet. He took a last look at her beauty, her tight high-necked pearl-buttoned blouse, at the fan diagonal creases in the fabric formed by her breasts below her correct and steady gaze. He ran from her down a colonnade of months until he was 13, and it was late at night. For months she had featured in his pre-sleep daydreams. But this time it was different. The sensation was savage. The cold sinking in his stomach was what he guessed people called ecstasy. Everything was new, good or bad, and it was all his. Nothing had ever felt so thrilling as passing the point of no return. Too late, no going back, who cared? Astonished, he came into his hand for the first time. When he had recovered, he sat up in the dark, got out of bed, went into the dormitory lavatories, the bogs, to examine the pale globule in his palm, a child's palm. Here his memories faded into dreaming. He went closer, closer, through the glistening universe to a view from a mountain summit above a distant ocean like the one Fatty Cortez saw. In a poem the whole class wrote out 25 times for a detention. A sea of writhing creatures, smaller than tadpoles, millions on millions, packed to the curved horizon. Closer still until he found and followed a certain individual swimming through the crowd on its journey, jostling with siblings down smooth pink tunnels, overtaking the rest as they fell away exhausted. At last he arrived alone before a disk, magnificent like a sun, turning slowly clockwise, calm and full of knowledge, waiting indifferently. If it wasn't him, it would be someone else. As he entered through thick blood-red curtains, there came from a distance a howl, then a sunburst of a crying baby's face. He was a grown man, a poet, he liked to think, with a hangover and a 5-day stubble, rising from the shallows of recent sleep, now stumbling from bedroom to the wailing baby's room, lifting it from its cot and holding it close. Then he was downstairs with the child asleep against his chest beneath a blanket, a rocking chair, and by it on a low table a book he had bought about world troubles which he knew he would never read. He had troubles of his own. He faced French windows, and he was looking down a narrow London garden through a misty wet dawn to a sole-bare apple tree. To its left was an upturned green wheelbarrow, not moved since some forgotten day in summer. Nearer was a round metal table he always intended to paint. A cold late spring concealed the tree's death, and there would be no leaves on it this year. In a hot 3-week drought that had begun in July, he could have saved it, despite the hosepipe ban. But he had been too busy to haul full buckets the garden's length. His eyes were closing and he was tilting backwards, remembering once more, not sleeping. Here was the prelude as it should be played. It had been a long time since he was here, 11 again, walking with 30 others towards an old Nissen hut. They were too young to know how miserable they were, too cold to talk. Collective reluctance moved them in time like a corps de ballet as they went down a steep grass slope in silence to line up outside in the mist and wait obediently for the class to begin. Inside, dead center, was a coke-burning stove, and once they were warm they became riotous. It was possible here, not elsewhere, because the Latin teacher, a short and kindly Scot, could not control the class. On the blackboard in the master's hand, expectata dies adurat. Below it the clumsy writing of a boy. The long-awaited day had arrived. In this same hut, so they had been taught, men in more serious times once prepared for war at sea, learning the mathematics of laying mines. That was their prep. While here now a large boy, a famous bully, swaggered to the front to bend, leering, and offer his satirical backside to be ineffectually beaten with a plimsoll by the gentle Scot. There were cheers for the bully, for no one else would dare so much. As the din and chaos mounted and something white was chucked across the desks, he remembered. It was Monday, and the long-awaited and dreaded day had arrived again. On his wrist was the thick watch his father gave him. Don't lose it. In 32 minutes it would be piano lesson. He tried not to think of the teacher because he had not practiced. Too dark and scary in the forest to arrive at the place where his thumb went blindly down. If he thought of his mother, he'd go weak. She was far away and couldn't help him, so he pushed her aside too. No one could stop Monday coming round. Last week's bruise was fading, and what was it to remember the piano teacher's scent? It was not the same as smelling it. More like a colorless picture, or a place, or a feeling for a place, or something in between. Beyond dread was another element, excitement, he must also push away. To Roland Baines, the sleep-deprived man in the rocking chair, the waking city was no more than a remote rushing sound, swelling with the passing minutes. Rushing hour, Expelled from their dreams, their beds, people were moving through the streets like the wind. Here he had nothing to do but be a bed for his son. Against his chest he felt the baby's heartbeat, just under twice the rate of his own. Their pulses fell in and out of phase, but one day they would be always out. They would never be this close. He would know him less well, then even less. Others would know Lawrence better than he did, where he was, what he was doing and saying, growing closer to this friend, then this lover, crying sometimes alone. From his father, occasional visits, a sincere hug, catch up on work, family, some politics, then goodbye. Until then, he knew everything about him, where he was in every minute, in every place. He was the baby's bed and his God. The long letting go could be the essence of parenthood, and from here was impossible to conceive. Many years had passed since he let go of the 11-year-old boy with the secret oval mark on his inner thigh. That evening he had examined it after lights out, lowering his pajamas in the bogs, bending to look closer. Here was the impression of her finger and thumb, her signature, a written record of the moment that made it true. A photograph of sorts. It didn't hurt when he ran his own finger around the borders where pale skin shaded greenish into blue. He pushed down hard, right in the center where it was almost black. It didn't hurt. In the weeks that followed his wife's vanishing, the visits from the police and the sealing of the house, he often tried to account for the haunting on that night he was suddenly alone. Fatigue and stress had pushed him back on origins, on first principles, the endless past. It would have been worse if he had known what lay ahead: many visits to a careworn office, much waiting with 100 others on plastic benches bolted to the floor for his number to be called, multiple interviews pleading his case while Lawrence H. Baines squirmed and babbled on his lap. Finally, he won some state aid, a single-parent stipend, a widower's mite, though she wasn't dead. When Lawrence was 1 year old, there would be a nursery place for him while his father took up a chair in a call center or similar. Professor of helpful listening, completely reasonable. Would he let others toil to support him while he languished all afternoon over his sestinas? There was no contradiction. It was an arrangement, a contract he accepted and hated. What happened long ago in a small room by the sickbay had been as calamitous as his present fix, but he kept going, now as then, outwardly almost okay. What could destroy him was from the inside, the feeling of being in the wrong. If he had been a misguided child to feel that then, why indulge the guilty feeling now? Blame her, not himself. He came to know her postcards and her note by heart. By convention, such notes were left on the kitchen table. She had left hers on his pillow like a hotel's bitter chocolate. Don't try to find me. I'm okay. It's not your fault. I love you, but this is for good. I've been living the wrong life. Please try to forgive me. On the bed on her side were her house keys. What kind of love was this? Was giving birth the wrong life? It was usually after a serious drink that he fixed on and loathed the final sentence she had failed to complete. Please try to forgive me, she should have said, as I have forgiven myself. The self-pity of the absconder against the bitter clarity of the left behind, the abscondee. It hardened with each finger of scotch, another invisible finger that beckoned. He hated her progressively, and every thought was a repeat, a variation on the theme of her self-loving desertion. After an hour of forensic reflection, he knew the tipping point was not far ahead, the pivot in the evening's mental work. Almost there, pour another. His thoughts were slowing, and then they abruptly stopped for no reason at all, like the train in the poem that their class had to learn by heart on pain of punishment. A hot day at a Gloucestershire halt in stillness into which someone coughs. Then it would come to him again, the lucid notion as clear and keen as birdsong close by. He was drunk at last and liberated into loving her again and wanting her back. Her remote seraphic beauty, the frailty of her small-boned hands, and her voice barely inflected from a German childhood, a little husky, as though from a bout of shouting. But she had never shouted. She loved him, so the blame must be his, and it was sweet of her to tell him in her note that it was not. He didn't know which defective part of himself to indict, so it must be all of him. Woozily contrite, in a sad sweet cloud, he would make ruminative progress up the stairs, check on the baby, fall asleep, sometimes fully clothed across the bed, to wake in the arid small hours, exhausted and alert, furious and thirsty, totting up in the dark his virtues and how he was wronged. He earned nearly as much as she did, had put in his half-share with Lawrence, including nights, was faithful, loving, never tried it on as the poet genius living by special rules. So he had been a fool, a sap, and that was why she had left for a real man perhaps. No, he was good, and he hated her. This is for good. He had run full circle again. The closest he could come to sleep now was to lie on his back, eyes closed, listening out for Lawrence, otherwise lost to memories, desires, inventions, even passable lines he had no will to write down, for an hour, and another, then a third into the dawn. Soon he would replay once more the visit from the police, the suspicion that lay on him, the poisonous cloud he had sealed the house against, and whether the job needed doing again. This worthless process had brought him back one night to the piano lesson, the equi room he had stumbled into and where he was forced to watch. Through Latin and French he had learned about tenses. They had always been there, past, present, future, and he hadn't noticed how language divided up time. Now he knew. His piano teacher was using the present continuous to condition the near future. You're sitting straight, your chin is up. You're holding your elbows at right angles. Fingers are ready, slightly bent, and you're letting your wrist stay soft. You are looking directly at the page. He also knew what right angles were. Tenses, angles, how to spell continuous. These were elements of the real world his father had sent him 2,000 miles away from his mother to learn. There were matters of adult concern, millions of them, that one by one would be his. When he arrived from the Latin lesson, breathless and on time, the piano teacher interrogated him about his week of practice. He lied to her. Then she sat close again. She wrapped her perfume around him. The mark she had made on his leg last week had faded, and his memory of what happened was uncertain. But if she tried to hurt him again, he would run from the room without pausing. It was a kind of strength, a murmur of excitement in his chest, to pretend to her that he had practiced for 3 hours during the week. The truth was 0, not even 3 minutes. He had never deceived a woman before. He had lied to his father, whom he feared, to get out of trouble, but he had always told his mother the truth. The teacher softly cleared her throat, which indicated that she believed him, or perhaps it didn't. She whispered, "Good, off you go." The large, thin book of easy pieces for beginners was open at the center. For the first time he noticed the 3 staples in the crease that held the book together. These did not have to be played. The stupid thought almost made him smile. The stern, upright loop of the treble clef, the bass clef coiled like the fetus of a rabbit in his biology book, the black notes, the clear white ones you held for longer, this grubby dog-eared double page that was his own special punishment. None of it now looked familiar or even unfriendly. When he started, his first note was twice the volume of the second. He moved warily to the 3rd note and the 4th and gathered speed. It was caution, and then it felt like stealth. Not practicing had set him free. He obeyed the notes, left hand with right, and ignored the penciled fingerings. He had nothing to remember but to press the keys in the correct order. The bad place was suddenly on him, but his left thumb forgot to go down, and then it was too late. He was already clear, on the other side, moving smoothly across the level ground above the forest where the light and space were cleaner. And for a stretch he thought he could discern the hint of a melody suspended like a joke above his steady march of sounds. Following instructions, 2, perhaps 3, every second needed all his concentration. He forgot himself, and even forgot her. Time and place dissolved. The piano vanished along with existence itself. It was as if he were waking from a night's sleep when he found himself at the end, playing with two hands an easy open chord. But he didn't take his hands away as the breathe on the page told him he should. The chord resounded and diminished in the bare little room. He didn't let go when he felt her hand on his head, even when she pressed down hard to rotate his face in her direction. Nothing in her expression told him what would happen next. She said quietly, "You." That was when he lifted his hands from the keys. "You little," in a complicated movement. She lowered and inclined her head, so that her face approached his in a swooping arc that ended in a kiss, her lips full on his, a soft, prolonged kiss. He neither resisted nor engaged. It happened, and he let it happen and felt nothing while it lasted. Only in retrospect, when he lived and relived and animated the moment in solitude, did he get the measure of its importance. While it lasted, her lips were on his, and he numbly waited for the moment to pass. Then there was a sudden distraction, and it ended. A flash of a passing shadow or movement had fallen across the high window. She pulled away and turned to look as he did. They had both seen or sensed it at the same time on the edge of vision. Was it a face, a disapproving face and shoulder? But the small square window showed them only ragged cloud and scraps of pale winter blue. He knew that from the outside the window was too high for even the tallest adult to reach. It was a bird, probably a pigeon from the dovecote in the old stable block. But teacher and pupil had separated guiltily, and though he understood little, he knew that they were now united by a secret. The empty window had rudely invoked the world of people outside. He also understood how impolite it would have been to raise a hand to his mouth to relieve the prickling sensation of drying moisture. She turned back to him, and in a steady, calming voice that suggested she had no concern for the prying world, looked deep into his eyes as she spoke, this time in a kindly voice in the future tense, which she used to make the present seem reasonable. And now it was. But he had never heard her say so much. "Roland, in 2 weeks there's a half-day holiday. It falls on a Friday. I want you to listen carefully. You'll come on your bike to my village, Irwharton. Coming from Hallbrook, it's after the pub on the right with a green door. You're going to come in time for lunch. Do you understand?" He nodded, understanding nothing. That he should cycle across the peninsula by narrow lanes and farm tracks to her village for lunch when he could eat at school baffled him. Everything did. At the same time, despite his confusion or because of it, he longed to be alone to feel and think about the kiss. "I'll send you a card to remind you. From now on you'll have your lessons with Mr. Clare, not me. I'll tell him you're making excellent progress. So, young man, we are going to do major and minor scales with 2 sharps. Easier to ask where than why. Where did she go?" 4 hours passed before he reported Alyssa's note and disappearance to the police. His friends thought that even 2 hours was too long. Phone them now. He resisted, he held out. It was not only that he preferred to think she could return at any minute. He did not want a stranger reading her note or her absence officially confirmed. To his surprise, someone came round the day after his call. He was a local police constable and seemed hard-pressed. He took a few details, glanced at Alyssa's note and said that he would report back. Nothing happened for a week, and in that time her 4 postcards arrived. The specialist came unannounced in the early morning in a tiny patrol car which he parked illegally outside the house. It had been raining heavily, but he was oblivious to the trail his shoes left across the hallway floor. Detective Inspector Douglas Brown, the flesh of whose cheeks hung in swags, had the friendly aspect of a large, brown-eyed dog. He sat hunched at the kitchen table across from Roland. By the detective's immense hands, their knuckles matted with dark hair, were his own notebook, the postcards and the pillow note. A thick overcoat, which he did not remove, added to his bulk and enhanced the canine effect. Around both men was a litter of dirty plates and cups, junk mail, bills, a near-empty feeding bottle, and the smeared leftovers of Lawrence's breakfast and his bib. These were what one of Roland's male friends called the slime years. Lawrence was in his high chair, unusually silent, gazing in awe at this hulk of a man and his outsized shoulders. At no point during the meeting did Brown acknowledge the baby's existence. Roland felt faintly offended on his son's behalf. Irrelevant. The officer's soft brown eyes were on the father alone, and Roland was obliged to answer routine questions. The marriage was not in difficulty. He said this louder than he intended. No money had been removed from the joint account. It was still the holidays, so the school where she worked wouldn't know she had left. She had taken a small black suitcase. Her coat was green. Here were some photographs, her date of birth, her parents' names and address in Germany. She might have worn a beret. The detective was interested in the most recent card from Munich. Roland didn't think she knew anyone there. Berlin, yes, and Hanover and Hamburg. She was a woman of the Lutheran North. When Brown raised an eyebrow, Roland told him that Munich was in the south. Perhaps it was the name of Luther he should have explained. But the detective looked down at his notebook and asked another question. No, Roland said, she had never done anything like this before. No, he didn't have a copy of her passport details. No, she had not seemed depressed lately. Her parents lived near Nienburg, a small town, also in North Germany. When he had phoned them about another matter, it became clear she hadn't been there. He had told them nothing. Her mother, afflicted by chronic resentments, would have erupted at this news of her only child. Desertion. How dare she? Mother and daughter habitually squabbled. But his parents-in-law and his own parents would have to be told. Alice's first 3 postcards from Dover, Paris, then Strasbourg had come in 4 days. The 4th, the Munich card, came 2 days later. Since then, nothing. Detective Inspector Brown studied the postcards again. Each one the same. All fine. Don't worry. Kiss Larry for me. Roman 20 Alyssa. The invariants seemed deranged or hostile, as did the loveless sign-off. A plea for help or a form of insult. Same blue felt-tipped pen, no dates, illegible postmarks, Dover apart, the same bland city view of bridges over the Seine, the Rhine, the Isar. Mighty rivers. She was drifting eastwards, ever further from home. The night before, on the edge of sleep, Roland summoned her as Milia's drowned Ophelia, bobbing on the Isar's smooth, clean waters past Pupplinger O, with its naked bathers sprawled on the grassy shores like beached seals. On her back, head first, floating downstream, unseen and silent through Munich, past the English Garden to the Danube confluence, then unremarked through Vienna, Budapest and Belgrade, through 10 nations and their savage histories, along the borders of the Roman Empire, to the white skies and boundless delta marshes of the Black Sea, where he and she once made love in the lee of an old mill in Ledia, and saw near Isixia a flock of rowdy pelicans. Only 2 years ago. Purple herons, glossy ibis, a greylag goose. Until then he had never cared about birds. That evening before sleep, he had drifted away with her to a locus of wild happiness, a source. Lately, it was an effort of concentration to remain long in the present. The past was often a conduit from memory to restless fantasizing. He put it down to tiredness, hangover, confusion. Douglas Brown was saying consolingly as he bent to his notebook, "When my wife had had enough, she chucked me out." Roland started to speak, but Lawrence cut in with a squawk, a demand to be included. Roland stood to unstrap him from his chair and settled him on his lap. A new angle, face to face, on the giant stranger silenced the baby again. He gazed fiercely, open-mouthed and dribbling. No one could know what passed through the mind of a 7-month-old. A shaded emptiness, a gray winter sky against which impressions, sounds, sights, touch burst like fireworks in arcs and cones of primary color. Instantly forgotten, instantly replaced and forgotten again. Or a deep pool into which everything fell and disappeared but remained, irretrievably present, dark shapes in deep water exercising their gravitational pull even 80 years later, on deathbeds, in last confessions, in final cries for lost love. After Alyssa left, he had watched his son for signs of sorrow or damage and found them at every turn. A baby must miss its mother, but how if not in memory? Sometimes Lawrence was silent for too long. Shocked, numbed, scar tissue forming within hours in the lower regions of the unconscious, if such a place or process existed. Last night he had screamed too hard, enraged by what he couldn't have, even as he forgot what it was. Not the breast. He was bottle-fed from the start at his mother's insistence. Part of her plan, Roland thought in bad moments. The detective inspector finished with his notebook. You understand that if we find Alyssa, we can't tell you where she is without her permission. You can tell me if she's alive. He nodded and thought for a moment. Generally, when a missing wife's dead, it's the husband that's killed her. Then let's hope she's alive. Brown straightened and rocked back just a little in his chair, miming surprise. For the first time he smiled. He seemed friendly. It often goes like this. So he does her in, disposes of the body down in the New Forest, say, lonely spot, shallow grave, reports her missing, then what? What? Then it starts. Suddenly he realizes she was adorable, they loved each other, he misses her and he begins to believe his own story. She's done a runner or a psychopath has done her in. He's tearful, depressed, then he's furious. He's not a murderer, he's not lying, not as he sees it now. She's gone and he really feels it, and to the rest of us it looks real. It looks honest, hard to crack, those ones. Lawrence's head lolled against his father's chest and he began to doze. Roland didn't want the detective to leave just yet. When he did, it would be time to clean up the kitchen, sort out the bedrooms, the laundry, the dirty trail in the hall, make a list for the shops. All he wanted was to sleep. He said, I'm still at the missing her stage. Early days, sir. At that, both men began to laugh quietly, as if it was fun and they were old friends. Roland was well disposed towards the collapsed face, its soft hangdog look of infinite wear and tear. He respected the detective's impulse to sudden confidences. After a silence, Roland said, Why did she throw you out? Worked too hard, drank too much late every night. Ignored her, ignored the kids, 3 lovely boys, had a lady on the side which someone told her about. Well shot of you then. That's what I thought. I was about to become one of those blokes with 2 households. You hear about them. The old doesn't know about the new is jealous of the old, and you're running between them with a white-hot poker up your arse. Now you're with the new. Brown sighed loudly through his nostrils as he looked away and scratched his neck. The self-made hell was an interesting construct. Nobody escaped making one, at least one, in a lifetime. Some lives were nothing but. It was a tautology that self-inflicted misery was an extension of character. But Roland often thought about it. You built a torture machine and climbed inside. Perfect fit, with a range of pain on offer, from certain jobs or a taste for drink, drugs, from crime coupled with a knack of getting caught. Austere religion was another choice. An entire political system could opt for self-imposed distress. He had once spent some time in East Berlin. Marriage, a machine for 2, presented king-sized possibilities, all variants of the Foley adieu. Everyone knew some examples, and Roland's was a crafty construction. His good friend Daphne had laid it out for him one evening long before Alyssa left, when he confessed to months of feeling low. You did brilliantly at the evening classes, Roland, all those subjects, but everything else you tried, you wanted to be the best in the world. Piano, tennis, journalism, now poetry. And these are only the ones I happen to know about. As soon as you discover you're not the best, you throw it in and hate yourself. Same with relationships. You want too much and move on. Or she can't stand the pursuit of perfection and chucks you out. Into the detective's silence, Roland rephrased his question. So, new lady or old, what is it you really want? Soundlessly, Lawrence was crapping in his sleep. The odor wasn't so bad. One of the discoveries of middle life, how soon you came to tolerate the shit of the one you loved. A general rule. Brown gave the question serious thought. His gaze moved distractedly around the room. He saw chaotic bookshelves, magazine piles, a broken kite on top of a cupboard. Now, with elbows on the table and head lowered, he stared down into the grain of the pine while he massaged the back of his neck with both hands. Finally, he straightened. "What I really want is a sample of your handwriting. Anything. A shopping list will do." Roland let a wavelet of nausea rise and fall. "You think I wrote these messages? A mistake, after a heavy night, to have skipped breakfast. No slice of buttery toast and honey to set against hypoglycemia. Too busy dealing with Lawrence." Then tremulous hands made the coffee come out triple strength. "A note to the milkman would be fine." From the pocket of his coat, Brown brought out a boxy leather object on a strap. With grunts and a sigh of exasperation, he freed a camera from its worn case, a task which involved turning a silver screw too small for his fat fingers. It was an old Leica, 35mm, silver and black with dents in its body. He kept his eyes on Roland and made a purse-lipped smile as he unclipped the lens cap. He stood. With pedantic attention, he arranged the 4 cards and the note in a row. When all had been snapped, both sides, and the camera was back in his pocket, he said, "Marvelous, this new fast film. Go anywhere. Interested. I used to be keen." Then Roland added accusingly, "As a kid." Brown took from the other pocket of his coat a sheaf of plastic. One by one, he picked up the postcards by a corner and slid them into 4 transparent envelopes which he sealed with a pinch. Into the 5th he put the pillow note. "It's not your fault." He sat down and made a neat pile, squaring it off with his big hands. "If you don't mind, I'll take these along with me." Roland's heart was beating so hard that he was beginning to feel refreshed. "I do mind. Fingerprints. Very important. You'll get them back. They say things get lost in police stations." Brown smiled. "Let's take a tour of the house. So we need your handwriting, item of her clothing, something with just her prints on it, and what was it? A sample of her writing. You already have it. Something historic." Roland stood with Lawrence in his arms. "Perhaps it was a mistake getting you involved in a personal matter." The detective was already leading the way towards the stairs. "Perhaps it was." When they reached the narrow landing, Roland said, "I need to sort the baby out first. I'll wait here." But 5 minutes later, when he came back with Lawrence on his hip, he found Brown in his bedroom, their bedroom, diminishing it rudely with his bulk as he stood by the window near the small desk Roland worked at. As before, the baby stared in astonishment. A notebook and 3 typed-up copies of recent poems were scattered around the typewriter, an Olivetti portable. In the underlit north-facing bedroom, the detective was holding a page tipped towards the light. "Excuse me, that's private. You're being bloody intrusive." "The title is good." He read it tonelessly. "Glamis hath murdered sleep." Glamis, lovely girl's name, Welsh. He put the page down and came towards Roland and Lawrence along the narrow space between the end of the bed and the wall. "Not my words in Scottish, actually." "So you're not sleeping well." Roland let this go. The bedroom furniture had been painted by Alyssa in pale green with blue stenciling in an oak leaf and acorn pattern. He opened a drawer for Brown. Her jumpers were smoothly folded in 3 rows. The various scents she used made a muted blend, a rich history. The moment they first met overlaid with the time they last spoke. It was too much for him, her perfumes and sudden presence, and he stepped back, as though from a strong light. Brown bent down with effort and took the nearest. Black cashmere. He turned aside to ease it into one of his plastic bags. "And my handwriting." "Got it." Brown straightened and tapped the camera bulge in his coat pocket. "Your notebook was open. Without my permission." Was that her side? He was looking towards the head of the bed. Roland was too angry to answer. On her bedside table was a red hair clip with clenched plastic teeth perched on a paperback book, which Brown picked up by its edges. Nabokov's Penin. Delicately, he lifted the cover and peeked. "Oates?" "Yes. Have you read it?" Roland nodded. "This copy?" "No." "Good. We could call in forensics, but at this stage it's hardly worth the bother." Roland was getting himself under control and tried to sound conversational. "I thought we were at the beginning of the end for fingerprints. The future is genes. Fashionable rubbish, won't see it in my lifetime or yours. Really? Or anyone's. The detective made a move towards the landing. What you've got to understand is this. A gene isn't a thing. It's an idea about information. A fingerprint is a thing, a trace. The two men and the baby descended the stairs. At the bottom, Brown turned. The transparent bag containing Alyssa's jumper was under his arm. We don't turn up at a crime scene looking for abstract ideas. We're looking for traces of real things. They were interrupted again by Lawrence. Flinging out an arm, he gave a full-throated shout that began on an explosive consonant, a B or P, and he pointed meaninglessly at the wall with a wet finger. The sound was practice, Roland generally assumed, for a lifetime of talking. The tongue had to get in shape for everything it was ever going to say. Brown was walking down the hall. Roland, following behind, said with a laugh, "I hope you're not implying that this is a crime scene." The detective opened the front door, stepped out, and turned. Behind him, parked up on the curb at a tilt, was his tiny car, a Morris Minor in baby blue. The low morning sun highlighted the sad, drooping creases of his face. His lecturing moments were not persuasive. "I had a sergeant who used to say that where there's people there's a crime scene." Sounds like complete nonsense. But Brown had already turned away and seemed not to hear. Father and son watched him go down the short, weedy path to the broken garden gate that had never closed. When he reached the pavement, he spent a half-minute, slightly stooped, rummaging in his pockets for his keys. At last he had them and opened his door. Then, in one movement and with an agile twist of his bulk, he folded himself backwards into the car and slammed the door behind him. So Roland's day, a cool day in the spring of 1986, could begin, and it weighed on him. The chores, the pointlessness with a new element, the untidy, unwashed feeling of being a suspect, if that was what he was. Almost like guilt, a deed, wife murder, clung to him like the breakfast that had dried to a crust on Lawrence's face. Poor thing. Together they were watching as the detective waited to pull into the traffic. By the front gate was a spindly sapling tied to a bamboo stick. It was a robinia tree. The garden center assistant told him it would flourish in traffic fumes. To Roland, from this threshold, everything looked randomly imposed, as though he had been lowered from a forgotten place into these circumstances, into a life vacated by someone else, nothing chosen by himself. The house he never wanted to buy and couldn't afford. The child in his arms he never expected or needed to love. The random traffic moving too slowly past the gate that was now his and that he would never repair. The frail robinia he would never have thought to buy, the optimism in the planting he could no longer feel. He knew from experience, the only way out of a disassociated state was to carry out a simple task. He would go to the kitchen and clean up his son's face and do it tenderly. But as he kicked the front door shut, he had another idea. Now, with only one thought in mind, he went up the stairs with Lawrence to his bedroom, to his desk, to examine his open notebook. He could not remember his last entry. 9 poems published in literary journals within 15 months. His notebook was the emblem of his seriousness. Compact, with faint gray lines, dark blue hard covers, and a green spine. He wouldn't allow it to become a diary tracking the minutiae of the baby's development or the fluctuations of his own moods or forced musings on public events. Too commonplace. His material was the higher stuff. To follow the obscure trail of an exquisite idea that could lead to a lucky narrowing, to a fiery point, a sudden focus of pure light to illuminate a first line that would hold the secret key to the lines that must follow. It had happened before, but wanting it, longing for it to happen again, guaranteed nothing. The necessary illusion was that the best poem ever written was within his reach. Being clear-headed didn't help. Nothing helped. He was obliged to sit and wait. Sometimes he gave way and filled a journal page with weak reflections of his own or passages from other writers. The last thing he wanted. He copied out a paragraph by Montaigne on happiness. He wasn't interested in happiness. Before that, part of a letter by Elizabeth Bishop. It helped to appear busy, but he could not fool himself. Seamus Heaney once said that a writer's duty was to turn up at the desk. Whenever the baby slept in the day, Roland turned up and waited, and often, head on desk, slept too. The notebook was open as Brown had left it, to the right of the typewriter. He wouldn't have needed to move it to take his pictures. The light from the sash window was cool and even. The lines were at the top of the verso page. His teenage years transformed, the course of his life diverted. Memory damaged, time, surely a poem. When he picked up the notebook, the baby lunged for it. Roland moved it out of reach, provoking a squeal of protest. Behind the typewriter, gathering dust, was a fives ball. He had never played, but had squeezed it daily to strengthen an injured wrist. They went into the bathroom to clean the baby's face and wash the ball. Something for Lawrence to get his gums into. It worked. They lay together on the bed on their backs, side by side. The tiny boy, just over a third of his father's length, sucked and chewed. The passage was not as Roland remembered, for he was reading it through a policeman's eyes. It had not improved. When I brought it to an end, she didn't fight me. She knew what she'd done. When murder hung over all the world, she lay buried, but on a sleepless night she springs up out of the dark, sits close on the piano stool, perfume, blouse, red nails, vivid as ever, as though dirt of the grave in her hair. Ah, those scales, horrible ghost, she won't go away, just the wrong time when I need calm. She must remain dead. He read it twice. It was perverse to blame both women, but he did. Miss Miriam Cornell, the piano teacher who meddled in his affairs by novel means over distances of time and place. Alyssa Baines, née Eberhart, beloved wife, who held him in a headlock from wherever she was. Until she asserted her existence, he would not be free of Douglas Brown. To the extent that he was responsible for shaping the cast of the policeman's mind, Roland also blamed himself. On the second reading, he thought his handwriting was obviously distinct from that on the postcards and note. It wasn't all bad, but it was bad. He rolled onto his side to look at his son. Here was a discovery he had been too slow to make. In the sum of things, Lawrence was more comfort than chore. The fives ball had lost its charm and rolled from his two-handed grasp. It lay against a blanket, shiny with saliva. He was gazing upwards. The blue-gray eyes were a blaze of attention. Medieval artists showed vision as light beaming outwards from the mind. Roland followed the beam towards speckled ceiling tiles that were supposed to retard fires, and a ragged hole from which once hung the previous owner's bedroom chandelier. A hopeful gesture in a low room 10 feet by 12. Then he saw it, right above them now, a long-legged spider making its way upside down towards a corner of the room. So much purpose in so small a head. Now it paused, rocking in place on legs as fine as hairs, swaying as though to a hidden melody. Did the authority exist who could explain what it was doing? No predators around to baffle, no other spiders to seduce or intimidate, nothing to impede it. But still it waited, dancing on the spot. By the time the spider went on its way, Lawrence's attention had shifted. He turned his outsized head and saw his father, and his limbs went into spasms of leg straightening and bending and arm flailing. This was dedicated work, but he was communicative, even questioning. His eyes were locked on Roland's as he kicked out again, then he waited with an expectant half-smile. How was that? He wanted to be admired for his feats. For a 7-month-old to show off, he would need some idea of minds like his own and of what it might be like to be impressed, of how desirable, pleasurable it could be to earn the esteem of others. Not possible, but here it was, too complicated to follow through. Roland closed his eyes and gave himself up to a slow spinning sensation. Oh, to sleep now, if the baby would sleep too, if they could sleep together here on the bed, even for 5 minutes. But his father's closed eyes suggested to Lawrence a universe shrinking into frozen darkness, leaving him the last remaining being, chilled and rejected on a vacated shore. He inhaled deeply and howled, a piteous, piercing wail of abandonment and despair. For speechless, helpless humans, much power lay in a violent switch of extreme emotions, a crude mode of tyranny. Real-world tyrants were often compared to infants, were Lawrence's joys and sorrows separated by the finest gauze. Not even that. They were wrapped up tight together. By the time Roland had roused himself and was at the top of the stairs with the baby in his arms, contentment was restored. Lawrence clung to the lobe of his father's ear. As they went down, he probed its whorl with clumsy stabs. It was not yet 10 a.m. The day would be long. It was already long. In the hall, the watery trail of shoe dirt across the low-grade Edwardian tiles led him back to Brown himself. Yes, it was bad, but here was the place to start. Eliminate. One-handedly he fetched a mop, filled a bucket and cleared up the mess, spreading it widely. This was how most messes were cleared up, smoothed thin to invisibility. Tiredness turned everything to metaphor. His domestic routines made him resent and resist the demands and lures of the worldly life beyond. 2 weeks back there was an exception. International affairs invaded his past. US warplanes in a raid on Tripoli, Libya, destroyed his old primary school but failed to kill Colonel Gaddafi. Now, to read a report of a speech by Reagan or Thatcher or her ministers made Roland feel excluded and guilty for not paying attention. But it was time to keep his head down and stay faithful to the tasks he set himself. There was value in thinking less. Manage the fatigue and care for the essentials, the baby, the house, the shopping. He hadn't seen a newspaper in 4 days. The kitchen radio, which was on low all day, sometimes used a quiet voice of virile urgency to woo him back. He tried to ignore it as he walked by with his bucket and mop. "This is for you," it murmured. "Riots in 17 prisons." When you were about in the world, you used to care for precisely this kind of thing. An explosion. Developments came to light when Swedish authorities reported radioactive. He hurried past. Keep moving, don't nod off, don't close your eyes. After the hall, he started on the kitchen while Lawrence sat in his chair eating and playing with a peeled banana. The sink and table cleanup was roughly achieved. He carried Lawrence upstairs. In the 2 bedrooms, the order he imposed was cosmetic, but the slide towards chaos was stayed. The world seemed minimally more reasonable. Here, after all, at the top of the stairs was a pile for the washing machine. Alyssa was no better at this stuff than he was. In fact, but no, today he was not thinking of her. Later, Lawrence sucked dry a bottle of milk and slept, and Roland went next door to his bedroom. Rather than sleep, he had in mind some changes to his poem about sleeplessness. Glommies. In an understated way, it had to be understated because he didn't know enough. It was about the Troubles. In '84, he had spent some days in Belfast and Derry with a London Irish friend, Simon, newly rich from a chain of fitness gyms and idealistic. Simon's idea was to start a few tennis schools for kids across the sectarian divide. Roland was to be the head coach. They were looking for locations and local support. They were innocents, fools. They were followed, or thought they were. In a Knockluffrin pub, a fellow in a wheelchair kneecapped. They decided advised them to be careful. Simon's anglicized Ulster accent provoked indifference everywhere. No one was much interested in children's tennis. They were held for 6 boring hours at a roadblock by British soldiers who didn't believe their story. During that week, Roland barely slept. It rained, it was cold, the food was atrocious. The hotel sheets were damp, everyone chain-smoked and looked ghastly. He moved about in a bad dream, constantly reminding himself that his state of fear was not paranoia. But it was. No one touched them, or even threatened to. He worried that his poem owed too much to Heaney's punishment. How the figure of a woman long preserved in a bog evoked her Irish betraying sisters, victims tarred for consorting with the enemy while the poet watched on, both outraged and complicit in his understanding. What could an outsider, an Englishman with 1 week's faint engagement, have to say about the troubles? His fresh idea was just that: to shift the poem towards his ignorance and insomnia. Tell how lost and fearful he had been. Now there was a new problem. The typed draft before him had been in Brown's hands. Roland read the title and heard in his thoughts the detective's flat voice, and was repelled by Glomy's "hath murdered sleep." Weak, portentous, riding free on Shakespeare's back. After 20 minutes he put the poem aside to contemplate his latest idea. He opened the notebook. The piano. Love, memory, harm. But the detective had been there too. In his presence privacy had been violated. An innocent pact between thought and page, idea and hand, had been ruptured, or polluted. An intruder, a hostile presence, had made him dismissive of his own phrasing. He was forced to read himself through another's eyes and struggle against a likely misreading. Self-consciousness was the death of a notebook. He pushed it away and stood, remembered his immediate circumstances and their weight. They were enough to make him sit again, think carefully. It was only a week ago that she left. Enough weakness, precious when he should be robust. Some poetic authority had said that writing a good poem was a physical exercise. He was 37, he had strength, stamina, and what was written remained his own. The poet would not be deterred by the policeman. Elbows on desk, chin propped in hands, he lectured himself in these terms until Lawrence woke and began to scream. The day's work was done. In the early afternoon, as he was dressing the baby for a shopping trip, the sound of birds squabbling in the roof gutter at the rear of the house prompted a thought. Downstairs, with Lawrence under his arm, he checked in the desk diary he kept by the phone in the hall on top of a pile of directories. He hadn't noticed that it was already May. Since it was Saturday, then it was the 3rd. All morning the small, dusty house had been warming. He opened a window on the ground floor. Let the burglars come while he was at the shops. They would find nothing to steal. He leaned out. A butterfly, a peacock, was sunning itself on the brickwork. The sky he had ignored for days was cloudless. The air smelled richly of next door's mowing. Lawrence would not need his coat. Roland was not quite carefree as he left the house with the baby in the pushchair. But his constricted life seemed less important. There were other lives, bigger concerns. As he went along, he attempted a breezy indifference. If you've lost a wife, then do without or find another or expect her back. There was nothing much in between. The heart of wisdom was not to care too much. He and Lawrence would get by. Tomorrow they would go for dinner with good friends, a 10-minute walk away. The baby would fall asleep on the sofa protected by a line of cushions. Daphne was his old friend and confidant. She and Peter were excellent cooks. They had 3 children, one of them Lawrence's age. Other friends would be there. They would be curious about fresh developments. Douglas Brown's visit, his style of questioning, the shallow grave in the New Forest, the outrageous intrusions, the little camera in his pocket, what his sergeant had said, yes, these Roland would reshape into a comedy of manners. Brown would become Dogberry. He smiled to himself as he walked towards the shops and imagined the hilarity among his friends. They would admire his resilience. To some women, a man caring alone for a baby was an attractive, even heroic figure. To the men, he would seem a dupe. But he was a little proud of himself, of the laundry churning in the washing machine even now, of the clean hallway floor, of the contented, well-fed child. He would buy some flowers from a zinc bucket he had passed 2 days before, a double bunch of red tulips for the kitchen table. The shop was just ahead, more newsagent than florist, and while he was in there he would buy a newspaper. He was ready to embrace the wider, turbulent world. Lawrence permitting, he might read it in the park. It was not possible to buy a paper without seeing its headline. Radiation cloud reaches Britain. He had already heard in the murmur of his kitchen radio fragments of the explosion story. While he waited by the till for the flowers to be wrapped, he wondered how it was possible to know something, if only in vaguest terms, and at the same time deny it, refuse it, steer round it. then experienced the luxury of shock at the moment of revelation. He reversed the pushchair out of the shop and continued towards his errands. The normality on the street had a sinister slow-motion look. He had thought he could burrow down, but the world had come to find him. Not him. Lawrence. An industrial bird of prey, a pitiless eagle in the service of the machinery of fate, come to snatch the child from the nest. The idiot parent, virtuous with the morning dishes in the sink, with a change of cot sheets, some tulips for the kitchen, had been looking the other way. Worse, was determined to look the other way. He thought he was immune because he always had been. He imagined it was his love that protected his child. But when a public emergency erupts, it becomes an indifferent leveler. Children welcome. Roland had no special privileges. He was in there with the rest and would have to listen out for public announcements, the quarter-credible assurances of leaders who, by convention, talked down to the citizenry. What was good for a politician's idea of the masses might not be good for any individual, especially for him. But he was the mass. He would be treated like the idiot he always was. He stopped by a letter box. Its quaint red and royal insignia, George V., were already a memento of another time, of risible faith in continuity by way of posted messages. Roland stowed the flowers in a bag that hung from the pushchair handle and unfolded the paper to read the headline again. It was of the deadpan science fiction kind, bland and apocalyptic. Of course. The cloud always knew where it was heading. To get here from Soviet Ukraine, it would have crossed other countries that mattered less. This was a local affair. It appalled him how much of the story he already knew. A nuclear power station meltdown, explosion and fire in a faraway place called Chernobyl. An old aspect of normality, prison riots, still simmered further down the page. Below the newspaper, Roland had a partial view of Lawrence's fuzzy, almost bald head swiveling as he tracked each passerby. The headline was not as alarming as the line above it in smaller print. Health officials insist there is no risk to public. Exactly. The dam will hold. The disease will not spread. The president is not seriously ill. From democracies to dictatorships, calm above all. His cynicism was good protection. It prompted him to take measures that would let him feel that he was not a faceless member of the mass. His child would survive. He was a knowledgeable man and knew what to do. The nearest pharmacy was less than 100 yards away. At the prescription counter, he queued for 10 minutes. Lawrence was restless, squirming, arching his back against the buggy's safety straps. As only the well-informed knew, potassium iodide protected the vulnerable thyroid against radiation. Children were at special risk. The pharmacist, a friendly lady, smiled and shrugged stoically as she might at a day of heavy rain. All sold out. As of last night. Everyone is going crazy for it, love. 2 other pharmacies in the area told him the same, though in less friendly terms. One old fellow in a white coat was irritable. Had he not seen the sign on the door? Further along the street, Roland bought 6 1.5-liter bottles of water and a strong bag to carry them in. Reservoirs would be irradiated. Tap water must be avoided. At a hardware shop, he collected up packs of plastic dust sheets and rolls of sticky tape. In the park, while Lawrence gripped in his fist a crushed portion of his second banana of the day and fell asleep, Roland scanned the pages and formed a mosaic of impressions. The invisible cloud was 60 miles away. British students arriving at Heathrow from Minsk were radiated to 50 times normal levels. Minsk was 200 miles from the accident. The Polish government was advising against drinking milk or eating dairy products. The radiation leak was first detected by the Swedes 700 miles away. Soviet authorities had passed on no advice about contaminated food or drink to their own people. It could never happen here, but it had already. A leak at Winskill had been kept secret. The third secretary at the Russian embassy in Stockholm had been dispatched to ask Swedish authorities how to deal with a graphite fire. The Swedes didn't know and referred the Russians to the British. Nothing else was publicly known. France and Germany had said there can be no harm to the public, but don't drink the milk. In the centerfold, a detailed cutaway drawing of the power station showed how it happened. He was impressed that a newspaper could know so much so soon. Elsewhere were warnings that experts had given long ago about this design of reactor. Bottom of the page, an overview of British power stations of roughly similar design. An editorial advised that it was time to shift to wind power. A columnist asked what happened to Gorbachev's policy of openness. It was always a fraud. Someone wrote in the letter's page that wherever there was nuclear power, east or west, there were official lies. Across the broad asphalt path that cut through the park on a bench like his, a woman was reading a more popular paper. Roland had a view of the headline. Meltdown. The entire story, the accumulated details, were beginning to nauseate him, like eating too much cake. Radiation sickness. Two women, each pushing an old-fashioned, well-sprung pram, walked past. He heard one of them use the word emergency. There was a general light-headed sensation that came from there being only one subject. The country stood together, united in anxiety. The sane impulse was to run. If he had the money, he would rent a place somewhere safe. But where? Or buy a plane ticket to the States, to Pittsburgh where he had friends, or to Kerala where he and Lawrence could live cheaply. How might that look to Detective Inspector Brown? What he needed, Roland thought, was a conversation with Daphne. The weather report on the back page of his own paper predicted a northeasterly breeze. More of the cloud was on its way. His first duty was to hump the bag of bottled water home and start to seal the windows. He must continue to keep the world out. It was a 20-minute walk. As Roland took the front door key from his pocket, Lawrence woke. For no reason in the way of all babies, he started to bawl. The trick was to pick him up as soon as possible. It was hot and clumsy work, unfastening the straps, lifting the screaming red-faced child, getting the pushchair, the water, the flowers, the dust sheets into the house. He was in and saw it lying on the floor, writing side up, another card from Alyssa, her fifth. More words this time, but he left it where it was and carried Lawrence and the shopping towards the kitchen. He and his parents arrived in London from North Africa in the late summer of 1959. There was said to be a heat wave, a mere 89 degrees Fahrenheit, and sweltering. A new word to Roland. He was disdainful, a proud native of a place where the light of mid-morning was a blinding white, where the heat struck your face as it bounced off the ground and the cicadas fell silent. He could have told his relatives. Instead, he told himself. Here, the streets near his half-sister Susan's rooms in Richmond were orderly, with a look of permanence. Colossal paving stones and curbs too heavy to lift or steal. Smooth black roads empty of dung and sand. No dogs, camels, donkeys, no shouting, no car horns pressed for half a minute on end, no handcarts piled high with melons, or dates still clinging to their palm branches, or blocks of ice melting under sackcloth. No smell of food in the street, no hiss and clatter, no stench of burnt oil and rubber from the workshops under awnings where they pressed old tires into new. No calls to prayer by muezzins from their high minarets. Here the surface of the clean road was slightly curved, as though mostly buried out of sight was a fat black tube. To allow the rain to run off, his father explained, which made sense. Roland noted the heavy iron drains in the unlittered cobbled gutters. So much work to make a few yards of ordinary street, and no one noticed. When he tried to explain his blacktube idea to his mother, Rosalind, she didn't understand. The tube was a railway, she said. The underground part didn't reach as far as Richmond. Along the visible portion of his black tube, the traffic processed evenly, with no sense of striving. No one was trying to get ahead of everyone else. In mid-afternoon of their first full day back home, he went with his father, Captain Robert Baines, to the English shops. The light was gold and treacly thick. The dominant colors were rich reds and greens, the famous buses and the startling postboxes over which rose tall horse chestnuts and plane trees, and, lower down, hedges, lawns, verges, pavement-crack weeds. Red and green, his mother said, should never be seen. These clashing colors were associated with anxiety, with a tensing in his shoulders that made him lean forward as they walked. The day after next he and his parents would travel 70 miles from London to inspect his new school. The term would not begin for several days. The other boys would not be there. He was glad, for the thought of them made his stomach contract. The word boys, boys en masse, conferred on them an authority, a thuggish power. When his father referred to them as lads, they became taller in his thoughts, stringier, irresponsibly strong. In a town 6 miles from his school, he and his parents would visit an outfitter to buy his uniform. That prospect, too, tightened his stomach. The school colors were yellow and blue. The list included a boiler suit, gumboots, 2 different kinds of tie, 2 different kinds of jacket. He had not told his parents that he didn't know what to do with such clothes. He did not want to let anyone down. Who could tell him what a boiler suit was for, what gumboots were, what a blazer was, what Harris tweed with leather patches meant, and when the right time was to put them on and take them off? He had never worn a jacket. In Tripoli in winter, sometimes he wore a jumper knitted by his mother with a twisting cable pattern down the front. 2 days before they caught the twin-propeller plane that brought them to London via Malta and Rome, his father had shown him how to knot a tie. In the sitting room he had proved to his parents several times over he could do it. It was not easy. Roland doubted that when he stood with other boys, tall lads, hundreds of them in a line, in front of gigantic mirrors like the ones he had seen in a picture of the Palace of Versailles, he would remember how to fix his tie. He would be alone, mocked and in trouble. They were walking to buy his father's cigarettes and to escape the 2 small rooms Susan lived in with her husband and baby daughter. Already his mother had packed away the camp beds and was vacuuming the dustless carpets. The little girl, with 2 molars coming through, would not stop crying. It was only correct that the men should be out of the way. They walked side by side for 15 minutes. It was where their street met the main road that the enormous horse chestnuts rose, forming an avenue towards the first of the shops. He was well used to high eucalyptus with their dusty, dry, rustling leaves and flaking barks, trees that seemed to live on the edge of death from thirst. He loved the high palms leaning into deep blue skies, but London's trees were rich and grand like the Queen, as permanent as the post boxes. Here was a deeper anxiety. The lads, the boiler suit and the rest were as nothing. The individual leaves of the horse chestnuts, like the line of the Mediterranean horizon, like the writing on the blackboard in his Tripoli primary school, held a secret, one that he could barely tell himself. His vision was blurring. A year ago he could see more clearly by screwing up his eyes. That no longer worked. There was something wrong with him and he could not bear to think about it, about where it was leading. Blindness. It was a sickness and a failure. He could not tell his parents because he dreaded their disappointment in him. Everyone could see clearly, and he could not. This was his shameful secret. He would take his condition away with him to boarding school and deal with it alone. Every horse chestnut was a cliff of undifferentiated green. As they approached the first, its leaves began to appear, each one an exuberant, friendly 5-eared spread. Stopping to look closely might have given his secret away. Examining leaves was not the sort of thing his father approved of. When they reached a newsagent, the captain bought, unasked, along with his cigarettes, a chocolate bar for his son. Years of being an infantryman in barracks in Fort George, Scotland before the war, low paid and always hungry, had made Roland's father appreciative of the treats he could bestow on his son. He was also stern, dangerous to disobey. It was a powerful mix. Roland feared and loved him. So did Roland's mother. Roland was still at an age when a mix of chocolate, toffee, sugary biscuit, and crushed peanuts could dominate his senses and obliterate his surroundings. When he came to, they were entering another shop. Beer for the men, sherry for the women, lemonade for himself. Later that afternoon on television, there would be football miraculously beamed from Ibrox Park, Glasgow, and tomorrow a variety show from the London Palladium. There was no television in Libya, not even talk of its absence. The wireless programs from London broadcast to the forces' families abroad faded and swelled among the hiss and whine of cosmic mayhem. For Roland and his parents' television was not a novelty. It was a wonder. To watch it was to celebrate. There must be drinks. Now father and son retraced their steps from the off-license with their heavy loads in stout paper bags. When the avenue was still 5 minutes ahead, with the newsagent just behind, they heard a loud bang like the sharp crack of a rifle, like the .303 Roland had heard many times at the firing range out at kilometer 11. What Roland saw as he turned remained with him for the rest of his life. At its end, it would feature in the dying forms and whispers of his retreating consciousness. A man in white helmet, black jacket, and blue trousers was flying in a low arc. Because he went head first, it looked like a choice, a feat of daring and defiance. He landed on all fours and collapsed face down on the road as he slid along the asphalt with a rasping noise. On impact, his helmet tumbled away from him. By a conservative estimate, he traveled 30 feet, perhaps 40. Behind him was a small car with smashed-in front and shattered windscreen. The man had flown over its roof. The upended wreckage of a motorbike lay twisted in the gutter. In the car was a woman screaming. The traffic stopped and stillness settled across the city. Roland ran across the road after his father. As a young soldier in the Highland Light Infantry, 23-year-old Corporal Baines had been on the beach near Dunkirk and had seen much death and men split apart by bombs, still alive. He knew not to move the motorcyclist off the road. He put an ear to the man's mouth to check his breathing and felt for his pulse in the blood-spiked hair at his temples. Roland watched closely. The captain turned the man onto his side and parted his legs for stability. He took off his own jacket, folded it, and tucked it under the man's head. They went over to the car. By now there was a crowd. Captain Baines was not alone. All the men, except the youngest, had been in the war and knew what to do, Roland thought. The car's front doors were open and 3 men were leaning in. There was general agreement that the woman should not be moved. She was young, with blonde, curly hair and a satin blouse with colorful polka dots streaked with her blood. There was a gash across the width of her forehead. She was no longer screaming but repeating over and over, "I can't see. I can't see." A man's muffled voice came from within the car. "Don't worry, pet, it's the blood run into your eyes." But still she kept on calling out. Roland turned away in a daze. Next thing, 2 ambulances were there. The woman, silent now, was sitting on the curb with a blanket across her shoulders. An ambulanceman was turning a dressing around her head wound. The unconscious motorcyclist was on a stretcher by the ambulance. Its interior was creamy white, lit with yellow lamps. There were red blankets, 2 single beds and space in between, like a child's bedroom. His father and 2 other men went forward to help with the stretcher, but they were not needed. There was a murmur of sympathy in the crowd as the woman began to cry as she too was helped onto a stretcher. The blanket was tucked round her and they carried her into the other ambulance. All the while, Roland now saw the blue lights on both had been flashing heroically. These several minutes were frightening. In his 11 years he had known nothing like them. They had a disjointed dreamlike quality. In memory they would blur, slip out of sequence. Perhaps they had run first to the car, then to the man on the ground because no one else was attending to him. There was a gap, like a sleep, during which the ambulances had arrived. Their sirens must have sounded, and yet he didn't hear them. A police car was there, but he had not seen it arrive. Perhaps it was a woman in the crowd who had fainted and who was sitting on the curb with the blanket. Perhaps the woman in the car remained in place as an ambulanceman staunched her bleeding. The yellow illumination inside the ambulance may have been reflected sunlight. Memory was not easily examined for greater detail like a horse chestnut leaf. The man shooting through the air that was incontestable. So was the way he landed and surged forwards face down with the white helmet rolling away onto the grass verge. But what stayed with Roland and changed him was what happened when the rear doors were slammed shut and the ambulances pulled out into the stilled traffic. He began to cry. He moved away so that his father wouldn't see. Roland was sorry for the man and the woman, but that wasn't it. His tears were for joy, for a sudden warmth of understanding that did not yet have these terms of definition. How loving and good people were, how kind the world was that had ambulances in it that came quickly out of nowhere whenever there was sorrow and pain. Always there, an entire system just below the surface of everyday life, watchfully waiting, ready with all its knowledge and skill to come and help, embedded within a greater network of kindness he had yet to discover. It seemed to him then, as the ambulances receded with their distant sirens sounding, that everything worked and was decent and caring and just. He hadn't grasped that he was about to leave home forever, that for the next 7 years, 3/4 of his life would be at school, and that at home he would always be a visitor, and that after school came adulthood. But he sensed he was at the beginning of a new life, and now he understood that the world was sympathetic and fair. It would embrace and contain him kindly, justly, and nothing bad, really bad, could happen to him or to anyone, or not for long. The crowd was dispersing. Everyone was returning to the everyday. Now Roland noticed 3 policemen standing by their patrol car. Captain Baines's arm was covered in dried blood the color of rust from fingertips to elbow. He rolled down his sleeves as he and Roland went to retrieve his folded jacket from the gutter. There was blood on its gray silk lining. They carried their bags back across the road and stopped while he put the jacket on. He explained that he had to conceal the blood from the police. He did not want to be called to court as a witness. He and Roland's mother had their plane to catch home next week. This reminder that he would not be traveling with them brought Roland's moment of enlightenment to an end. In its place came all the old anxieties. They walked to his sister's flat in silence. Later they were joined by her husband, Keith, a bandsman, a trombone player in the army. While the baby slept at last, they drank beer, sherry or lemonade, and watched football on TV with the curtains drawn. 2 days later, Roland and his parents took the train from Liverpool Street to Ipswich. Outside the comatose Victorian station, they waited for a number 202 bus, as instructed in a letter from the headmaster's secretary. It came after 45 minutes, an empty double-decker in exotic maroon and cream. They sat upstairs so the captain could smoke. Roland had a seat by a window open for the heat. They went down a long, straight main road past cramped terraced houses in dark red brick. By a boatyard they turned onto a narrow road that ran along a foreshore. Suddenly the wide river Orwell was in view, at full tide, looking clean and blue. He was turned away from his parents, so he scrunched up his eyes, hoping to see more clearly. On the far side upriver was a power station. The lonely road snaked through a marshland of muddy pools whose scent of salt and sweet decay rose through the late summer warmth and filled the bus. On the far bank of the river now were woods and meadows. He saw a barge with high masts and sails the color of the blood on the captain's sleeve. Roland pointed out the boat to his mother, but she turned too late to see it. This was a novel landscape, and he was enchanted. For several minutes he forgot the purpose of their journey as the bus climbed a hill past an ancient tower, and the river was lost from view. The bus conductor came up the stairs to tell them in the local accent that sounded like a song that theirs was the next stop. They stepped out into the cool, deep shade of a vast spreading tree. It grew from the far side of the road by a wooden bench. Not a horse chestnut, but it recalled Roland to his secret, and the pleasures of the bus ride were forgotten. His father took the secretary's letter from his jacket to consult her directions. They went through open cast-iron gates by a lodge and followed the drive. No one spoke. Roland took his mother's hand. She gave his a squeeze. He thought she looked anxious and tried to think of something interesting and tender to say. But all he could think of and could not mention was what lay ahead, out of sight behind the trees. The separation to come. It was his duty to protect her from it for a few moments longer. They passed a Norman church, and in a dip of the drive, a small pink-washed building from which came the sound and smell of pigs. As the drive rose, there came into view, 300 yards away across a wide expanse of green, a grand building of gray stone with columns and curving wings and high chimneys. Berners Hall was a fine example. Roland would one day read of English Palladian architecture. Set well apart, half hidden among tall oaks, was a stable block with a water tower. They stopped to look. The captain gestured towards the hall and said unnecessarily, "There it is." They knew what he meant. Or Roland Baines knew precisely, and her son understood only in vague terms. Few people in Britain knew of Libya. Fewer knew of the British Army contingent there, a remnant of the vast sweeping desert campaigns of the Second World War. In international politics, Libya was a backwater. For 6 years the Baines family made a life in an obscure crevice of history. A good life as far as Roland was concerned. There was a beach known as Piccolo Capri where the families met in the afternoons after school and work. Officers at one end, other ranks further along. Captain Baines's best friends were men like himself who had fought in the war and risen through the ranks. The Sandhurst officers and their families belonged in another world. All Roland and Rosalind's friends were the children and wives of the captain's friends. These were their points of reference. This beach, Roland's primary school, housed within Azizia Barracks on the south side of the city, the target the Americans would one day destroy. The IMCA where Rosalind worked in the heart of Tripoli. The tank and light armored workshop at Gurji Camp where the captain worked. The Nafi where they did their shopping. Unlike most families, they also bought vegetables and meat in the Tripoli souk. Rosalind pined for home, knitted constantly for babies she would never meet as babies, wrapped birthday presents most weeks, wrote letters daily to relatives that usually ended, must rush now to catch the post. There were no secondary schools, and when Roland turned 11, he would have to be sent to England. Captain Baines thought his son was too girlishly close to his mother. He helped her out with the housework, slept in her bed when the captain was away on maneuvers, still held her hand, even at the age of 9. Her choice, if she'd had one, would have been to return home to England to a normal life and a local day school for her son. The army was reducing its numbers and offering early retirement on good terms. But his father, as well as being generous and stern, kind and domineering, was wary of change long before he had lined up his arguments against it. He had other motives for getting Roland out of the way. 2 decades later, one evening over beers, Major retired Baines told his son that children always got in the way of a marriage. Finding a state boarding school in England for Roland was good for everyone all round. Rosalind Baines, née Morley, army wife, child of her times, did not chafe or rage against her powerlessness or sulk about it. She and Robert had left school at 14. He became a butcher's boy in Glasgow. She was a chambermaid in a middle-class house near Farnham. A clean and ordered home remained her passion. Robert and Rosalind wanted for Roland the education they had been denied. This was the story she told herself. That he might have attended a day school and stayed with her was an idea she must have dutifully banished. She was a small, nervous woman, a worrier, very pretty, everyone agreed. easily intimidated, fearful of Robert when he drank, which was every day. She was at her best, her most relaxed, in a long heart-to-heart with a close friend. Then she told stories and laughed easily, a light and liquid sound that Captain Baines himself rarely heard. Roland was one of her close friends. In the holidays, when they did the housework together, she told stories of her childhood in the village of Ash, near the garrison town of Aldershot. She and her brothers and sisters used to brush their teeth with twigs. Her employer gave her her first toothbrush. Like so many of her generation, she lost all her teeth in her early 20s. In newspaper cartoons, people in bed were often shown with their false teeth in a glass of water on the bedside table. She was the oldest of 5 and spent much of her childhood minding her sisters and brothers. She was closest to her sister, Joy, who still lived near Ash. Where was their mother when Rosalind was minding the children? Her reply was always the same, a child's view unrevised in adulthood. Your granny would take the bus to Aldershot and spend the day window shopping. Rosalind's mother fiercely disapproved of makeup. In her teens, on rare nights out, Rosalind would meet her friend Sybil, and together they would hide in a special place, a culvert under the road on the edge of the village, to apply their lipstick and powder. She told Roland that at the age of 20, already married to her first husband, Jack, expecting her first child, Henry, she believed he would come out of her bottom. The midwife put her right. Roland laughed along with his mother. He did not know where babies came from and knew it was not right to ask. The war came to Rosalind in a startling moment. She was an assistant to an old lorry driver named Pop. They were delivering supplies near Aldershot. A bomb hit the road and the blast knocked their lorry into a ditch. Neither of them was hurt. She continued with Pop after the war. By then Jack Tate had been killed on active service, and she was the mother of 2 children. Henry was living with his granny on his father's side. Susan was in a London institution for the daughters of dead servicemen. During the war there was plenty of work for women. In 1945, making regular runs to an army depot outside Aldershot, she became aware of the handsome sergeant in the guardhouse. He had a Scottish accent, an erect posture, a trim mustache. After many encounters, he asked her to a dance. She was frightened of him and refused several times before she gave in. They were married in January 2 years later. The year after that, Roland was born. She always spoke of her first husband in a low voice. Roland came to understand without being told that this man was not to be mentioned in front of his father. His name had a heroic sound to it, Jack Tate. He had died of stomach wounds received in Holland 4 months after the D-Day landings. Before the war, he had been a wanderer. Whenever he was away, Rosalind and her 2 children lived on the parish, which meant they were extremely poor. Sometimes the village policeman would bring Jack Tate back. Where had he been? Rosalind's answer to Roland's question was always the same: he slept under hedges. Roland's half-brother and sister, Henry and Susan, were distant, romantic figures, adults making their own way in England, with jobs, marriages, and babies. In his spare time, Henry played the guitar and sang in a band. Susan had been part of the household until Roland was 6. He thought she was beautiful and he loved her. But they were the children of Jack Tate, and there was something forbidden about them that rendered them indistinct. Why were they sent away in 1941 to live with a strict and unloving granny, Jack's mother, in the years before their father's death? Henry stayed there right through his teens until his national service. Susan was sent later to the harsh place in London, founded in the 19th century to train girls to be chambermaids. She became ill with an abscess in her throat and was eventually brought home. Why hadn't Susan and Henry grown up with their mother? He didn't pose these questions, even in his thoughts. They were constituent parts of the cloud that lay over family relations. That cloud was an accepted feature of life. During the half of his childhood that was Libya, He was never encouraged to write to his brother and sister. They never wrote to him. He overheard that Susan's marriage to Keith the bandsman was in trouble in itself, a hazy enough concept. She was to fly out to Tripoli to stay for a while. The day before they went to Raf Idris to collect her, Rosalind took Roland aside and spoke sternly. She said everything twice, as if he had done something wrong. He was never, ever to tell anyone that he and his sister had different fathers. If anyone asked, he was to say that his father was Susan's father. Was that understood? He nodded, understanding nothing. This serious adult matter belonged in the familiar cloud. Not speaking about it seemed proper and reasonable. At the beginning, when Roland and his mother arrived for the first time in Tripoli to join the captain, they lived in a 2-bedroom, 3rd-floor flat with a tiny balcony. The king's palace was close by. The heat and alien culture of central Tripoli and daily trips to the beach were exciting. But there was something wrong in the family, and soon there was something wrong with 7-year-old Roland. Nightmares with much screaming, attempts to jump from his bedroom window while sleepwalking. Sometimes his parents left him alone in the early evening in the flat. He would sit in an armchair with his knees drawn up, listening in terror to every sound, waiting for their return. Then he found himself in a nearby apartment, spending afternoons with a friendly lady. She was part Italian, and her daughter, June, a girl his age who became his best friend. June's mother was a therapist and must have been the one to suggest a practical solution. The Baines moved to a white single-story villa on a farm on the western edge of Tripoli. Here, peanuts, pomegranates, olives, and vines grew. If he leaped from his bedroom window, he would fall no more than 2 feet. The gift of a puppy, Jumbo, might also have been the therapist's idea. June and her mother returned to Italy, and for a while Roland was desolate. The farm revived him. A mile away, where the olive groves ended and scrub desert began, was Gurji military camp where the captain worked. Roland sometimes walked there alone to a school friend's house along a narrow sandy track flanked by high cactus hedges. In another part of the family cloud was his mother's sadness. He took it for granted. It lay hidden in her subdued tone, her nervousness, the way she paused in a task and looked away, drawn into a daydream or a memory. It was in her sudden outbursts of irritation with him. She always made up with kind words. Her sadness bound them closer. Every 3 or 4 months, for a couple of weeks at a time, Captain Baines would be in the desert with his unit on maneuvers. The plan was to be ready for the day when the Egyptians, backed by the Russians, attacked Libya from the east. The Centurion tanks that the captain's workshop serviced needed to practice their defensive moves. Roland, who knew something of these warlike preparations, got into his mother's bed at night not only to receive comfort, but to give it just by being there. He was protective of her even as he needed her. But he needed his father too. Caution and a military sense of order became a disabling obsession in Captain Baines's old age, but in his 40s he had a taste for adventure. When traveling Arab musicians came by the house, he went out onto the sand with them and took hold of their Zukra bagpipes and played along with the group. His army colleagues would not have put their mouths where an Arab's mouth had been. The excursions alone in the car with his 9-year-old son may have been part of his program to instill masculine virtues and skills. They drove to a troops training ground where Roland learned to climb a rope and swing hand over hand along netting. At the kilometer 11 rifle range, he lay beside his father and looked down the sight of a .303 No. 4 Mark I. He was taught to say at distant targets in a sandbank. Roland pulled the trigger, and the captain took the recoil in his shoulder. The noise, the danger, the deadliness were exhilarating. He arranged for Roland to go with a sergeant and drive a tank round the training ground of steep sand dunes. He taught his son Morse code and brought home 2 key sets and 100 yards of wire. He drove him to the grand parade ground at Azizia so he could roller skate across great distances. Captain Baines took a manly view of swimming. He taught his son how to dive and hold his breath under water for half a minute, and how to swim the crawl. The rightly named breaststroke was for girls. At the beach, they developed together a game they called the record. The captain stood chest-deep in the sea counting slowly while Roland stood unsupported on shoulders slippery from brill cream. Before it came to an end, not long before they took the plane to London, the record stood at 32. When Roland mentioned that he would like to find a scorpion, he and the captain set off into the scrub desert west of Tripoli. On such journeys his father would say 3/8, and Roland would shout out .375, or the captain would say 20 miles. And Roland would make the mental calculation, divide by 5, multiply by 8, and give the answer in kilometers. His father was priming him for the 11+ exam with the sort of questions he thought were bound to come up. None of them did. Capital of West Germany, Bonn. Name of the Prime Minister, Mr. Macmillan. They pulled over by the side of the empty road that led to Tunisia. For 10 minutes they walked into the immense stony desert of small cacti and brush. It did not surprise Roland that under the first stone his father turned was a large yellow scorpion. Its tail and sting were raised. It had been waiting for them. The captain recklessly pushed it into a jam jar with his thumb. For a week Roland fed it stag beetles, but the scorpion cowered. Rosalind said she could not sleep with it in the house. Robert took it into the workshop and brought it back floating in formaldehyde, sealed in a jar. For years, Roland imagined the scorpion's ghost making its way towards him to exact revenge. Its plan was to sting his bare feet while he was cleaning his teeth at night. It could only be kept at bay if he made a point of glancing down and whispering, "Sorry." His great and formative adventure had come earlier when he was 8. His father was central to it as a distant, heroic figure. Unusually, Rosalind was absent. This was the first time that remote turns in international events intruded on his small world. His understanding of them was minimal. He would learn in his next school that arguments among the Greek gods had serious consequences for mere humans below. Across the Middle East, Arab nationalism was a growing political force whose immediate enemy were the colonial and ex-colonial European powers. The new Jewish state of Israel, set on land Palestinians knew as their own, was also a goad. When President Nasser of Egypt nationalized the British-run Suez Canal in late July, he became a hero to the nationalist cause. It was assumed that anti-British feeling would run high in neighboring Libya. Once Britain and France, in an alliance with Israel, attacked Egypt to regain control of the canal, there were pro-Nasser demonstrations in Tripoli. The crowds also raised banners against King Idris, who was too well disposed to European and American interests. London and Washington decided to move all British and American families to safety until they could be evacuated. What could Roland know of this? Only what his father told him, that the Arabs were angry. No time to ask why. All children and their mothers must proceed immediately to the nearest army camp for their protection. By chance, when the Suez crisis broke, Rosalind happened to be in England visiting Susan. There was trouble at home that Roland knew nothing of. Nor did he know who came into the white villa while he was at school to pack a bag of clothes for him. Certainly not the captain, who was the officer in charge of the evacuation and was busy. The bus that brought him from his primary school in Azizia Barracks did not stop that day by the lane through the pomegranate orchard that led to the villa. It went on the extra mile to Gurji. There were sandbagged machine gun nests by the guardroom and light tanks parked by the road. Armed troops waved and saluted as their bus passed into the camp. The big 20-man tents were all the same, but it was a given that officers' children were accommodated separately from the children of the other ranks. The wives banded together to manage an improvised kitchen, dining room, and wash house. Nothing dramatic happened in the following week. Angry Arabs armed to the teeth did not attack the base in order to slaughter British children and their mothers. The camp was small, no one was allowed to leave, and Roland had never been happier. He and two friends had the run of the place. They came to know well the smell of engine oil on hot fine sand. They explored the vehicle workshops, talked to the tank commanders, played football on the full-sized grassless pitch. They climbed up scaffold towers to be with the machine gun crews. Either discipline was slipping or the expectation of an attack had vanished. The duty officers and soldiers, all young men, were friendly. A lieutenant took Roland on a whirl round the base on his 500cc motorbike. Sometimes Roland wandered by himself, content to be alone. The army mums who supervised meals, bathed 18 children one after another in a big tin bath and imposed bedtimes, were jolly and capable. Roland received extra sympathy because his mother was away. But maternal attention was just what he did not want. Complaints and needs were directed at Captain Baines and his men. Sometimes he descended among the family tents to sort out a problem, service revolver strapped to his waist. He did not have time to speak to his son. That was fine. Roland was too young to account for his euphoria in those few days. The rupture of routine, the excitement of danger mixed with an exaggerated sense of security, hours of unsupervised play with his chums. And then, a set of absences, squinting at the blackboard at the Azizia school, release from his mother's anxious attention and sadness, and from his father's iron authority. The captain no longer vigorously brill-creamed Roland's hair in the mornings before school and made a sharp parting with the tip of his comb. His mother no longer fussed over scuffs on his shoes. Above all, he was free of the unspoken family problems, which had a power over him as pervasive and mysterious as gravity. The families left the camp late at night and traveled to the RAF Idris airfield under heavy military escort, which included armored personnel carriers. Roland was proud to see his father in charge, as ever with his gun, giving orders to the troops, delivering mothers and children safely to the steps of the twin-engine propeller plane bound for London. But there was no opportunity to say goodbye. The episode, a taste of unreal freedom, had lasted 8 days. It sustained him at boarding school. It shaped his restlessness and unfocused ambitions in his 20s and strengthened his resistance to a regular job. It became a hindrance whatever he was doing. He was pursued by an idea of a greater freedom elsewhere, some emancipated life just beyond reach, one that would be denied him if he made unbreakable commitments. He missed many chances that way and submitted to periods of prolonged boredom. He was waiting for existence to part like a curtain, for a hand to extend and help him step through into a paradise regained. There his purpose, his delight in friendship and community and the thrill of the unexpected would be bound and resolved. Because he failed to understand or define these expectations until after they had faded in later life, he was vulnerable to their appeal. He did not know what in the real world he was waiting for. In the dimensions of the unreal, it was to relive the 8 days he spent in the confines of 10 armored workshops, Remé, at Gurji Camp in the autumn of 1956. Back in England, Roland and Rosalind lodged for 6 months in the house of a builder in Rosalind's home village of Ash. Roland attended the same local school as his mother had in the early 20s, and where Henry and Susan went too. By Easter of the next year, Rosalind and Roland traveled back to Libya, to a new development of villas close to the coast. Perhaps the separation had served his parents well, for life was easier, his mother was less tense, and the captain began to enjoy his adventures with his son. In July 1959, a school was chosen, and a visit was arranged for September, a few days before term began. Roland learned that he would be having piano lessons. The captain himself played the mouth organ in a clever vamping style. His taste was for songs of the First World War. It's a long way to Tipperary, take me back to dear old Blighty, pack up your troubles in your old kit bag. There were some Scottish songs, old Harry Lauder numbers he sang well. A wee Dioc and Doris, stop your tickling Jock, and I belong to Glasgow. It was his keenest pleasure in life to be drinking beer with his army mates, to play or sing to the company and get them to join in. His greatest regret was that he never learned to play the piano, never had the opportunity. Roland must have what he had missed. The chap who could play the piano, he often told his son, would always be popular. As soon as he started on an old favorite, everyone would gather round and join in. The lessons were arranged with the housemaster, who wrote back pleasantly to say that all was in order, and Miss Cornell, who had recently graduated from the Royal College of Music, would be Roland's tutor. The school took its music seriously, and he hoped that Roland would take part in next term's opera, The Magic Flute. A few weeks before the family left Libya for England, the captain made another bold move. He arranged for an Army 3-ton truck to deliver to the house enormous wooden crates. A corporal and a private carried them round to the small garden at back of the house. Father and son nailed them together to make a base in the garden. Roland would crawl inside his labyrinth of boxes to conduct chemical experiments with random mixtures of household products, Worcestershire sauce, washing powder, salt, vinegar, along with hollyhock, geranium and date palm leaves. Nothing ever exploded as he hoped. There it was. In their different ways they understood. The Palladian country seat on the far side of the cricket pitch marked the end of their triangular family. Its daily rhythms and currents of hidden feelings and conflicts had been intensified by being set in a distant outpost, one of the forgotten spoils of war. No one had anything to say about an end, so they walked on in silence. At last Roland let go of his mother's hand. His father pointed, and they obediently looked. On the green, a tractor and trailer were bringing rugby posts. One H-shape was being raised in place by 4 men with ropes. The trees had obscured them before. There were no stumps on the cricket pitch, and the scoreboard was blank. The end of summer. Now the driveway was taking them in a long curve past the stables and water tower. They had a glimpse beyond the main building of a balustrade, of ferns sloping away to woods, then the foreshore and the wide blue river again, drifting away from them in a broad straight road towards a far bend. Towards Harwich, the captain said. Roland did not know if this was his own idea or something he had once been told. Nothing is ever as you imagine it. He fully grasped its startling truth. The scale, the space, the grandeur and greenness. How could he have known what lay ahead from their small house in Georgian Popoli, or from his desk before the blurred blackboard in his classroom at Azizia Barracks, or from the gentle sea and carefree heat of Piccolo Capri? Now he was too much in awe to feel anxious. He walked between his parents as though through a dreamscape towards the grand building. They entered by a side door. Inside it was cool, almost chilly. Within a narrow space before the entrance hall there was a telephone booth and a fire extinguisher. The staircase was steep and modest. These details were reassuring. Then they were in a larger reception space with an echoing high ceiling and 3 polished dark doors, all closed. The family stood uncertainly in the center. Captain Baines was reaching again for the letter of directions when the school secretary was suddenly before them. After the introductions, her name was Mrs. Manning. The tour began. She asked some cheery questions of Roland, which he answered politely, and she announced that he would be the youngest in his year. After that, he barely listened, and she did not speak to him again, a relief. Her remarks were addressed to the captain. He asked the questions while Roland and his mother walked behind as if they were both prospective pupils, but they did not look at each other. What Roland did catch from their guide were the mentions she made of the boys. After lunch, when it wasn't rugby, the boys put on their boiler suits. That did not sound good. She said several times how strange or peaceful or tidy it was without these boys, but she missed them really. His old anxiety returned. The boys would know things that he did not. They knew each other. They would be bigger, stronger, older. They would dislike him. They left the building by a side door and passed under a monkey puzzle tree. Mrs. Manning pointed out a statue of Diana, the huntress, with what looked like a gazelle at her side. They did not go near as he would have liked. Instead, they stood at the top of some steps looking down at a gate which, she explained at length, was monogrammed in cast iron. Roland gazed at the immense river and drifted away in his thoughts. If they were at home now, they would be getting ready for the beach. Rubber flippers and masks with their distinctive smell in the heat, trunks, towels. Sand grains from yesterday would be in the flippers and mask. His friends would be waiting. At night his mother would dab pink calamine lotion on his burnt and peeling shoulders and nose. Now they were approaching a low modern building. Inside, upstairs, they inspected the dormitories. Here was the strongest evidence so far of the boys. Metal bunk beds in rows, gray blankets, the smell of disinfectant, scarred cupboards Mrs. Manning called tall boys, and in the washrooms rows of squat hand basins under small mirrors. No resemblance to the Palace of Versailles. Later, tea and a slice of cake in the school office. Roland's piano lessons were paid for in advance. The captain signed some papers, and after farewells, the walk back down the drive, a short wait under the immense tree for the bus into the center of Ipswich, then to the stuffy school outfitter, where the oak-paneled walls soaked up most of the available air. It took a long time to work through the list. Captain Baines went to a pub. Roland put on a bristling Harris tweed jacket with leather patches at the elbows and leather trimming at the cuffs. His first jacket. His second was a blue blazer. The boiler suit came flat in a cardboard box. It was not necessary to try it on, the assistant said. The one item he liked was an elastic belt in blue and yellow, fastened with a hook shaped like a snake. On the Ipswich train to London, heading back to his sister's place in Richmond, surrounded by bags of his stuff, his parents asked him in different ways if he liked the school or this or that feature. He neither liked nor disliked burners. It was simply, overwhelmingly there, and it was already his future. He said he liked it, and the look of relief on their faces made him feel happy. 5 days after his 11th birthday, his parents took him to a street near Waterloo Station where the coaches were waiting. One was set aside for new boys. It was an awkward goodbye. His father clapped him on the back. His mother hesitated over an embrace, then gave a restrained version of one which he received clumsily, sensitive to what the other boys might think. Minutes after, he witnessed many tearful, noisy hugs, but it was too late to go back. Inside the coach there were a difficult 15 minutes, with his parents on the pavement smiling and half waving and mouthing inaudible encouragement up at him through the window, while next to him was a boy who wanted to talk. When the coach began to move at last, his parents walked away. His father's arm was round his mother's shoulders, which were shaking. Roland's neighbor put out his hand and said, "I'm Keith Pittman, and I'm going to be a cosmetic dentist." Roland had politely shaken hands before with many grown-ups, mostly his father's army colleagues, but he had never performed this ritual with someone of his own age. He took Keith's hand and said, "Roland Baines." He had already noticed that this friendly boy was no bigger than he was. In the first instance, the shock was not separation from his parents 2,000 miles away. The immediate assault was on the nature of time. It would have happened anyway. It had to happen, the transition into adult time and obligation. Before, he had flourished in a barely visible mist of events, careless of their sequence, drifting, at worst stumbling, through the hours, days, and weeks. Birthdays and Christmas were the only true markers. Time was what you received. His parents supervised its flow at home, At school, everything happened in one classroom, and occasional shifts in routine were orchestrated by teachers who escorted you and even held your hand. Here, the transition was brutal. The new little boys had to learn quickly to live by the clock, be its servants, anticipate its demands, and pay the toll for failure. A telling off from an irritable teacher, or a detention, or, in the final resort, the threat of the slipper. When to be up and making your bed, when to be at breakfast, then assembly, then first lesson. To gather up everything needed 5 lessons ahead. How to consult your timetable or certain notice boards for lists that might contain your name. To walk punctually from one classroom to another every 45 minutes and not be late for lunch straight after 5th lesson. Which days were games, where to hang and retrieve your kit, and when to hand it in for washing. And on the afternoons when there were no games, when to be at class in the late afternoon, and when to be at class on Saturday mornings. When prep started and how long you had to complete your set tasks of memorizing or writing. When to shower, when to be in bed 15 minutes before the lights went out. Which were the laundry days, and at what time you must line up to present your dirty clothes to matron socks and underwear on certain days, shirts, trousers, and towels on others. When the top sheet on your bed became the bottom and the new sheet went on top. When to queue for knit or nail inspection or haircuts or pocket money distribution, and when the tuck shop opened. Possessions consorted tyrannically with time. They could disappear at the ends of your fingers. There were many things you were likely to lose or forget to bring at the start of the day: the timetable itself, a textbook, last night's prep, other exercise books, printed questionnaires and maps, a pen that didn't leak, a bottle of ink, pencil, ruler, protractor, compass, slide rule. If you kept all these small things in a case, you could lose that too and be in bigger trouble. P was a separate, terrifying concern. Twice a week you carried your gym kit from class to class. The game's master, Mr. Evans, a Welshman, was a bully who punished lateness or physical inadequacy with viciousness, mental and physical. In that first week, he dug his thumbnail deep into Roland's ear for failing to sit cross-legged on the rugby pitch in the correct manner. As the pain increased, he scrambled on the grass to find the right position. In Libya, only Libyans sat on the ground, which was stony, hard, and hot. In the gym, the game's master's gym, the fat, the weak, and the clumsy were the likely victims. After the first encounter, Roland escaped attention. Time, which had been an unbounded sphere in which he moved freely in all directions, became overnight a narrow one-way track down which he traveled with his new friends from lesson to lesson, week to week, until it became an unquestioned reality. The boys, whose presence he had dreaded, were as bewildered as he was, and friendly. He liked the warmth of the Cockney accents. They huddled together, some wept at night, some wet their beds, most were relentlessly cheerful. No one was ridiculed. After lights out, they told ghost stories, or elaborated their theories about the world, or boasted about their fathers, some of whom, he learned later, were non-existent. Roland heard his own voice in the dark trying and failing to evoke the Suez evacuation. But the story of the accident was a success. A man sailing through the air to his certain death, a woman blinded and bleeding, sirens, police, his father's bloodied arm. Another night, Roland repeated it by general request. He gained status, an element that had never been part of his life. He thought he was becoming a different person, one that his parents might not recognize. After lunch, 3 afternoons a week, Roland's year group put on their boiler suits, simply done, and were sent out to play unsupervised in the woods and along the river's foreshore. Much that he had read about in the Jennings novels and dreamed of from dry Libya was at last fulfilled. It was as if they had received instructions from Boy's Own magazine. They built camps, climbed trees, made bows and arrows, and dug a dangerous, unsupported tunnel and went through it on their stomachs for a dare. At 4 o'clock they were back in class. The hands that held fountain pens might be still streaked with black estuary mud or grass stains. If it was double maths or history, it was a fight to stay awake for 90 minutes. But if it was Friday, when the last lesson was English, the teacher thrilled them by reading aloud in a high nasal voice another episode of a cowboy story, Shane. It occupied most of the term. It took Roland several weeks to understand that most of the teachers were not fierce or hostile. They only appeared so in their black gowns. Largely, they were genial, and some even knew his name, though only his surname. Many were shaped by their service in the war. Even though it had ended 14 years ago, his entire lifetime plus almost a quarter the World War remained a presence, a shadow, but also a light, the source of virtue and meaning, just as it was in Libya, in the Georgian Popoli villa, and in Gurji workshops on the edge of the desert. The Lee Enfield .303, whose trigger he had been allowed to pull, had belonged to the 7th Armored Division, known as the Desert Rats, and it must surely have killed Germans and Italians. Here in rural Suffolk, the hall and its land were requisitioned in 1939 for the Army and later the Navy. Their monuments were the Nissen huts on the edge of the woods sloping down towards the foreshore. Now the huts were used for Latin and maths. A short walk through those woods was the burner's concrete hard, down which boats were carried or wheeled into the river. Close by was a wooden jetty built in the war by Army engineers. From there, on 6 August 1944, a reinforcement group of 1,000 soldiers in 40 landing craft set off down the River Orwell for the long haul to the Normandy beaches and the liberation of Europe. The war lived in the unfading stenciled lettering on the brick wall outside the sickbay decontam center. It was alive in most classrooms, where discipline was not imposed but assumed by ex-servicemen who themselves had once received orders in a grand cause. Obedience was a given. Everyone could relax. Roland's terrible secret was revealed within 2 weeks. The new boys were sent in batches to the sickbay and stood stripped to their underpants, crammed together in the waiting room until their names were called. He presented himself before the fearsome Sister Hammond. It was said of her that she took no nonsense. Without a greeting, she told him to get on the scales. Then he was measured, his joints, his bones, his ears, even his testicles were inspected for abnormalities. Finally, the sister put an eye patch on him and, turning him by his shoulders, made him stand behind a line and look at a board of diminishing letters on the wall. In near nakedness, he was about to be uncovered. His heart was thudding. Squinting couldn't help him. His right eye was no better than his left, and all his guesses were wrong. He could not read past the second row. Unsurprised, Sister Hammond made a note and called the next boy. 10 days after his visit to the Ipswich optician, he was sent from his classroom to collect a stiff brown envelope. It was a warm autumnal morning. The sky was cloudless. He stopped before a tall oak tree to experiment before returning to class. He looked first to make sure there was no one nearby. He removed the case from the envelope, prized open the heavily sprung lid, and took out the unfamiliar device. It felt alive in his hands, repellent. He opened its arms wide, raised it to his face, and looked up. A revelation. He called out in joy. The great shape of the oak leaped as though through an Alice in Wonderland mirror. Suddenly, every separate leaf of the many thousands that covered the tree resolved into a brilliant singularity of color and form and glittering movement in the slight breeze. Each leaf a subtle variation of red, orange, gold, pale yellow, and lingering green against a deep blue sky. The tree, like the scores around it, had made a portion of the rainbow its own. The oak was an intricate giant being that knew itself. It was performing for him, showing off, delighting in its own existence. When he shyly put his glasses on in class to test out possibilities of ridicule and shame, no one noticed. At home in the Christmas holidays, with the Mediterranean horizon restored to a sharpened blade, his parents made only neutral comments in passing. He noticed that dozens of people around him wore glasses. For 2 years he had worried about nothing and got everything wrong. It was not only the material world that had come into focus. He had caught sight of himself for the first time. He was a particular person more than that, a peculiar one. He was not alone in thinking so. Back at school a month later he was dispatched from the classroom on an errand to deliver a letter to the secretary's office. Mrs. Manning wasn't there. As he approached her desk he saw his name, upside down in an open file. He edged round the desk to read it. In a box marked IC, he read a number 137 that meant nothing to him. Below it he read, "Roland is an intimate boy." There were footsteps in the corridor outside and he came away quickly and returned to his class. Intimate. He thought he knew what it meant, but surely you had to be intimate with someone. When he was free in the afternoon, he went to the library for a dictionary. He felt sick as he opened it. He was about to read an adult verdict on who or what he was, close in acquaintance or association, very familiar. He stared at the definition, his bafflement confirmed. Who was he supposed to be familiar with? Someone he had forgotten or had yet to meet. He never discovered, but he kept a special feeling for the word that held the secret of his selfhood. In his second week he had gone for his first piano lesson in the music block, close to the sick bay. For the previous 10 days his life had consisted of unfamiliar events. This was just another, so he felt nothing as he sat swinging his legs in the waiting room. It was new, but everything was new. No sound of a piano, only a murmur of voices. An older boy came out of the practice room, closed the door behind him and left. There was silence, then the sound of scales from a more distant room. Somewhere a workman was whistling. The door opened at last and a braceleted hand and part of an arm beckoned him in. The little room was filled with Miss Cornell's scent. She sat on the double stool with her back to the piano and he stood before her while she looked him over. She wore a black skirt and a cream silk blouse buttoned right up high on her throat. Her lips were painted deep red in a tight bow. He thought she looked stern and felt a first touch of anxiety. She said, "Show me your hands." He did so, palms down. She put out her own hand to touch and examine his fingers and nails. Unusually for his age, he kept his nails short and clean, his father's military example. Turn them over. At the sight of his hands, she shifted back slightly. Then she looked into his eyes for several seconds before speaking. He looked into hers, not because he was bold, but because he was frightened and didn't dare look away. She said, "They're disgusting. Go and wash them and be quick." He didn't know where the washroom was but pushed on an unmarked door and found it by chance. The cracked bar of soap was dirty and moist. She sent other boys in here. No towel, so he dried his hands on the front of his shorts. The running water had made him want to pee and that took up time. With a superstitious sense that she was watching over him, he washed his hands again and again wiped them on his shorts. When he went back, she said, "Where have you been?" He didn't answer. He showed her his clean hands. She pointed at his trousers. Her nails were painted the same color as her lips. "You've wet yourself, Roland. Are you a baby?" "No, miss." "Then we'll begin. Come here." He sat beside her on the stool and she showed him middle C and told him to put the thumb of his right hand on it. She showed him on the page in front of him how the note was written, and this was a crotchet. There were 4 of them in this bar and he was going to play them, giving equal value to each note. He was still flustered by her humiliating question and her use of his Christian name. He hadn't heard it since he said goodbye to his parents. Here he was Baines. When he had unfolded fresh socks that morning, a wrapped sweet had fallen out, a toffee he liked put there by his mother for him to find. It was in his pocket now. A wave of homesickness came over him which he instantly suppressed as he played the note 4 times. The third sounded far louder than the first 2, and the fourth hardly sounded at all. Do it again. The trick of keeping control of oneself was to avoid any thoughts of kindness his parents, especially his mother, had ever shown him, but he could feel the sweet in his pocket. "I thought you said you weren't a baby." She reached across the piano lid and pulled a tissue from a box and pressed it in his hand. He worried that she might call him Roland again or say something comforting or touch his shoulder. When he had finished blowing his nose, she took the tissue from him and dropped it in a waste paper basket at her side. That might have undone him, but as she turned back to him, she said, "Missing Mummy, are we?" Her sarcasm was a deliverance. "No, miss." "Good. Let's get on." At the end, she gave him an exercise book with stave lines. His prep was to learn and write out minims, crotchets, quavers, and semiquavers. Next week he would clap them for her, and she would show him how he would do it. By now he was standing before her as he had been at the beginning of the lesson. Even though she was sitting and he was not, she was taller. As she softly beat out a run of semiquavers, her perfume grew stronger. When she had finished, he thought he was dismissed and turned to go. But she indicated with a finger that he was to stay. "Come closer." He took a step towards her. "Look at the state of you. Socks round your ankles." She leaned forward from the stool and pulled them up. "You'll go and see your matron and get a plaster on this knee." "Yes, miss." "And your shirt." She drew him to her, unfastened his snake belt and the top button of his shorts, and tucked his shirt in, front and back. Her face was near his as she straightened his tie, and he had to look down. He thought her breath was perfumed too. Her movements were swift and efficient. They were not about to make him homesick, not even her final touch, which was to use her fingers to brush his hair away from his eyes. "That's better, and what do you say now?" He struggled for an answer. "You say thank you, Miss Cornell." "Thank you, Miss Cornell." And so it began in fear, which he had no choice but to acknowledge, along with another element he could not think about. He appeared before her at his second lesson with clean, or cleaner, hands, but his clothes were a mess as before, though he was no worse than the other boys in his form. He had forgotten about the plaster for his knee. This time she tidied him up before the lesson began. When she unbuttoned his shorts to straighten out his shirt, the back of her hand brushed across his crotch. But that was accidental. He had done the work in the exercise book, and he clapped the time value of the notes correctly. He had prepared well, not out of diligence or a desire to please her, but because he feared her. He did not dare miss or arrive late for her lesson or disobey her whenever she sent him out to wash his hands, even though they were already clean. It never occurred to him to ask other boys who took piano with her how she treated them. His Miss Cornell belonged in a private world separate from friends and school. She was never maternal or affectionate with him so much as distant, sometimes contemptuous. From the beginning, by assuming authority over his appearance, especially when she unbuttoned his shorts, she established complete rights or control, mental and physical, though after those first two occasions she did not touch him in an unusual way. As the weeks passed, she bound him to her, and there was nothing he could do about it. This was a school. She was the teacher, and he had to do as he was told. She could humiliate him and make him tearful. When he repeatedly failed at an exercise and risked saying he could not do it, she told him he was a useless little girl. She had a frilly pink frock at home belonging to her niece and would bring it to the next lesson, confiscate his clothes, and make him wear it to class. All that week he lived in terror of the pink frock. At night he was sleepless. He wondered about running away, but then he would have to confront his father, and he had nowhere to run to. He had no money for the train and buses to get to his sister's. He did not have the courage to drown himself in the river Orwell. When the dread lesson came round at last, there was no evidence or mention of the pink frock. The threat was not repeated. Perhaps Miss Cornell did not even have a niece. 8 months passed, and he could play the simplified prelude. After the pinch, the smack with the ruler, her hand on his thigh, then the kiss, he had begun lessons in another building with the head of music, Mr. Clare. He was kindly and expert, the director and conductor of the school's production of The Magic Flute. Roland had helped with painting the flats and with the scene changes. The card that Miss Cornell had promised did not arrive in time, and that was the reason, so he told himself. He did not bike to her house for lunch on the half-day holiday. even though he had not forgotten her clear instructions on how to find her cottage. He was still feeling relief at having left her behind. When her card had come 2 days later with its one-word message, "Remember," he thought he could ignore her. He was mistaken. Miriam Cornell appeared more and more frequently in arousing daydreams. These reveries were vivid and obliterating, but there could be no conclusion, no relief. His young, smooth body with its treble voice and a child's soft gaze was not yet ready. At first, she was one of a small cast. The others were girls in their late teens, friendly, delightful in their nakedness, their faces remembered from photographs in his mother's clothing catalogs. But by the time he was 13, Miss Cornell had driven them out. She stood alone on stage in the theater of his dreams to supervise with her indifferent gaze his first orgasm. It was 3 a.m. He got out of bed and went through the dormitory to the washroom to examine what she had produced in his palm. He thought he was choosing her, but soon it was clear that there could be no release without her. She had chosen him. In silent dramas she drew him to her in the practice room. Often, as an overture, the kiss was reimagined, deeper, hungrier. She would unbutton his shorts all the way down. Then they would be somewhere else, both naked. She showed him what to do. He never had a choice. He didn't want a choice. She was cool and determined, even contemptuous. Then, at the right moment, she gave him a deep look that suggested affection, even admiration. She had seated herself into the fine grain not only of his psyche but of his biology. There was no orgasm without her. She was the specter he could not live without. One day the English teacher, Mr. Clayton, came into the class and said, "I want to talk to you boys about masturbation." They froze in embarrassment. To hear a master use the word was excruciating. "I've only 2 words to say to you." Mr. Clayton paused for effect. "Enjoy it." Roland did. One long, boring Sunday he thought he would lay the ghost of Miriam Cornell by summoning her 6 times in as many hours. Pure indulgence, and he knew she would be back. For half a day he was free of her, then he needed her again. He had to accept that she was now embedded in a special region of fantasy and longing, and that was where he wanted her to remain, trapped in his thoughts like the tamed unicorn behind its circular fence. The art master had shown the class a picture of the famous tapestry. The unicorn must never be free of its chain, never leave its tiny enclosure. Moving between classes, he sometimes saw her in the distance, and he made sure they never met. On long bike rides around the peninsula, he was careful to avoid her village. He would never go and see her even if she became seriously ill and was on her deathbed and sent a pleading message. She was too dangerous. He would not go to her even if the world was about to end. 3. A cloud of self-deception was general across Europe. A West German TV channel persuaded itself that the radioactive miasma would contaminate not the West but the Soviet Empire alone, as if to take revenge. An East German ministry spokesman referred to an American plot to wreck the people's power stations. The French government appeared to believe that the cloud's southwestern edge matched the Franco-German border, which it had no authority to cross. The British authorities announced that there was no possible risk to the public, even as they set about closing 4,000 farms, forbidding the sale of 4.5 million sheep, impounding tons of cheese, and emptying a sea of milk down drains. Moscow, reluctant to concede an error, let its infants and children drink irradiated milk, but soon self-interest prevailed. There was no choice. The emergency had to be confronted, and that could not happen in secret. Roland joined the retreat from reason. While Lawrence slept in the evenings, he set about taping up the windows with plastic sheeting to seal the house. But the cloud had missed London. Cesium-137 was detected on Welsh pastures, in northwest England and in the Scottish Highlands, and still he kept on. It was a long job, for the tape would not hold unless the window frames were free of dust. The stepladder was rickety and too short. It swayed dangerously when he stood on tiptoe on its summit to wipe the top of a frame with a filthy damp cloth. Once, only a wild clutch at a curtain rail saved him from falling backwards. He knew the project was unhinged. Daphne said so and tried to talk him out of it. Other people were not securing their homes. The weather was warm. A lack of ventilation would be unhealthy and unnecessary. There was no radioactive dust. It was madness. He knew that. His circumstances were mad and he could do as he liked. To stop now would be to concede he had been wrong all along. Also, a respect for order derived from his father insisted that what was started must be finished. It would have depressed Roland in his current state to go about the house today peeling off and binning the sheeting of yesterday. Finally, it was fortifying not to believe anything the authorities put out. If they said the cloud had gone northwest, then it must be settling in the southeast. If they were isolating so many healthy sheep, then watch out. He would be a loner and a warrior. He ate from tins and paid attention to the date stamps on the lids. Nothing post late April. Lawrence joined in, making his first moves towards solids. His milk was of the best pre-Chernobyl spring water. Together they would survive. It was not a good state, pretending to be out of his mind. Outwardly he was plausible enough, looking after and playing with the baby and bringing in more bottled water, doing the chores at rough speed, talking on the phone with friends. When he phoned Daphne another time, he depended on her. In the weeks after Alyssa's disappearance, he got Peter instead. Roland elaborated his theory that the Chernobyl disaster would mark the beginning of the end for nuclear weapons. Suppose NATO had launched a tactical device at Ukraine to halt a Russian tank advance. See how we all suffered. Poison from Dublin to the Urals, from Finland to Lombardy. Blowback. A nuclear arsenal was militarily useless. Roland had raised his voice, another sign that he was not himself. Peter Mount, who then worked for the National Electricity Grid and knew about power distribution, thought for a moment and said that uselessness had never got in the way of war. A few years earlier, Peter had shown Roland round his workplace, the National Control Center. Its peripheries resembled a military base, with high-security fences, electronically operated double barriers, and two expressionless guards taking their time checking Roland against a list. The hub of the center looked like a seedy copy of NASA's Houston control room, technicians silent before their consoles, a bank of dials and gauges, a wide screen on a high wall. Here the essential business was to match supply to demand. The trip was dull. Roland, with low interest in the management of electricity, worked hard at paying attention. He was not excited like Peter at the prospect of computers one day running the show. The only memorable moment came in the early evening. Television monitors high on the control room walls were tuned to the popular soap Coronation Street. Someone talked loudly into a phone in anglicized French. As the advertising break approached, a voice over the pie counted down from 10 to the moment when millions rose from their sofas to power up their kettles for tea. 0. Two hands on a heavy black lever pulled down hard. Megawatts were flushed at the speed of light along cables below the English Channel, purchased from the uncomprehending French. What was Coronation Street? What was the point of an electric kettle? Surely it was nothing so crude as a lever that someone pulled. But Roland was to tell the story so often that he came to trust his account. The afternoon resembled a school trip. At the end they finished up in a fluorescent-lit canteen. Peter, some colleagues and Roland sat around a formica table still wet from a heavy wipe-down. The conversation turned to selling off electricity distribution to private companies. Bound to happen, was the consensus. Serious money to be made. But this too was not one of Roland's subjects. He gave the appearance of full attention while he remembered a school trip to the Ipswich Harris Bacon factory at the age of 11, not long after he failed to appear at Miriam Cornell's for lunch. The idea was to watch what happened to the pigs he'd been feeding for the Young Farmers Club. Such misery at 5. 30 a.m. 2 heavy pails of swill meat scraps floating in custard from the school kitchens to be carried with a friend, hands solish, all the way to the piggery. Not so easy at that age, in the damp autumnal pre-dawn, to light a fire under a colossal iron bowl and tip the swill in to warm. As it did, the pigs were frantic at the scent. The boys climbed into the sty, heaving the hot muck in pails with the pigs battering their legs. The hardest part was pouring the swill into the troughs without being knocked to the ground. Afterwards, in the Ipswich bacon factory, as now at Peter's place, he sat with others at a Formica canteen table. Roland the child had been in a state of shock, refusing food or drink. The orange cordial in paper cups smelled of pigs' guts. He had seen slaughter and blood as in a nightmare. Squealing victims herded from a sealed truck, running in panic down a concrete ramp towards men in rubber aprons and gumboots inches deep in blood. In their hands electric stunners, the flash of knives slitting throats, naked bodies suspended by chains round ankles approaching massive doors swinging open to a white jet of roasting flame. Then corpses spinning in boiling water scoured by revolving drums with steel teeth, whining power blades, heads with eyes and mouths open in stacks. Tipped vats of gleaming viscera sliding down steep tin chutes towards roaring grinder machines making dog food. Electricity was the cleaner business, but each left its mark. After Roland came away on the coach from the bacon factory, he did not eat meat for 3 years. Inconvenient at school in 1959, the housemaster sent a letter of complaint to his parents. The captain, who had never heard of anyone not eating meat, disliked the letter's peevish tone and backed his son. He must be provided with alternative forms of nourishment. Whenever, as now, Roland picked up an electric kettle, he thought of 2 hands, real or imagined, pulling a lever in the name of balance, supply and demand and magical convenience. Daily life in the city, from tea to eggs and bacon to ambulances, was sustained by hidden systems: knowledge, tradition, networks, effort, profit. They included the postal services that had brought Alyssa's 5th card. It lay picture side up on the kitchen table by the tulips. It was 11 p.m. He had sealed the last window and made a makeshift screen around the back door into the garden. The radio was murmuring the news farmers were protesting against the restrictions on their flocks. Roland was drinking tea because he had given up alcohol. The decision was instant and easy, in part prompted by a call from Detective Inspector Brown. A liberation. To mark it, he had poured a bottle and a half of scotch into the kitchen sink. The detective told him that on the day of her disappearance, Alyssa's name was on a list of foot passengers aboard the 5:15 p.m. Dover to Calais ferry. She spent the night in Calais at the Hotel des Tilleuls, not far from the railway station. She and Roland had been there a few times together, had sat with their drinks in a dusty, narrow courtyard where 2 lime trees struggled for the light. They liked these low-priced, unassuming places with creaking floors, flimsy furniture, the unreliable shower with an ancient soap-stiffened plastic curtain. Downstairs, a fixed menu at 34 francs. These were various memories overlaid. A tall waiter with hollow cheeks and silver hair along the line of his cheekbones brought round the tables a silver tureen of soup. There was dignity in the way he presented it: potato and leek. Next, a piece of grilled fish, 1 waxy boiled potato, half a lemon on the side, a white bowl of green salad, a liter of red wine in a bottle without a label, cheese or fruit. It was the year before they married. They made love upstairs on a narrow, jangling bed. Not right for Alyssa to have gone there without him. He felt the desertion in a focused moment of nostalgia. He cast the hotel as her lover and was jealous of it, but she may not have been alone. The centralized system, Napoleonic and paranoid, of registering and collating all guests in French hotels was still in place. The following 2 nights, Brown told him, she stayed in Paris at the Hotel La Louisiane on the Rue de Seine in the Sixum. They knew it well, more betrayal on the cheap. After Paris, Alyssa spent one night in the Hotel Terminus in Strasbourg. She was welcome to that one, whatever it was. About Munich, nothing. West Germany took less interest in its visitors than France. Brown's voice sounded distant. Behind it were murmuring voices, a typewriter, and repeatedly a meowing cat. Your wife is wandering about Europe, her own free will. We've no reason to think she's in danger. For now, that's as far as we can go. No reason for Roland to mention her latest message. This affair was his own, as it should have been from the start. He pushed for an apology. You don't think I faked the postcards. You don't think I murdered her. Not as things stand. I'm grateful to you for everything, Inspector. Will you bring back the stuff you took away? Someone will drop it off. The pictures you took of my notebook. Yes. And the negatives. The voice was weary. We'll do what we can, Mr. Baines. Brown rang off. Roland's grubby hands were around his tepid mug of tea. The wall clock showed 11:05. Too late to phone Daphne and discuss Alyssa's latest card. Lawrence would wake within the hour. Best to shower now. But he didn't move. He took the postcard and stared again at the color-enhanced picture of a sloping meadow backed by the Bavarian Alps. Wildflowers, grazing sheep. Not so far from her birthplace. As it happened, on the late news, a Welsh hill farmer was explaining that city people could not begin to understand the bonds of affection that tied people like him and his wife to their sheep and lambs. But the animals in their care, certainly the lambs, were heading anyway towards some version of the Ipswich factory. Gentle justice. Dispatched to oblivion by the ones who loved you. By the one who insists she still loves you. Dear Roland, away from you both, physical pain. I mean it, a deep cut. But I know MTHRHD would have sunk me, and we were talking of a second. Better pain now than longer pain, chaos, bitterness later. My only course plus my path ahead are clear. Today, kind people in Myrna let me be one HR in my CHLDHD BDRM. Soon heading north to parents. Please don't phone there. I'm sorry, my love. A in suffering's race she aimed to pull ahead. The abbreviation still got to him after several readings. She had more than an inch of clear space along the card's serrated bottom edge. Plenty of room to spell out motherhood. In the market town of Myrna, from her childhood bedroom tucked below a sloping ceiling, she had gazed out of the dormer window across the orange rooftops towards the Staffelsee and contemplated the span of her 38 years with its sudden break, her breakout from the burdens of ordinary life, the regrettable miracle of Lawrence's existence, the ordinary fact of a less than brilliant husband. But her path, it wasn't her kind of word. She didn't believe in the preordained, which was what following a path implied. She was not religious, even in a diluted way. She was or had been a well-organized teacher of German literature and language who spoke highly of Leibniz, the Humboldt brothers, and Goethe. He remembered her a year before, recovering from a dose of flu, sitting up in bed absorbed in a German biography of Voltaire. She was a benign skeptic by nature. He was ruling out New Age cults. No guru would tolerate her taste for gentle teasing. If she had stood for 1 hour in the bedroom she had once shared with the fraying Teddy that now reclined in Lawrence's cot upstairs, then her path ran backwards into the past. And if she was traveling north to see her parents, Roland would be confirmed in this view. It was a difficult relationship. There were frequent storms. Apart for half a year, they got on each other's nerves at sight, even though they were close or because they were. Last time he and Alyssa, 4 months pregnant, visited Liebenau was in April 1985. They had come to bring the parents the joyous news. A row broke out in the kitchen after dinner, brief but loud. Jane and her only child were washing the dishes together. The ostensible matter was the stacking of clean plates in a cupboard. In the next room, Heinrich and Roland were drinking brandy. In this household, men were banished from all aspects of housework. As the voices rose in German to explode finally into English, the mother's tongue, Roland's father-in-law gave him a look, A what-can-you-do shrug and grimace. The real issue came out at breakfast. For months. Why was Jane among the last to know, long after all their London friends? How dare Alyssa get married without inviting her parents? Was this the right way to treat those who had loved and cared for her? Alyssa could have told her mother that the child she was carrying was conceived in the bedroom upstairs. Instead, she was instantly furious. What difference did it make? Why was her mother not rejoicing in her wonderful son-in-law and the prospect of a grandchild? Why didn't she appreciate that she and Roland had come all this way to deliver the news in person? She was due back in the classroom on Monday morning. Alyssa spelt out the journey with great alliterative energy. By chance, it was a good part of Roland's old boarding school route. London to Harwich, to the Hook of Holland, to Hanover, to here. It was tiring and expensive. She had expected a warm welcome. She should have known better. Roland's German was good enough for him to follow, but not up to the right kind of calming remark. That was for Heinrich, who said suddenly, as he had before, "Genug, enough." Alyssa left the table and went into the garden to cool off. Next morning breakfast was taken in silence. If she were there now in the neat brick and timber house standing in the center of a half-acre garden, she must have some specific purpose. If she were to tell her parents she was deserting her child, and husband the Roe would be like no other. Jane Farmer was born in Haywards Heath in 1920, the daughter of two schoolteachers of modern languages. After grammar school, where she excelled at French and German, she did secretarial training. The question of university never came up. She was a 90-words-a-minute girl. At the beginning of the war, she worked in a typing pool at the Ministry of Information and shared a tiny, unheated flat in Holborn with a school friend. Under the influence of this flatmate, who went on to become a senior figure at the Courtauld in the 60s, Jane started reading contemporary poetry and fiction. Together, the two went to poetry readings and started a book discussion club that lasted almost 2 years. Jane wrote short stories and poems, none of which was accepted by any of the small magazines that hung on during the war. She continued with various filing and typing jobs in different ministries and had affairs with men who had literary aspirations like herself. None of them ever broke through. In 1943, she answered a classified ad for a part-time typist at Cyril Connolly's Horizon magazine. She did 4 hours a week. She later told her son-in-law that she was seated in an invisible corner and given the dullest correspondence. She wasn't beautiful or well-connected and socially adroit like many of the young women who passed through the office. Reasonably enough, Connolly barely noticed her, but occasionally she was in the presence of literary gods. She saw, or thought she saw, George Orwell, Aldous Huxley, and a woman who may well have been Virginia Woolf. But as Roland knew, Woolf had been dead for 2 years and Huxley was living in California. There was one glamorous highborn figure, an exact contemporary, who took a friendly interest in Jane and even passed on a couple of frocks she no longer needed. She was Clarissa Spencer Churchill, niece of Winston. She later married Anthony Eden before he became Prime Minister. In 1956, she remarked famously that there were times when it seemed the Suez Canal flowed through her drawing room. Clarissa moved on. Jane remembered Sonia Brownell, who married Orwell, as a kindly presence. She gave Jane 2 books to review, but never ran either piece. Jane was a marginal figure in the Horizon scene, coming in 2 afternoons a week after work at the Ministry of Labor. But cumulatively, the place had an effect. By the time the war was over, her literary ambitions were fixed. She wanted to travel across Europe and report back. She had once overheard Stephen Spender talking about a brave group of anti-Nazi students, the White Rose, working out of the University of Munich. It was a nonviolent intellectual movement which secretly distributed pamphlets listing and denouncing the regime's crimes, including the mass murder of Jews. In early February 1943, The main members of the group were rounded up by the Gestapo, tried in a people's court, and beheaded. In the spring of 1946, Jane managed to get Connolly's attention for 5 minutes. She proposed that she travel to Munich and look for survivors of the movement and get their story. They surely represented the best of Germany and the spirit of its future. At Horizon's inception in late 1939, the editor had taken an aesthete's view of the war. The greater defiance was not to bend to the madness of the moment, but to stand aside and continue to uphold the best literary and critical traditions of the civilized world. As the war progressed, Connolly became convinced of the importance of serious engagement, of reportage, preferably from the front line wherever that happened to be. He was kind and encouraging to Jane, amenable to her idea, and offered £20 from the magazine's account towards her expenses. This was generous. He had in mind an additional project. After she was finished in Munich, he wanted her to pop across the Alps to Lombardy and report on the food and wine there. The British diet, always a disgrace, had been made even more wretched by the war. Now was the time to start thinking about the sunny culinary traditions of Southern Europe. Even before the war was over, he had been to Paris to stay at the newly opened British Embassy and enjoy the food. Now he wanted to hear about farmhouse cooking, about Spedo Bresciano, Osso Bucco, Polenta e Uccelli, and the wines of Brescia. He produced the £20 note from the petty cash tin. The commission that would transform Jane Farmer's life and initiate Alice's was agreed in the few minutes before Cyril Connolly left in a hurry for lunch at the Savoy with Nancy Cunard. 26-year-old Jane Farmer left England in early September 1946 with £125, half of it in US dollars, cunningly spread about her person and luggage. Connolly signed a headed letter declaring her to be Horizon's European correspondent at large. In the summer of 1984, on Roland's first visit to Liebenau, he sat in the garden with Jane. They had been talking literature earlier in the day, and she had put on the table an old cardboard box. Jane showed Roland the yellowish-headed note with the editor's signature. Connolly and Brownell had put themselves out. They may have felt sympathy for the office girl some referred to as Farmer Jane. Through an ex-Me6 friend of Malcolm Muggeridge, Brownell supplied 3 names and possible Munich addresses of people who would know something of the White Rose. Through Connolly's contacts, Jane also carried a couple of letters of introduction to British Army officers who might help her out if she got into trouble crossing France. There was a haphazard whip round. Cunard, always keen to honor a resistance movement, donated £30. Arthur Koestler gave £5 to someone to give to her. A few Horizon writers contributed 10-shilling notes. Most dropped half a crown or a 2-bob bit in the White Rose box kept in the office. Jane had inherited £50 from an uncle. She suspected that the £5 Sonia gave her came from Orwell. On that summer's evening in the Liebenau garden, after showing Roland Connolly's letter, Jane took from the box her 7 journals. She tried to convey her sense of liberation on the journey she took from London to Munich via Paris, and Stuttgart, the most thrilling episode of her life. No longer an obedient daughter or humble employee, or the social and intellectual inferior in the corner of an office, and not yet a dutiful wife. For the first time in her life she had made a serious choice. She had initiated a mission and an adventure. She was in no one's care. She relied on her wits, and she was going to be a writer. After 3 weeks in France, she surprised herself by talking her way into an invitation to a dinner in an officers' mess near Soissons. She persuaded a reluctant Welsh sergeant to let her ride in his truck the last 30 miles to the German border. She fended off advances from various soldiers and civilians. An American lieutenant with whom she had a brief affair drove her from near Stuttgart to Munich in his jeep. She had decent school French and German, and she soon improved in both. "I became myself," she told Roland. And then I lost myself. The journals were a secret. Heinrich did not know of them. But Roland could show them to Alyssa if he wanted. Jane left him alone in the garden while she went indoors to prepare supper. The first page of the first volume told him in neat copperplate that on 4 September 1946, she traveled third class on the reinstated Golden Arrow from London to Dover, and the Fletch d'Or from Calais to Paris. If she noticed her fellow passengers or gazed from the carriage window as she crossed the expanses of liberated Picardy, she made no record. She got started in Paris, seedy and glamorous by turns, amazingly intact. Shops are empty. She worked on her journalistic skills, describing her tiny hotel and its proprietaire in the Latin Quarter, a fight outside a baker's, a couple of the first few American tourists treated coolly in a tabac by the locals. She witnessed an argument in a bar between a British naval officer who spoke good French and a sort of French intellectual. A summary of their positions. Officer a little drunk. Don't tell me whose side France was on in the war. Your lot fought and killed our troops in Syria, Iraq, and North Africa. Your battleships wouldn't sail from Mers el Kabir to Portsmouth to be with us, so we were forced to attack them. Now we learn that your gendarmes here in Paris marched 3,000 French children to the Gare de l'Est to be transported to their deaths. They happen to be Jews. Silver-haired intellectual, also a little drunk. Keep your voice down, Mcewan. Someone might kill you for these sentiments. Your version is warped. Those ships would have stayed loyal to France. Later, when the Germans tried to take our ships in Toulon, we sank them first. My brother-in-law was tortured to death by the Gestapo. They killed nearly everybody in a village near my hometown. The Free French were with you and fought bravely. Thousands of French citizens were lost in the liberation to the shells of your warships. The resistance was the true spirit of France. At which everyone in the bar shouted Vive la France. I just kept on writing, pretending I'd heard nothing. She let Roland keep the notebooks overnight. He read them after dinner and later that evening as they lay side by side in bed. Alyssa started on the first, by which time he was reading the account of a very amusing evening with British officers in Soissons, in a fine house with a park and a lake. What impressed Roland was the confidence and precision of the prose. More than that, she had the gift of brilliant and daring description. The page and a half devoted to the affair with the American lieutenant, Bernard Skiff, was a surprise. Jane Farmer had never encountered such a generous lover, so extravagantly attentive to a woman's pleasure, a contrast to the Englishmen she had met so far with their mealy in and out. Aware of his parents-in-law on the other side of a thin wall, he read in a whisper Jane's description of oral sex with Skiff. Alyssa said also in a whisper, she must have forgotten it, she'd die if she thought I'd read it. 2 days later they had both read the Munich journals to the end. Before lunch they went for a stroll through Liebenau along the banks of the Gross to the castle. Alyssa was in an agitated state, excited by what she had read but baffled, even offended. Why had her mother never mentioned the notebooks? Why give them to Roland, not her? Jane ought to publish them, but she wouldn't dare. Heinrich would never allow it. Within the family, the White Rose was his property, even though there were other survivors. A handful of scholars, historians, journalists had been to interview him. He hadn't been a central figure and never pretended otherwise. He was asked to give advice for a movie production. When he saw the result, he was disappointed. They hadn't caught the reality. The Skulls, Hans and Sophie, they weren't like that, they didn't look like that. He said this even as he conceded he barely knew them. The newspaper articles, the scholarly essays, the books that began to appear didn't please him either. They weren't there, they can't know, the fear. Now it's history, it's no longer real, it's just words now. They don't realize how young we were. They can't understand that pure feeling we had. Journalists today are atheists. They don't want to know how strong our religious faith was. There was nothing in any account that could ever satisfy him. It was not a matter of accuracy. It pained him that what had been a lived experience was now an idea, a hazy notion in the minds of strangers. Nothing could conform to his memories. Even if his wife's journals could have brought everything to life, they would have threatened him by displacing him in the story. This was Alyssa's view, and Roland thought she was right. Her father was a forceful man with old-fashioned views. Jane as an independent woman wandering around France and Germany having sex with strangers. Publication, even with a private press, was unthinkable. Jane would never go against his wishes. One mutinous concession she made was to permit her daughter and Roland to make a secret photocopy to take back to London. Publication of a sort. The day before they left, they went to a print shop in Nuremberg and spent the afternoon waiting for a copy on a slow and faulty machine. They concealed the 590 pages in a shopping bag. As they walked back along the river with it, Alyssa talked to Roland about her father. He was a kindly 70-year-old, conservative, entrenched in his views. His memories of the White Rose movement and his opinions about it were fixed. He wouldn't want them complicated. As for the oral sex at the thought of her father, a devout and upright churchgoer, acquainting himself with the energetic lieutenant of almost 40 years before, Alyssa began to laugh so hard she had to support herself against a tree trunk. Roland was thinking about their stroll through Liebenau village as he picked up her postcard from the kitchen table and went upstairs to shower. Yes, that summer of 1984, she had been in a state of strange and fluctuating moods after reading her mother's journals. They had discussed them at length, then the subject faded. In the winter they moved to the Clapham house. The baby was on the way. Daphne and Peter were expecting their third, and the two excited households saw much of each other. Daily life swept all before it. The half-forgotten photocopy was wrapped in newspaper and stowed in a drawer in their bedroom. He paused at the foot of the stairs. No sound yet from Lawrence. In the bedroom he dropped his clothes into the laundry basket, radioactive from the Chernobyl dust. He could almost believe it. He stood in the bath under the improvised showerhead that hung precariously from an untiled wall, purging himself. Memories had a long half-life. As they hurried back through the center of Liebenau to be in time for supper, he had wondered if the journals might allow Alyssa to see her mother differently, admire her more, be less inclined to quarrel. The opposite was the case. During that last day they were impossible together, like a bickering elderly couple who had long ago missed their chance of separating. 64-year-old Jane treated her daughter as a competitor who needed to be put in her place. As soon as they were back at the house, Alyssa was fighting her mother in the kitchen over the timing of supper. At table, they had a full-on row about the Christian Democratic Union and Helmut Kohl's Erziehungsgeld, his proposed child care allowance legislation. A clenched fist thump on the table from Heinrich ended it. Later in the garden they wrangled over the sequence of events during a childhood family holiday in the Dutch fishing village of Hindelupen. When Roland was getting into bed with Alyssa that night he asked, as he had a few times before, what was it between them? "It's the way we are. I can't wait to go home." Later that night he woke to find her crying. That was unusual. She wouldn't tell him what it was about. She fell asleep on his arm while he lay awake on his back thinking of the young Jane farmer's shocked arrival in Munich. Lieutenant Skiff had warned her. She had followed the progress of the war but had missed accounts of the 70 major bombing raids on the city. She climbed out of the jeep at an intersection by the remains of the main railway station. Munich was in ruins. She felt personally responsible. A ridiculous sentiment, Roland thought. It looked as bad, she wrote, as Berlin. Far worse than London's Blitz. She kissed Bernard Skiff goodbye at length, with no pretense they would ever hear from each other again. He was a married man from Minnesota with 3 children and had shown her the happy photographs. He drove off. She picked up her suitcase and set off with a 20s Baedeker in her free hand. She stopped in some shade to look at a fold-out map. Impossible to know where she was when she could see no street signs. Around her was a wasteland, the day unseasonably warm. Masonry dust thrown up by the thin traffic, mostly American military vehicles, hung in the windless air. Near where she stood the buildings were without roofs. The windows were great holes, vaguely rectangular. 16 months on from the end of the war, the rubble had been collected up into tidy mountains. She was surprised to see an old electric trolley gliding along, filled with passengers. There were a fair number of people on the street, so she abandoned the map and made use of her school German. Passers-by were not hostile at the sound of her accent, nor were they particularly friendly. An hour and some wrong or misheard directions later, she found a place, a boarding house off Geislstrasse by the university, close to the English Garden. It amazed her, as it had all the way across France, that there were hotels and people to change the sheets and cook whatever could be found. So soon after total war, elsewhere food was scarce. On roadsides, burned-out tanks were an unsurprising sight. The garbage of war was everywhere. In a French village, the blackened wing of a fighter plane lay across the pavement. For reasons she could not discover, no one wanted to move it. The roads and the railway stations left standing were filled with displaced persons, Jewish survivors, ex-soldiers, ex-prisoners of war, refugees from the Soviet area of control. Tens of thousands were crammed into special camps. Everywhere, homelessness, filth, hunger, sorrow, bitterness. 2/3 of this city were a ruin. But there were pockets of innocent normality where bombs had not fallen. Her tiny room on the 3rd floor was dusty and smelled damp, but on the bed was a smooth, plumped-up duvet, then an exotic item for the British. Standing at the window, angling her gaze to where she thought the river was, she could almost persuade myself that the madness had not happened. The boarding house, as far as she could tell, had been taken over by American officers and civil administrators. As she descended the stairs from her room, she could hear typing behind closed doors. The smell of cigarettes leaked heavily into the stairwell. Next morning, she walked the short distance to the main university building on Ludwigstrasse. She was directed to the 1st floor. She went down a long colonnaded corridor busy with students. More unexpected normality. She stopped outside the administration office to run through the German vocabulary she had prepared. Inside a rectangular room with high windows were a dozen secretaries or filing clerks. There was no obvious reception desk, so she spoke to the room in a loud voice in textbook German. Everyone turned to look at her. Entschuldigung, guten Morgen. She was writing an article about the White Rose movement for a famous London magazine. Could anyone help her with some names of people she might approach? She was ready for an unfriendly response. 6 key members, Hans and Sophie Schall, 3 close student friends and a professor, were sentenced to death and guillotined. Other executions followed. When news of the death spread, 2,000 students gathered to shout their approval. Traitors, communist scum. And now, too soon, too shameful perhaps for anything beyond an embarrassed silence. Instead, there was a friendly murmur. A couple of typists were standing from their desks and smiling as they came towards her. 3 years before, these clerks might have felt obliged to spit at the mention of the White Rose. In the new dispensation, the University of Munich wished to identify itself with the group, take pride in its courage and moral clarity. No other German seat of learning could claim such martyrs. The Schalls, Alex Schmorl, Willy Graf, Christoph Probst, Professor Kurt Huber were Munich's own. In the face of overwhelming and brutal state power, their resistance had been purely intellectual. Those kids were so young, so brave. Who would wish to dissuade a university, including its lowliest administrators, from claiming such figures as symbols of a return to its true purpose, free thought? This, Jane wrote, was once the university of Max Weber and Thomas Mann, and so it is again. The first to reach her was a plump lady in her 60s with glasses that magnified her eyes and gave her the appearance of an amiable frog. She took Jane's elbow and turned her towards a filing cabinet. She took from it a thin sheaf of mimeograph papers. Hierer ist alls was sie wissen müssen. Here is everything you need to know. Copies of the original 6 White Rose pamphlets, each barely 2 pages long, were passed through Switzerland or Sweden to London. They were copied in quantity and dropped in millions across Germany by the RAF. Jane felt foolish in her ignorance. She had thought the leaflets were rare documents, long ago gathered up and destroyed by the Gestapo. Muggeridge or his contact must have known. Probably everyone in the Horizon office knew and assumed that she knew too. Others in the Munich University office were writing down names and addresses. There were mild disagreements. She heard interjections of "she no longer lives there," and "he's a liar, he wasn't involved." The name of a sister in G. Skal came up. She would be at the family home in Ulm. Someone said no, she was in Munich. The rumor was she was writing an account. She had spent time in a concentration camp and was still recovering. She might not want to talk. Others said she would. There was no anger in these exchanges. The mood, according to Jane, was of excitement and pride. She spent an hour in the office. She was worried that a senior figure, a supervisor, would come in and give a general scolding for which she, Jane, would be responsible. But the supervisor was already in the room. He was a shaggy figure in a dark suit 2 sizes too big for him. He was the one who explained to her the sequence of the leaflets, the first 4 produced in the summer and autumn of 1942, and secretly distributed around Munich and nearby towns. The final 2 were written early in the following year, after Hans Skal, Probst and Graf had returned from the Russian front, where they served as army medics. The very last was produced only a day or so before the Gestapo arrested the group. He told Jane that she would notice the difference in leaflets 5 and 6. She said her thanks and farewells and promised that she would send a copy of her article. On Ludwigstrasse, impatience overcame her. She stopped on a corner, took out the stapled sheets and read the title of the first, Leaflet of the White Rose. Her German was good enough to see her through the first sentence without a dictionary. Nothing is so dishonorable in a civilized nation as to permit itself to be governed without resistance by a reckless clique that has surrendered to depraved instinct. She devoted half a page of her notebook to her reaction on reading these words. Roland assumed that by the time she wrote the entry she had read all 6 leaflets. Nothing is so dishonorable in a civilized nation. It was as if I was reading a translation from the Latin of a venerable figure of antiquity. This opening declaration on such a grand note, written by a man, a student still in his mid-20s, with a passion for intellectual freedom and his sure sense of a precious artistic, philosophical, and religious tradition under threat of annihilation. I felt a thrill, a sort of swoon. It was like falling in love. Hans Skal, his sister Sophie, and their friends, almost alone in the nation, raising their tiny voices against a tyranny, not in the name of politics but of civilization itself. Now they were dead. 3 years dead, and I grieved for them on a corner on Ludwigstrasse. I so much wanted to know them, to have them here with me now. I walked back to the hotel full of sadness, like a bereaved lover. She did not leave her room until she had reread and annotated the leaflets. How perilous, what courage, to call the Third Reich a spiritual prison, a mechanized state apparatus lorded over by criminals and drunkards, and to write that every word that Hitler utters is a lie. His mouth is the stinking gate of hell, and all set in such scholarly terms of reference. Goethe, Schiller, Aristotle, Lao Tzu. She felt as though I was receiving an education. She understood fully how a close acquaintance with writers like these could extend and enrich a love of freedom. She found herself cross, even resentful that her parents, without much thought and because she was a girl, had never offered her the privilege of the university education her brother had enjoyed. He was still in the army, a captain with the Royal Artillery. He'd had a distinguished war. She made the decision then, sitting up on the bed in her little room with its partial view of the English garden, that once she was back, once she had turned in her article, she would get herself to a university. Philosophy or literature, preferably both. It would be her own small act what exactly? Of resistance, of homage. She owed it to the white rose. She wrote out phrases from the leaflets. The government's most despicable crimes, crimes that massively outstrip every human standard. Never forget that all citizens deserve the regime they are willing to endure. Our current state is the dictatorship of evil. And from Aristotle, the despot is endlessly disposed to stir up wars. At the very end of the first leaflet, after two elevated verses from Goethe's The Awakening of Epimenides, a simple, hopeful appeal struck her deeply with its pathos. Please make as many copies of this leaflet as you can and distribute them. Since the invasion of Poland, 300,000 Jews have been slaughtered there in the most bestial manner. Hans Skahl and his companions longed with a passion to rouse the German people from their inaction, their apathy in the face of these abominable crimes, crimes that demean the human race. The inane stupefaction of the German people encourages these fascist criminals. Unless they took action, no one could be exonerated, because every man is guilty, guilty, guilty. In the final sentence of the fourth leaflet, we will not be silent. We are your bad conscience. The white rose will not leave you alone. But there was hope, for it was not too late. Now that we have seen them for what they are, it must be the first and only duty, the sacred duty of every German, to destroy these monsters. In the face of total and vicious state power, all that was available was passive resistance. Quiet sabotage in factories, laboratories, universities, and in all branches of the arts. Do not donate to public appeals, do not contribute to the collections of metal, textiles, and similar. In the last two leaflets the tone was heightened. The titles were now Leaflets of the Resistance and Fellow Fighters in the Resistance. The fifth declared that with the United States rearming, the war was approaching its end. Time for the German people to dissociate themselves from National Socialism. But Hitler was leading Germany into the abyss. Hitler cannot win the war, he can only prolong it. Retribution is coming ever closer. Correct, Jane primly recorded in her notebook, but a little too early. The White Rose opposition seemed to have no political project for the future. Then, in this last and shortest of all the leaflets, written in January 1943, Jane read, "Only in broad cooperation between the nations of Europe can the way be readied for reconstruction. The Germany of tomorrow must be a federal state." Sophie Skahl was caught distributing this sixth leaflet in the same university building Jane had visited that day. A janitor saw her tipping the sheets down the light well of the grand entrance. He reported her, and that was the end. By then German forces had been repelled at Stalingrad. The slaughter there was on an unimaginable scale. This was rightly identified as a turning point in the war. 330,000 Germans have been pointlessly and recklessly driven to death and destruction by the brilliant planning of our World War I Private First Class. Führer, we give you thanks. In the final paragraphs of the final leaflet, a desperate plea for German youth to rise up, in the name of intellectual and spiritual values, of intellectual freedom, of moral substance. German youth must destroy its oppressors, and set up a new Europe of the spirit. The dead of Stalingrad beg us to act. Then the last ringing sentence. Our people are ready to rise up against the National Socialist subjugation of Europe in an ecstatic new discovery of freedom and honor. And there it closed in excitement and hope. There came in a quick succession after the arrests, a show trial with foregone conclusion, and the first of the executions. 3 young heads brimming with goodness and courage sliced from their bodies. Sophie Skahl, the youngest, was 21. Jane lay on the bed for half an hour in a state of exhaustion and elation. It gave way, she wrote, to an indulgent session of self-criticism. How small and ill-defined her own life seemed to her now. A shapeless mass of weeks were piled behind her. In a daze she had spent the war typing administrative letters. In all her years she had dared nothing beyond an illicit cigarette at the age of 14 in a thicket of rhododendrons beyond the school playing field. Good luck had seen her through the Blitz, but that was no achievement. She had suffered it along with everyone else. She had never stood up to anyone or risked herself for an idea, a principle, and now she didn't answer her own question. Hunger got the better of me. I hadn't eaten all day. The hotel had no food that evening. She wandered through the university district looking for a cheap place to eat. I felt different, on the edge of becoming a different person. I was at the start of a new life. At last she found somewhere selling disgusting sausage on stale bread, but the mustard rescued it. The immediate answer to and now was to work through her list of white rose contacts, write her piece, then set off for Lombardy. Among the ruins of Munich, her existence seemed to her quite brilliant. She was casting herself as an honorary member of the group. She would continue its work, help build the new Europe they had dreamed of. Even a modest contribution would count, like improving English cuisine. She wrote in skittish mood, by describing the art of osso buco. A quarter of a century later, when she heard that her country had at last joined the European project, she felt thrilled at the connection to a moment in her youth. Now here, she devoted herself during the following 10 days to a serious attempt at piecing together the story of the White Rose. Her first mistake was to assume that the Me-6 contacts represented privileged information. She did much walking across the city with her Baedeker only to draw 3 blanks. The first, a turn-of-the-century apartment block, was a ruin. In another, a small house in a narrow street in Schwabing was lived in by an Italian family who said they knew nothing. The third, also in Schwabing, was intact, but it looked like much time had passed since anyone had lived there. In the chaos of war, then post-war, no one stayed in place for long. She did better with her university leads, though there were still many blanks. Her first success was an hour with a friend of Else Jebel who had been a political prisoner, a trustee whose job it was to register those arrested by the Gestapo. Jebel spent time with Sophie Scholl during those last days and even shared a cell with her for 4 nights. It was the truth at 2 removes, but Jane trusted this lively, intelligent woman, Stephanie Rude. Jebel was planning to write her own account that might perhaps be included in the book G. Scholl was writing. Stephanie was certain that Scholl would be happy for Jebel to talk to Jane. Sophie Scholl had told Else that she always assumed that if she was caught leafleting or daubing freedom on Munich walls that it would cost her her life. After her first all-night interrogation, she came back to the cell calm and relaxed. When she was given the chance to say that she had been mistaken about National Socialism, she refused. It was her captors who were mistaken. But when she heard that Christoph Probst had been brought in, her defenses were down. He was the father of 3 young children. Later she rallied, sustained by religious faith and belief in the cause. She had persuaded herself that the Allied invasion must come soon and the war would be over in weeks. She remained convinced of the evil of National Socialism and insisted that if Hans, her brother, was to die, she must too. She was calm during the proceedings of the People's Court. After being sentenced, she was driven to Stadelheim prison, where her brother and Probst were taken too. The Scholls had a moment with their parents before their execution. Everything Jane heard in this and other interviews was to pass into legend. The White Rose became the staple of the classroom, of bad poetry, of easy sentiment and sanctity, of dramatic movies and solemn children's books, endless scholarship, and a cascade of doctoral theses. It was the story post-war Germany required as a founding narrative of the new federal state. It became a shining tale so well worn, so emphatically embraced by officialdom, that in later years it would provoke cynicism or worse. Wasn't Hans Skahl once a group leader in the Hitler Youth? Wasn't the admired musicologist Professor Huber an anti-Semite, and didn't his influence show in the second leaflet with its curious qualifier? Regardless of whatever position we take in relation to the Jewish question, sections of the German left accused Huber, a traditional conservative, of being an anti-Bolshevik, just like the Nazis. Others wondered what difference these young Christian innocents made. Only the military might of the United States and Soviet Russia could have defeated Nazism. But Jane believed that to read the story of lonely resistance while the country was in ruins and half the population was starving, and every German was still just waking from the nightmare to which they had all, or almost all, contributed, would be inspirational, a revelation, the beginnings of redemption. And here she was in the right time and place, ready to write and publish the first sustained account. In a week, she spoke to a dozen people with various degrees of proximity to her subject. She was fortunate to get half an hour with Falk Harnack, who happened to be visiting Munich. He had been a director at the National Theater in Weimar. He was well connected to the scattered and uncoordinated elements of the German resistance. He had set up a meeting between Hans Skahl and a Berlin group of dissidents. The date agreed turned out to be that of Skahl's execution. From different sources, Jane heard accounts of a famous formal occasion at Munich University when the assembled students, including maimed veterans, were addressed by a top National Socialist Party hack, the Gauleiter Paul Giesler. In line with their policy of passive resistance, the Skahls stayed away. During a gross and leering speech, Giesler instructed the women students to get pregnant for the fatherland. It was their patriotic duty. To those women who were not attractive enough to find a partner, he promised to assign them to his adjutants. The students drowned him out with a crescendo of catcalls, foot stamping and whistling, and began to leave an unheard-of mass protest against the party. The White Rose was not so alone after all. Jane met Katharina Schudekopf and later, too briefly, Gisela Schertling, Hans Skahl's girlfriend that was the closest Jane came to the core of the group. Katharina showed her photographs of the Skahls, Graf and Probst. Both Schudekopf and Schertling had served time in prison for dissident activities. By now Jane had collected more than enough background material on the 6 key members of the movement, including Professor Huber. On the evening before her last 2 interviews, she wrote the opening paragraph of her Horizon article. The next morning she set off once more to Schwabing, this time to meet a mature law student at Munich University, Heinrich Eberhard. He had been an enthusiastic painter of Down with Hitler and Freedom graffiti around Munich, and had traveled to Stuttgart and other towns to distribute the 4th, 5th, and 6th leaflets. Earlier, while serving in France, he had been hit in the foot by a large-caliber bullet and had been granted non-combatant status and given extended study leave. He had met various people in the group, but he was never an intimate member. He knew one of the young lawyers, Leo Samberger, who had watched the Skahls, Probst's trial in horror and shame. Jane thought he would be of interest. She arrived punctually at 10. Unusually for a student, Heinrich's ground-floor room was large, decently furnished and well lit with a glazed door onto a small garden. When he greeted her, Jane felt a shiver of recognition. It was as if all her research had prepared her for this moment, which was another way of saying that it had somewhat distorted and beguiled her judgment. The tall young man with the soft voice and slight limp who shook her hand and gestured her towards a chair was the incarnation of Skahl, Probst, Schmorl, and Graf combined. Like them in their photographs, he held a pipe in his hand, at that moment unlit. She saw in him Hans's energy and good looks, Christoph's open, honest gaze, Alex's delicacy, Willie's dreamy profundity, and the same abundant, swept-back dark hair. Jane's impression was immediate. Heinrich was the White Rose. Even in that flustered moment, she realized that she was in a strange, possibly deluded state, but it made no difference. She was enraptured. Her hands shook a little as she settled herself in the chair and took her notebook from her bag. In a grave tone that perhaps, she thought, concealed a good-natured tease, he complimented her on her German. When he rose to cross the room and make her a small cup of terrible coffee, she saw the open law books heaped on his desk and a framed photograph of what she took to be his parents. No sign of a girlfriend. She picked up her coffee, taking care not to let the cup rattle against the saucer. For a while she answered his polite questions about her journey from England, the state of Paris, of London, of food rationing. She was desperate to make a good impression. After the preliminaries, Jane guided the conversation to the trial. What had Heinrich learned from his friend Samberger? With the conversation now on the resistance, Heinrich was more interested in talking about the other groups that the White Rose had been in touch with. He himself was originally from Hamburg, a city with an honorable tradition of hostility to Hitler. Hans Skahl had made connections there with a radical set interested in French resistance-style sabotage. There had been an attempt to procure some nitroglycerine. Then there were the cells in Freiburg and Bonn. Stuttgart was a separate case. And then there was the Berlin group, directly influenced by the White Rose. His voice was low and calm, and she loved the sound of it. But talk of other anti-national socialist groups up and down Germany made her impatient. It complicated the story. She was in no position to squeeze into 5,000 words all the uncoordinated, ineffective dissident movements, especially those that sprang up after Stalingrad and the relentless bombing of the Rhineland cities. She wanted only the White Rose. She was bound to the subject. Why was Heinrich leading her away from it? She persisted with her questions, and finally he began to tell her everything he had heard from his friend and other sources. His voice became lower and somewhat toneless. Jane leaned forward to hear him. Her journal recorded a mosaic of prison and court gossip, some of it third-hand in untypical spidery writing. Strong emotions may have made her hand shake. Everybody, even the prison guards, even Robert Mower, the Gestapo interrogator, was impressed by the dignity and calm of the accused. Mower was amazed by Sophie Skahl's acceptance of her imminent death. The farewell letters to family and friends that Hans, Sophie, and Christoph were advised to write were not delivered. Instead, the authorities filed them away. In court, the Skahl's parents came in right at the end. The mother fainted, then she recovered. The judge, Freisler, was well known as a brute. In his eyes, the three were dead before their trial began. Once sentence was passed, Sophie refused to make the customary statement. Hans tried to plead for Christoph, who was the father of 3 children, one of them a newborn, but Freisler cut him off. For the executions, the condemned were transferred to Stadelheim prison on the edge of Munich. The guards relaxed the rules and let the Skahls see their parents. Probst's wife was still in hospital, weak from an infection after giving birth. Sophie looked beautiful. She ate the little treat, a sweet thing that her mother had brought and that Hans had refused. Sophie was taken away first and went without a murmur. When it was the turn of Hans, just before he laid his head on the block, he shouted something about freedom. Accounts varied. Heinrich paused. He might have noticed that Jane's eyes were moist. He told her by way of comfort of a rumor that Judge Freisler was killed in a bombing raid. Then came the small gesture of kindness that was to transform their lives. Heinrich leaned across the table and put his hand on top of Jane's. In response, after several seconds, she turned her hand and interlocked her fingers with his. They squeezed tight. What happened next was not described, but Jane noted that she left Heinrich's room around 9 that evening. 11 hours later. The next morning she wrote a note to a colleague of Kurt Huber apologizing for her failure to appear at her final interview. Jane was not a professional journalist. If in her research she had been too close to her subject, now she was submerged and lost in it. It did not matter whether it was Heinrich she fell for or the white rose. In a surge of powerful feelings, she could not have told the difference. She needed them both. The tears that caused him to lay his hand on hers were prompted by her imagining how easily it could have been Heinrich led to the guillotine. The same beauty and intelligence, kindness and courage, terminated at a stroke. Within a week she had moved out of her boarding house and into Heinrich's Schwabing room. There were some cold autumn evenings now, but his place was warmer than anywhere she had known in London. Her life was changing at such a speed. She had never known herself so impetuous. Day and night, they were never apart. Heinrich set aside his work for law exams. Jane had no time for writing. She was not troubled because when they roamed the city, she was still on the trail of the white rose. Heinrich pointed out to her Hans Skahl's rooms, and then the house belonging to Karl Muth, where the group and various friends often met. This was where Heinrich had first met Willy Graf and the Skahls. Together they went out to the Stadelheim prison and to the Perlach cemetery nearby, but they couldn't find the graves. Perhaps they were looking in the wrong places, or the local authorities under Gauleiter Giesler had not wished to encourage martyr worship. One evening, not long after she had moved in with him, Heinrich showed Jane his most valuable possession. It was under a pile of books, between folded moth-holed curtains and wedged between layers of cardboard. He had kept it hidden through the war. It was a first edition of the Blå Reiter Almanac, published in 1912, a kind of manifesto of the group of expressionist artists active in and near Munich in the few years before the First World War. They were condemned by the National Socialists as degenerate, and their paintings were looted and sold or destroyed or hidden away. Soon, Heinrich said, when the paintings of Kandinsky, Mark, Munter, Werfkin, Mackie, and many others were restored to the gallery walls, this publication would be worth a lot of money. It was a gift for his 20th birthday from a well-off uncle who loved modernist art and had lost almost his entire collection. From then on, for Jane and Heinrich, the Blå Reiter was their joint pet project. From rose to rider, from white to blue, from war to peace, one intense movement happily succeeded another. Heinrich had a book of paintings dating from the late 20s, and although nearly all the illustrations were in black and white, Jane began to share his taste for what was described to her as non-representational color. On an unusually warm day in mid-October, they rode south 60 kilometers out of the city on a borrowed ancient motorbike to the small town of Murnau. It was an act of homage. The lovers Wassily Kandinsky and Gabriel Munter had come here in 1911 and been entranced. They rented a house which became a center for the Blå Reiter group. They claimed that the town and the countryside around it was a great stimulus to their art. Jane and Heinrich were also entranced as they strolled through the narrow streets. Perhaps they saw the bright autumnal colors of the surrounding trees and meadows through the eyes of Gabriel Munter. They had heard that she still had a house in Murnau. Much later they learned that, like Heinrich, but on a far grander scale, she had hidden away from the National Socialist government many Blå Reiter works, including several by Kandinsky. And so it was that after Jane became pregnant in January 1947, and when they were quietly married in the same month, the thrilling idea of moving to Murnau took form. They rented a house and moved in during the spring. By the time they were unpacking their possessions in the 3-story chalet, Jane was coming to terms with the fact that she was never going to write her piece on the white rose. She was in love, visibly pregnant, and committed to a new existence. Heinrich had found work in the office of a country solicitor dealing in agricultural conveyancing. She was absorbed in setting up a home for the baby. With much guilt and many drafts, she wrote her letter of explanation to the Horizon office. Connolly had been so kind to her that she could not bear to address him directly. Instead, she wrote to Sonia Brownell, explaining that conditions in devastated, starving Munich had made it impossible to find out much about the White Rose. She could hardly say that she had married into it. For health reasons, she said, she was not able to travel to Lombardy. She undertook to pay back in time all the money she had been given. Once she had posted her letter, she felt better. She experienced a pang when later that year, in G. Scoll's book came out. Jane could have been first into print, but she knew that the Scoll book was far better, more intimate and emotionally charged, more justified than anything she could have achieved. Even so, her regret lingered through a lifetime. Heinrich slowly shrank or solidified into himself he was not, and had never pretended to be a Scoll, Probst, or Graf. He became a small-town solicitor, a regular churchgoer, a man of sound and firm opinions, and a locally active member of the CDU. Jane resolved her destiny in the home. Soon all their pleasant Murnau neighbors had to agree that her German, her tuneful Bavarian accent, was almost perfect. She never went to university like her brother, never became a published writer, never popped across the Alps to relay the secrets of the ultimate osso bucco to the unsensual English. It was not until she and Heinrich had moved north in 1955 that she began to accept that she had ended up with a safe life and a dull marriage. The same uncle who had provided the Blau Reiter Almanac left Heinrich in his will a house in Liebenau, near Nienburg. Jane would have preferred to remain in Murnau, but the prospect of living rent-free was, according to Heinrich, irresistible. Once there, they never lived anywhere else. For medical reasons that were never explained, Jane had no more children. Heinrich had completed his law degree in Munich in 1951 and eventually became a senior partner in a Nienburg firm. Jane hardly noticed how conventionally obedient she gradually became to her husband's wishes. Reciprocally, he had no awareness of his own domineering manner, his expectation that she should serve him in the home. Those who knew Jane well observed on some occasions a touch of sharpness, even sourness of disillusion in her manner. Many years later at supper, describing to her son-in-law the trip she never took to the farmhouses of northern Italy, she proclaimed self-mockingly, "I could have been Elizabeth David," but that lay far in the future. According to the last page in her final notebook, she was in a state of bliss in that fine summer of 1947. She decorated and arranged the rooms just so in the new house, planted out herb pots by the kitchen door, with vegetable and cut flower patches further down the garden. And at weekends she swam in the calm waters of the Staffelsee with her handsome young husband, Heinrich Eberhard, one of the few hundred Germans among millions to have resisted the Nazi tyranny. Sometimes the couple saw from a distance the 70-year-old Gabriel Munter in the street. On only one occasion, after some nervous discussion, did they approach her. She was standing alone outside a butcher's shop. They thanked her for her art, which had brought them not only enormous pleasure but had led them to beautiful Murnau. She said little and moved away, but they took her gracious smile to be a form of blessing. In those sunny months, Jane was less troubled by her abandoned projects than she would be later. She felt more joyous than anyone deserved to be in a country wrecked and impoverished by a disastrous war, and there was surely more joy to come. On that high sentiment the journal ended. In October that year, Alyssa was born. He was startled from his thoughts by a single piercing cry in the darkness. It was not the ordinary sound of a baby waking and needing comfort. He knew he was capable of projection in this period of his life, but this feline wail sounded to him like despair. What must it be to burst out of deep infant sleep into the shocking singular fact of existence? Everything unknown about the world, little to know it with. In that thin tapering sound, utter loneliness. A human shout. He was on his feet at the first instant, his own thoughts obliterated, as if he too had woken out of nothing. Wearing only a towel, he took a bottle of milk off the warmer. By the time he had his arms around Lawrence, his cries had resolved into sobs, gulps too heavy at first to let him to drink. At last, he settled to it hungrily. By the time Roland had changed him and put him back under the covers, the baby was almost asleep. It was a pleasure to settle in the small armchair by the cot. The night visit could be a two-way arrangement. Roland was soothed by watching his son sleep, face up, arms thrown back, his hands barely reaching the full extent of his head. A big fat brain and its bone protection was such an encumbrance starting out. So heavy it wouldn't let Lawrence sit up during his first 6 months. Later it might think of other ways to be a burden. For now the high-domed, almost bald head declared the baby to his father as a genius. Was it possible to find happiness and be a genius? Einstein did well enough, playing the violin, sailing, loving fame, finding pure joy in his general theory. But a messy divorce, battle for the children, distressing love affairs, paranoia that David Hilbert would steal his show, never making peace with the quantum, with the brilliant young men who owed him everything. Better to be stupid or run-of-the-mill. No one believed that. The stupid had their own roots to unhappiness. As for the contented mediocre, Roland was good counterproof. At school he was usually two-thirds the way down the class and exam lists, with termly reports of satisfactory and could do better. He could have had a renaissance of the mind at 15, but by then he belonged to Miriam Cornell. His intellectual moment was confined to the piano and could not translate into academic results. Since then, no saleable skills, no success, not even much of a claim to bad luck. In his corner of South London, in a cramped dump of a house he had sealed up so tight that he and Lawrence could hardly breathe, living off state benefits, he was precisely and self-pityingly unhappy. What was a continent-wide radioactive cloud against his wife's vanishing? As for the indispensable transient joy of loving sexual union, he was further from it now than he had been on his 16th birthday. When he woke his watch showed 2:30. Asleep for 2 hours and he was shivering. The towel had slipped down to his ankles. Lawrence had not changed position. His arms were still thrown up in a position of secure surrender. Roland went back to his room and took a second shower. Then he was on the bed again, clean, calm, near naked, uselessly alert at 3 a.m. He could no longer blame alcohol and he was in no mood for reading. He wanted to give himself a good talking to. Plan your life. You cannot continue to meander. Assume she is not coming back. Correct. Then what then? Whenever he reached this point there lay like a fog across his future the quotidian struggle with parenting and fatigue. There could be no conceivable plan, no uplift, when all he could do was stay close to the ground, keep going, keep Lawrence going, keep tending him and playing with him and taking the state support, then housework, cooking, shopping. The common, tightly encircled fate of single mothers was his. But there was a poem he had in mind, derived from a phrase he overheard while leaving a shop. He had it coming. Good title, and perhaps he did. So it would be personal, a demon he hoped to slay by describing it. But what use was poetry when he needed money? As if to mock his literary ambition, an old friend from his jazz days, Oliver Morgan, had phoned 2 weeks before with a proposal. Morgan, by his own description, represented the new spirit of Thatcherite enterprise. He was no longer a sax player. Instead, he set up companies, made them thrive, so he said, and sold them on. As far as his friends knew, he had never made money. At best, he broke even. The new venture was a greeting cards business. The market, he told Roland, was saturated by trash, by sentimental pictures and words, kitsch, doggerel, mostly bought, so research showed, by economic groups C and D fat chain smokers, Morgan said. Little education, no taste, no cash. There was a neglected huge minority of educated young professionals, plus professor types in their 50s. Beautifully reproduced Indian erotic or European Renaissance art might be the sort of thing on the front, creamy thick paper. For inside, Morgan wanted hip upmarket birthday verses. Cool about aging, wry about birth, marriage, and death. Obscene would be fine. purchaser and recipient to be flattered by way of wide cultural reference. Roland would be perfect housebound, time on his hands, knew about poetry. For the first 6 months he would be paid mostly in shares, so nothing to declare to the benefits people. Roland, sleep-deficient and irritable, hung up, rang back 20 minutes later to apologize, and their friendship remained intact. But Roland's sense of insult persisted. Morgan did not understand that he was a serious poet with more than half a dozen poems published in places of high culture. These were all university publications in tiny print runs. But Grand Street could be next. On his desk 4 feet away was his latest revision. He was waiting to hear back. Still warm from his shower, he lay stretched out on a purple and orange bedspread of Indian cotton in a narrow beam of reading light that excluded from view the cramped, overstuffed bedroom. Over recent years, the government had taught even its opponents that it was not shameful to imagine oneself rich. He tried to imagine himself in luxury. In a house 4 times the size, with a loving, non-absconding wife, literary fame, 2 or 3 happy children, and a cleaning lady like the one Peter and Daphne had who popped in twice a week. Popped, his mother-in-law's word from Connolly, would forever stand for all journeys not undertaken. As in, he popped over to Liebenau and persuaded his Alyssa to return. He reached for her postcard on the bedside table and looked at it again. This could be the same steep meadow Gabriel Munter painted in 1908 of her Blau-Reiter colleagues Alexej von Jawlensky and Marion von Werfken at their ease on the grass, strangely faceless, no sheep in view, a painting she might have hidden in her Murnau house along with many of Kandinsky's. They survived a few Nazi house searches. Discovery might have sent her to a concentration camp. Would Roland have had her courage? That was another subject. He pushed the thought away and turned the card over to read it again. Motherhood without the vowels no longer bothered him. Her meaning was clear. It would have sunk her and she needed to escape and find herself. That was Daphne's theory. Motherhood might sink him too. At the time of writing she was heading to Liebenau. Please don't phone there. Unless her visit was brief, she was with her parents now. She had relieved him of the burden of phoning. It was always Jane, not Heinrich, who picked up. He would have had to tell the truth or lie to her without knowing what she already knew. He had said nothing to his own parents. His father had extended his connection to the British Army by taking a retired officer's job running a light vehicle workshop in Germany. Those 10 extra years were up, and Robert and Rosalind had settled down in a small modern house near Aldershot, not so far from the place where she was born and where they first met in 1945 at the guardhouse, when Rosalind was a lorry driver's mate. Within 2 months of being home, there had been a road accident. Major Baines, turning right onto the busy 4-lane road that ran along the local hill ridge known as the Hog's Back, had looked the wrong way and edged into the path of a fast-moving car. It swerved and the collision was not full-on. No one was hurt, but Robert and Rosalind were shaken up in a state of shock that lasted weeks. She especially was forgetful, nervous, unable to sleep. Her hands and arms were covered in a rash. Her mouth was ulcerated. This was not the time to tell them about Alyssa. He had reached that point. Late 30s was common when one's parents set off on their downhill journey. Up until that time they had owned whoever they were, whatever they did. Now, little bits of their lives were beginning to fall away or fly off suddenly like the shattered wing mirror from the Major's car. Then larger parts came away and needed to be gathered or caught midair by their children. It was a slow process. 10 years later, he would still be discussing it with friends round his kitchen table. Roland's big-hearted, diligent sister Susan did the most by far. He had taken care of the accident insurance claim. Before that, the mortgage application, the poor drainage at the front of the new house, the programming of an unfamiliar new radio, then something that wouldn't open, something that wouldn't start, small stuff as yet. At Alice's suggestion, he bought for them a kind of clamp for removing the tops off jars and bottles. He demonstrated its use on a jar of pickled red cabbage. In their new kitchen, his parents stood close by him to watch. It was a significant moment. Their hold was weakening. Now, in the 80s, the wartime generation was beginning its decline. It might take 40 years, even more, for its last survivors to vanish. In 2020, it would still be possible for a centenarian to remember fighting through the entire duration of the war. As a foot soldier in the Highland Light Infantry, Private Robert Baines had seen slaughter of civilians and soldiers during the retreat along the crowded roads to the Dunkirk beaches. He had taken 3 bullets in the legs from a German machine gun. A French farmer called Roland had taken care of him and brought him to the Dunkirk beach. Back in England, after a long train journey to Liverpool, Robert spent months in Alder Hey Hospital, the same ward where his father had been laid up with a shattered foot, serving the same regiment, fighting in the previous World War. Robert lost his brother in Norway in 1941. Rosalind lost her first husband outside Nijmegen 4 months after the Normandy landings. A bullet to the stomach. And he had lost his brother, a Japanese POW, buried in Burma. It was common enough for Roland and his cohort as they turned adult in England to wonder at the dangers they never had to face. With free milk in third-of-a-pint bottles, the state had guaranteed the calcium in young Roland's bones. It had given him some Latin and physics for free and even German. No one went to jail for modernism, for non-representational colors. His generation was also more fortunate than the one that followed. His lot lolled on history's aproned lap, nestling in a little fold of time, eating all the cream. Roland had had the historical luck and all the chances, but here he was, broke in a time when the kindly state had become a shrew. Broke and dependent on what remained of its bounty the way. But with 2 hours sleep behind him, the bedroom warm, his limbs feeling good against the cotton covers, his thoughts vivid, a mood of rebellion was coming on. He could be free, or pretend to be. He could go downstairs now, break his new rule and fill a glass, rummage in the back of a kitchen drawer for a plastic film canister of grass someone left behind 6 months ago. It might still be there. Roll one up, stand in the garden in the dead of night, step out of ordinary existence to be reminded, as he used to be in his 20s, that he was an insignificant organism on a giant rock rolling eastwards at 1,000 miles an hour as it hurtled through the emptiness among the remote indifferent stars. Salute the fact by raising his glass, the pure luck of consciousness. It used to thrill him. It might still. Yes, he could do all that. He had done it before in the 70s with his old friend Joe Coppinger, a geologist turned therapist. The Rockies, the Alps, the Costa Larzac, the Slovenian mountains. At this distance, it also looked like freedom, when he used to pass into East Berlin at Checkpoint Charlie with semi-illegal books and records. He could go out into the garden now and pay tribute to his freedoms of the past and raise a glass. But he didn't move. Alcohol and cannabis at 4 when Lawrence would be waking before 6 and the day would have to begin. But that wasn't it. If the baby didn't exist, he still wouldn't stir. What held him back? There was an additional factor now. He was fearful, not of the vastness of empty space, something closer. It reminded him of what he had wanted to push away. Courage, an old-fashioned concept. Did he have it? In N.G. Skal's White Rose memoir as summarized by Jane, Herr and Frau Skal were permitted to go out to Stadelheim prison to see their children for a few moments of farewell before their execution. With wartime shortages, the little treat they brought with them was likely a tasteless substitute for chocolate. Hans refused it. Sophie accepted it cheerfully. She told her parents she hadn't eaten lunch and she was hungry. Roland doubted that. She must have thought that it would give her parents some comfort to see her eat the present they had brought, just before she was led away. Would he have been brave enough, moments before his beheading, to chew on an ersatz bar to reassure his parents? He got up from the bed. It would be interesting to reread Jane's summary of Ng Skal's account. Was Christoph Probst standing there with the Skal family in those last minutes? His wife had given birth 4 weeks before but was too ill to leave her hospital bed. Was there no close family to say goodbye to him? Roland pulled open the bottom drawer where Alyssa kept her sweaters. Folded in their neat piles, the blossomy scent of her perfume breathed on him again with affection. They had wrapped the 600 pages in an old edition of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, so it took only seconds to establish that the photocopy had gone. But fine. It was hers to take. He had already established that she had taken with her the drafts of her 2 much-rejected novels. Her luggage would have been heavy. He returned to the bed. As he remembered it, Hans and Sophie Skal were led out to their parents one at a time. Hans had his few minutes, then it was Sophie's turn. They spoke to their parents across a barrier. Perhaps this was how the family wanted her remembered, but it was probably true. Ng Skal wrote that according to her parents, her sister walked in proudly, relaxed, beautiful, her skin rosy, her lips a full natural red. Roland remembered, too, that afterwards the 3 accused were allowed a few minutes together. They huddled close. Christoph Probst, denied his wife and children, the child he would never see, at least had his 2 friends to embrace. Sophie was the first to be led to the guillotine. This was a tragedy played out on a stage constructed by men possessed by a wild and vicious dream. Their savagery had become the encompassing norm. In the face of it, would he, Roland, have risen to Sophie and Hans's courage? He didn't think so. Not now. Alyssa's departure had weakened him, and the catastrophe of Chernobyl had made him fearful. He closed his eyes. Across the north and western reaches of the country, where soft limestone landscapes yielded to granite, on the uplands and the meadows, on all the blades of grass, within the plant cells, far down at the level of the quantum, the particles of poisonous isotopes were settled in their orbits. Strange, unnatural matter. He conjured across Ukraine farm animals and pet dogs rotting by the thousands in bulldozed pits or tossed onto giant pyres, and contaminated milk flowing down gutters into rivers. The talk now was of the unborn children who could die of their deformities, of the fearless Ukrainians and Russians who suffered horrible deaths fighting a newfangled fire, of the Soviet machine's instinctive lies. He did not have what it took, neither the boldness nor the youthful gladness, to go downstairs and be alone under the sky in the dead of night and lift a glass to the stars. Not when man-made events were running out of control. The Greeks were right to invent their gods as argumentative, unpredictable, punitive members of a lofty elite. If he could believe in such all-too-human gods, they would be the ones to fear. For in the 3rd week after Alyssa's disappearance, Roland set about imposing order on the overstuffed bookshelves around the table just off the kitchen. Books are difficult to tidy, hard to chuck out. They resist. He set aside a cardboard box for charity shop rejects. After an hour, it contained 2 out-of-date paperback travel guides. Some editions had slips of paper or letters inside that needed to be read before they were returned to the shelves. Others had fond dedications. Many were too familiar to be handled without being opened and tasted again on the first page or at random. A handful were modern first editions that asked to be opened and admired. He was not a collector. These were presents or accidental purchases. He made some progress while Lawrence was taking a late morning nap. In the evening, Roland resumed after supper. The second book he took from a newly exposed pile was a Berners Hall library book. Inside were the London County Council markings and the librarian's stamp, 2 June 1963. Unopened since then, it had survived various house moves and a year's storage. Joseph Conrad, Youth, and 2 other tales. Cheaper edition, J. M. Dent and Sons Limited, reprinted 1933, 76D net. The pages were rough cut. It still had its soft dust cover in cream, dark green, and red, a woodcut effect of palm trees, a fully rigged sailing ship passing a rocky outcrop in distant mountains. An evocation of the tropical East, the prospect of which thrilled the young man in the story. It excited Roland to have it now. It had traveled with him unregarded. He had loved youth when he was 14, a time when he rarely wanted to read anything. He remembered nothing of the story now. With the book in both hands, prayer-like, open at the first page, he lowered himself onto the nearest kitchen chair and did not move for an hour. As he was settling, a folded piece of paper slid out from between the pages and he set it aside. The narrator and 4 others are sitting round a polished mahogany table that reflects a bottle of claret in their glasses. Nothing is said of their surroundings. They could be in the wardroom of a boat or in the private room of a London club. The table is smooth as calm waters. The 5 men are from different walks of life, but they share the strong bond of the sea. They all started out in the merchant service. It is Marlowe, Conrad's alter ego, who will tell the story, and this is his first appearance. Famously, he will narrate Heart of Darkness, the next story in the volume. Youth is special because, as Conrad explains in his author's note, it was a feat of memory. Marlowe recounts the voyage he took at the age of 20 as second in command of an old ship, the Judia, that was to take a cargo of coal from a northern English port to Bangkok. It is a story of delays and mishaps. Leaving the Thames, the ship fights its way against a gale off Yarmouth and takes 16 days to reach the Tyne. When the cargo is finally loaded, the Judia is accidentally rammed by a steamer. Days later, off the Lizard, a storm comes up. No one writes a storm at sea like Conrad. The boat ships water, the crew pump away for hours but are forced to turn back to Falmouth. They begin a long wait for repairs. Months go by, nothing happens. The ship and its crew become a local joke. The young Marlowe gets leave, goes to London, comes back with the complete works of Byron. Finally repairs are made and they are off. The old ship lumbers towards the tropics at 3 miles an hour. In the Indian Ocean, the cargo of coal begins to smolder. Over the days, smoke and poisonous gas envelop the ship. After days of fighting the fire, then a colossal explosion. The captain and crew abandon the sinking ship and head off in 3 boats. Marlowe is in the smallest with 2 able seamen. In effect, this is his first command. They row for hours northwards and make landfall at a village port in Java. On that shiny table there must have been more than 1 bottle of Bordeaux. Marlowe breaks his account regularly to say, "Pass the bottle." The point of his story and its title is that at every moment, however catastrophic, the young man, Marlowe or Conrad, remains in a state of excitement. The tropics, the fabled East, is ahead of him, and everything, however dangerous, physically demanding, or dull, is an adventure. It is the demon youth that sustains him, curious, resilient, savage in its hunger for experience. "Ah, youth," is the story's refrain. The last words are given not to Marlowe, but to the narrator who had introduced him. As Marlowe concludes, the narrator says, "We all nodded at him over the polished table that like a still sheet of brown water reflected our faces, lined, wrinkled, our faces marked by toil, by deceptions, by success, by love, our weary eyes, looking anxiously for something out of life, that while it is expected is already gone." Roland read the last half-page twice over. It troubled him. Marlowe says early on that the journey took place 22 years ago when he was 20. That meant that when he tells his story to his friends, he and they with their lined, wrinkled faces marked by toil and their weary eyes, Marlowe is 42. Old already. Roland was 37. Age and its regrets, its vanished youth and banished expectations, just steps away. He turned to the author's note. Yes, youth was a record of experience, but that experience in its facts, in its inwardness, and in its outward coloring begins and ends in myself. What did he, Roland, have that ended in himself? At the thought his hand touched on the table the square of paper that had been in the book. It was an old press cutting, cracked in places along the line of its folds. It was from the Times, dated Friday, 2 June 1961, and headed "Community School with No Restrictive Conditions." Before reading it, he puzzled over the date. The library book was last stamped 2 years later in 1963, well before he left the school for good. The cutting must have been placed in the book by someone else, and he had failed to notice it. It was a well-meaning, slightly dull article about the 10th anniversary of his school, which was unjustly branded in the minds of many as the poor man's Eton. In fact, it was a boarding grammar school, run by the London County Council, free of the strangling traditions of many public schools, free too of the problem boys of the approved school, with beautiful grounds sloping down to a river, a school open to all who passed the 11+ exam, a community of boys of every social background, sons of diplomats alongside sons of army privates. Many go to university, generous sliding scale of fees most parents paid nothing. There were many activities, much sailing prowess, a young farmers' club, opera productions, and a friendly atmosphere. What was most notable was the easy air of the boys. All of it true, or not untrue. By the time he was 20, Marlowe had been at sea 6 years. He had been up the mizzen mast in rolling seas, furling the sails, shouting commands over the wind at men more than twice his age. Against that, Roland had 5 years at boarding school among the easy air of the boys. He had sailed or crewed, crouching under the boom, pulling on a rope attached to a corner of the jib while an older boy called Young screamed at him for 2 hours. Back then it was thought that this was how sea captains should be. In Marlowe's view, such pottering about on a river was only the amusement of life. His existence at sea was life itself. Roland had once capsized on that river Orwell, a lovely blue from a distance, an open sewer up close. That was the essence of the Times piece, a distant view. What then, close up? What inwardness? He was not sure, and it was haunting him. If he had still been drinking, this would be the occasion to pour a scotch and contemplate the bridge of years. Marlowe presented himself as well past halfway across. Roland was close behind. In your mid-30s, you could begin to ask what kind of person you were. The first long run of turbulent young adulthood was over. So too was excusing yourself by reference to your background. Insufficient parents, a lack of love. Too much of it, enough, no more excuses. You had friends of a dozen years or more, you could see your reflection in their eyes, you could or should have been in and out of love. You would have spent useful time alone. You had a measure of public life and your relation to it. Your responsibilities would be pressing in, helping to define you. Parenthood must cast some light. The figure with the creased face standing just ahead was not Marlowe. It was your 40-year-old self. You would already have seen in your body the earliest signs of mortality. No time to waste. Now you might make out a self, apart and alone, to face your own judgment. And still you could be completely wrong. You might have to wait another 20 years and even then be floundering. What hope then for a 14-year-old schoolboy, living in a time and culture and crowded circumstances that did not encourage self-knowledge or even know about it? In a dormitory shared with 9 others, the expression of difficult feelings, self-doubt, tender hopes, sexual anxiety was rare. As for sexual longing, that was submerged in boasts and taunts and extremely funny or completely obscure jokes. Whichever, it was obligatory to laugh. Behind this nervous sociability was awareness of a grand new terrain spread before them. Before puberty, its existence was hidden and had never troubled them. Now the idea of a sexual encounter rose before them like a mountain range, beautiful, dangerous, irresistible, but still far away. As they talked and laughed in the dark after lights out, there was a wild impatience in the air, a ridiculous longing for something unknown. Fulfillment lay ahead of them, they were cocksure of that, but they wanted it now. In a rural boarding school for boys, not much chance. How could they know what it really was and what to do with it when all their information came from implausible anecdotes and jokes? One night, one of the boys said into the darkness, during a lull, "What if you died before you had it?" There was silence in the dormitory as they took in this possibility. Then Roland said, "There's always the afterlife." And everybody laughed. One evening, when he and his friends were still new, 11 years old or so, they went by special invitation to the dormitory of some older boys. They were only a year ahead, but they seemed a wiser, superior tribe, stronger and somewhat threatening. It was billed as a secret event. Roland and the other first-years did not know what to expect. Two boys, big muscular fellows, early developers, stood side by side in the aisle between the bunk beds. A large crowd, all in pajamas, gathered round. Many were perched on the higher bunks. The smell of sweat was like raw onion. It was long after lights out. In memory, the dormitory was flooded with the gleam of a full moon. That might not have been so. Perhaps there were torches. The two boys removed their pajama bottoms. Roland had never seen pubic hair before, or a mature penis, or an erection. At a shout, the two began to masturbate in a frenzy, a blur of pumping fists. There were cheers and cries of encouragement. It was the din of the touchline at an important match. There was hilarity as well as awe. Most of the boys present were not sexually mature enough to have entered such a contest. The race was over in less than 2 minutes. The winner was the one to orgasm first, perhaps furthest, and the matter was in immediate dispute. The competitors seemed to have crossed the finishing line together. Their two milky blobs on the linoleum floor appeared equidistant, but would they have been visible by moonlight alone? The contestants no longer seemed interested in victory. One of them began to tell a filthy joke that Roland could not follow. The voices and laughter at last brought in a prefect, and they were all sent back to their beds. Was Roland amazed, horrified, amused? There was no possible answer, no available history of inwardness as described by Conrad. The mind, the daily variations in mood of his young self were impenetrable at this distance. He never reflected on his mental states. One thing immediately displaced another. Classrooms, games, piano lessons, prep, shifting friendships, jostling, queuing, lights out. At school he lived the mental life of a dog chained to a constant present. But there was one vital exception. In his 30s, Roland remembered all its details. Inwardness was preserved in a deep ocean trough of a boy's thoughts. When the dormitory talk trailed away into silence and the beginning of sleep, he retreated into this special place. The piano teacher, who no longer taught him, did not know she led a double life. There was the woman, the real one, Miss Cornell. He saw her occasionally when he was near the sick bay, the stable block, or the music rooms. She would be alone, walking to or from her little red car after or before a lesson. He never actually passed by her. He made sure of that. He would have hated the sort of conversation they might have had if she were to stop him and ask how he was getting on. Worse if she walked past, not wanting to talk to him. Worse still if she failed to recognize him. Then there was the woman of his nightly daydreams who did as he made her do, which was to deprive him of his will and make him do as she wished. The outward coloring is mostly what remains of childhood. On a warm September afternoon, when he had been at school 2 weeks, he went with a party of boys on bikes across the peninsula to swim in the river Stour, wide and tidal like the Orwell, but cleaner. He followed the older boys down a track along a field to a beach of dried mud and small stones. He swam out further than the rest, showing off the strong strokes of his Tripoli years. But the tide was turning, drawing him away from the shore into deep, cold waters. The muscles in his legs tightened into cramp. He could no longer swim or barely stay afloat. He shouted and waved, and a big boy, whose surname really was Rock, swam out to him and towed him back to the beach. Fear, humiliation, gratitude, joy at being alive, no trace. They would have biked back to school in time to rejoin the tide of routine 4 o'clock classes, then tea, then prep. Periodically there was a crisis, a moment of dark wrongdoing that bound the school in collective guilt. It usually involved theft, someone's transistor radio, someone's cricket bat. Once, some lady's underwear vanished from a washing line outside the staff accommodation. The whole school would be summoned to the assembly hall. The headmaster, a genial, decent, bumbling sort of fellow, a rugby blue who was known to call his wife by the name of George, would appear on stage to tell the 350 boys that until the culprit came forward, everyone would sit in silence even if it meant missing a meal. It never worked, especially with the stolen knickers. The older boys knew to bring a book or a portable chess set when the summons came. It was not only thefts that bound the school in such moments. Every spring, there was a school trip to an open day at the American Air Base at Lakenheath, which kept a fleet of giant B-52 planes armed with nuclear bombs to deter or destroy the Soviet Union. Roland went along on the school bus with his friends. They queued for an hour to take a 30-second turn at sitting in the pilot's seat of a jet fighter. There was a distant fly-past of the thunderous bombers. Their pocket money did not stretch to the barbecued ribs, steaks and fries with Coke in wax paper cups the size of flower pots. But they watched. That evening the school was summoned. The headmaster began the indictment. The commander of the base had phoned to bring to his attention the fact that certain boys, identified by their school blazers with the crest and motto, Nisi Dominus Vanum, without the Lord all is in vain, were observed getting off the bus at the base wearing the white-on-black badges of the CND. Such a display, the head announced, represented an abuse of hospitality, a gross rudeness to our American hosts. The boys responsible must declare themselves. Until they did, school would sit in silence. To the youngest boys at the front of the hall right below the stage, their heads level with the headmaster's heavily shod feet, the initials meant nothing. The campaign for nuclear disarmament stood for whatever was shameful, perhaps even satanic, given the intensity of the occasion. It was a surprise when there was stirring at the back of the hall and half a dozen older boys stood up. The rest turned in their seats. The hall grew noisy as the names were identified. The school was small enough for everyone to be known. In single file, the boys came onto the stage and stood close together facing the head. He stood still, tight about the jaw, staring at them with contempt. The murmur swelled as the realization spread through the assembly they were still wearing the forbidden badges on their lapels. One in the group, a sixth form hero of the first 15, began to read a prepared statement. The assembly fell silent. The bomb was a threat to humanity, to life on Earth, a moral abomination, a tragic waste of resources. The headmaster cut him off as he strode past to leave the stage. He would see them all in his study right away. An evening of ethical defiance would have rounded out nicely if the group had reached the head's study and refused a caning. They were all big fellows. But 3 years would pass before the defiant spirit of the 60s reached along the muddy shores of the River Orwell. In April 1962, the honorable thing was to take your beating with a look of insouciance and without making a sound. The small boys were encouraged to write home once a week. It was always Roland's mother who replied. If it had been preserved, his correspondence might have given some access to his state of mind in 1959. But Rosalind, the tidy housewife, was in the habit of tearing up a letter as soon as she had answered it. Perhaps not much was lost, for he struggled over his reports home. His life, its routines and setting were so remote from his parents, and rural Suffolk was so utterly different from North Africa, that he had no idea, no beginnings, no terms of reference with which to express the quality of his new existence, of the noise, the rowdiness and fun and physical discomfort, of never being alone, of the necessity to be on time in the right place with the right stuff. As he remembered them, he wrote lines like, "We beat Wymondham 13-7. Yesterday we had egg and chips, which was very good." His mother's letters had even less content. Her problem was greater than his own. Another of her children had been sent away without her protests. She hoped he enjoyed the school trip. She hoped his team would win the next game too. She was glad it didn't rain. Many years later, Roland heard the 4-year-old daughter of a friend declare to her father, "I'm unhappy." Simple, honest, obvious, and necessary. No such sentence was ever spoken by Roland as a child, nor did he frame the thought for himself until his adolescence. In adult life, he sometimes told friends that when he arrived at boarding school, he sank into a mild depression that lasted until he was 16, that homesickness did not make him cry at night. It made him silent. But was it true? He could equally claim that he had never been so free or so content. At the age of 11, he was roaming the countryside as if he owned it. With a good friend, Hans Solish, he found 1 mile south of the school a forbidden wood, thickly overgrown. They ignored the keep-out signs and climbed a gate. Deep in a valley of pine trees, they saw below them an immense lake. In a patch of sunlit, wind-blown water, a fish leaped from the surface. Probably a trout. It was an invitation. They scrambled down through the undergrowth to reach the shore, where they built a rickety camp. Discounting the track that ran beside the lake, the explorers persuaded themselves that they had discovered it first and agreed to tell no one of its existence. They went back many times. Where else could he have been so free? Not in Libya, where, he understood in retrospect, he belonged to a pale elite around which resentment was growing. White boys and girls did not roam the countryside unattended by adults. The beach they visited every day was forbidden to Libyans. They did not know that a building they passed on the school bus was the notorious Abu Salam prison. In a few years, King Idris would be overthrown in a coup, and a dictator, Colonel Gaddafi, would take his place. He would order the execution of thousands of dissident Libyans in Abu Salam. Marlowe, standing in for his creator and looking back 20 years, understood himself well, the inwardness, the outward coloring. To Roland, in his mid-30s, the boy at Berners Hall was a stranger. Certain events were safely preserved in memory, but states of mind, like snowflakes on a mild day, were lost before they settled. Only the piano teacher and all the feelings he had for her remained. Once, when he was walking to a classroom with friends, he saw her in the distance, more than 100 yards away. She was wearing a bright blue coat and was standing close to the tree where he had tested his new glasses. She seemed to notice him and raised her arm. Perhaps she was waving across the grass at someone else. He inclined his head towards his classmate, pretending to be intent on what he was saying. This inward moment was captured and laid down for life. As he turned away from Miriam Cornell, he became aware that his heart was beating hard. His school, like most, was held together by a hierarchy of privileges, infinitesimally graded and slowly bestowed over the years. It made the older boys conservative guardians of the existing order, jealous of the rights they had earned with such patience. Why bestow new-fashioned favors on the youngest when they themselves had tolerated privations to earn the perks of greater maturity? It was a long, hard course. The youngest, the first and second years, were the paupers and had nothing at all. Third formers were allowed long trousers and a tie with diagonal rather than horizontal stripes. The fourth years had their own common room. The fifth exchanged their gray shirts for drip-dry white, which they scrubbed in the showers and draped on plastic hangers. They also had a superior blue tie. Lights-out time advanced by 15 minutes each year. To start, there was the dormitory shared with 30 boys. 5 years later, that was down to 6. The sixth form could wear sports jackets and overcoats of their own choice, though nothing colorful was tolerated. They also had a weekly allowance of a 4-pound block of cheddar cheese to be shared among a dozen boys, and several loaves, a toaster and instant coffee so they could entertain themselves between meals. They went to bed when they pleased. At the apex of the hierarchy were the prefects. They were entitled to take short cuts across the grass and shout at anyone lower down the scale who dared do the same. Like any social order, it seemed to all but revolutionary spirits to be at one with the fabric of reality. Roland did not question it at the start of the academic year in September 1962, when he and 10 others in his house took possession of their fourth form common room. After 3 years' service, this was their first significant step on the ladder. Roland, like his friends, was becoming naturalized. He had acquired the easy manner the school was noted for, with a touch of the nuanced loutishness expected of the fourth. His accent was changing from his mother's rural Hampshire. Now there was a touch of Cockney, a smaller touch of BBC, and a third element difficult to define. Technocratic, perhaps self-sure. He recognized it years later among jazz musicians. Not posh and neither impressed by nor contemptuous of those who were. His school marks remained average or below. A couple of teachers were beginning to think he might be cleverer than he appeared. He needed bringing on. After 3 years and 2 hours a week with Mr. Clare, he was a promising pianist. He was working his way through the grades. After scraping through grade 7, Roland was told by his teacher he was almost precocious for a 14-year-old. Twice he had accompanied hymns on Sunday when Neil Noak, by far the school's best pianist, was down with a cold. Among his peers his status hovered just above average. Being mediocre in sport and in class held him back. But he sometimes said something witty that was repeated about the place, and he had less acne than most. The fourth form common room had 1 table, 11 wooden chairs, some lockers, and a notice board. A further entitlement they had not expected appeared each day in their room after lunch: a newspaper, sometimes the Daily Express, sometimes the Daily Telegraph. Discards from the staff common room. Roland once came into the room to see a friend sitting with one leg crossed over the other, holding in front of him an open broadsheet, and he realized that they were grown-ups at last. Politics bored them, as they liked telling each other. As a group they went for human interest, which was why they preferred the Express. A woman set on fire by her hairdryer. A madman with a knife shot dead by a farmer who ended up in prison, to general disgust. A brothel unearthed not so far from the Houses of Parliament. A zookeeper swallowed whole by a python. Adult life. In that time, moral standards were high in public life, and so, therefore, was hypocrisy. Delicious outrage was the general tone. Scandals became part of the anecdotage of their sex education. The Profumo affair was only a year away. Even the Telegraph carried photographs of smiling girls in the news with bouffant hair and eyelashes as thick and dark as prison bars. Then in late October, politics in the fourth form common room became interesting. Unusually, their 2 newspapers arrived together on the table after lunch. Both were well-thumbed, dog-eared, the newsprint softened by many hands, and both showed the same photograph on their front pages. For boys who had recently visited Lakenheath, the nearby US Air Force Base, on open day and had touched the cold steel nose of a missile as some might a holy relic, the story was compelling. Despite the absence of sexual interest, it offered unexpected pleasures. Spies, spy planes, secret cameras, deception bombs, the 2 most powerful men on the planet ready to face each other down, and possible war. The photograph could have come from the triple-locked safe of an intelligence mastermind. It showed low hills, square fields, wooded terrain scarred white by tracks and clearings. Narrow rectangular labels had helpful pointers: 20 long cylindrical tanks, missile transporters, 5 missile dollies, 12 prob, guideline missiles. Flying their U-2 reconnaissance jets at impossible heights, using cameras with exciting telescopic power, The Americans had revealed to the world Russian nuclear missiles on Cuba, only 90 miles from the Florida coast. Intolerable, everyone agreed. A gun to the head of the West. The sites would have to be bombed before they became operational, then the island invaded. What might the Russians do? Even as the boys of the fourth form common room affected genuine grown-up concern at this new state of things, the words thermonuclear warhead conjured for them like towering thunderclouds at sunset a thrilling reckless disruption, a promise of ultimate liberty by which school, routines, regulations, even parents everything to be blown away, a world wiped clean. They knew they would survive and discussed rucksacks, water bottles, penknives, maps. A boundless adventure was at hand. Roland was by then a member of the photographic club and knew how to develop and print. He had clocked up some hours in the darkroom working on multiple versions of a view across the river, with oak trees and ferns, 6 inches by 4, rather fine, but for an annoying brown streak across the center that he had failed to eliminate. He was listened to with respect as he examined the new U-2 photos that appeared on the second day. This one had new labels, erector launcher equipment, tent area. Someone passed him a magnifying glass. He leaned in closer. When he discovered the mouth of a tunnel that the CIA analysts had missed, he was believed. One by one they looked and saw it too. Others had important theories of their own of what should be done, of what must happen when it was. Classes went on as usual. No teacher referred to the crisis and the boys were not surprised. These were separate realms, school and the real world. James Hearn, the stern but privately kind housemaster, did not mention in his evening announcements that the world might soon be ending. The somewhat put-upon matron, Mrs. Maldy, did not speak of the Cuban Missile Crisis when the boys handed in their socks, underwear and towels, and she was usually irritated by any threat to her complex routines. Roland did not write about the situation in his next letter home. It was not that he did not want to alarm his mother, for she would surely know about the danger from the captain. President Kennedy had announced a quarantine around Cuba. Russian vessels with their cargo of nuclear warheads were heading towards a flotilla of American warships. If Khrushchev did not order his ships back, they would be sunk, and the Third World War could begin. How was that to make sense alongside Roland's account of planting nursery fir trees with the Young Farmers Club on boggy land behind the house? Their letters crossed, and hers were as innocent as his. The boys had no access to TV that was for the sixth form only on certain days. No one listened to or knew about serious radio news. There were some breezy announcements on Radio Luxembourg, but essentially the Cuban Missile affair was a drama confined to their 2 newspapers. The first rush of boyish excitement began to fade. The official school silence was making Roland anxious. He was affected most when alone. A moody stroll through the oaks and bracken beyond the ha-ha didn't help. For an hour he sat at the foot of the statue of Diana the Huntress, looking towards the river. He might never see his parents again, or his sister Susan, or get to know better his brother Henry. One evening after lights out, the boys were discussing the crisis as they did every night. The door opened and a prefect came in. It was the head of house. He didn't tell them to quieten down. Instead, he joined their conversation. They began to ask him questions, which he answered gravely, as if he himself was just back from the crisis room in the White House. He claimed insider knowledge, and they believed everything he said and were flattered to have him to themselves. He was already a full member of the adult world, and he was their bridge to it. 3 years ago he had been one of them. They couldn't see him, only hear his low, certain tone coming from the direction of the door, that school voice of softened Cockney touched with bookish or scientific confidence. He told them something startling, which they should have worked out for themselves. In an all-out nuclear war, he said, one of the important targets in England for the Russians would be the Lakenheath Air Base, less than 50 miles away. That meant that the school would be instantly obliterated, Suffolk would become a desert, and all the people in it would be, and this was the word, vaporized. Vaporized. Several boys echoed the word from their beds. He left. The dormitory talk continued. Someone said that he had seen a photograph of Hiroshima after the bomb. All that remained of one woman was her irradiated shadow on a wall. She had been vaporized. The talk slowed and stumbled into the night as sleep took hold. Roland remained awake. The word would not let him sleep. Then it was death. It made sense. Mr. Corner, the biology teacher, had told the class not so long ago that their bodies were 93% water, boiled away in a white flash, the remaining 7% coiling in the air like cigarette smoke, dispersed on the breeze, or whipped away by the bomb blast's hurricane. No heading north with his best friends, rucksacks loaded with survival rations, fleeing like Daniel Defoe's citizens escaping London in the plague year. Roland had not believed in the survival adventure anyway, but it had stopped him dwelling on what really might happen. He had never contemplated his own death. He was certain that the usual associations, dark, cold, silent, decay, were irrelevant. These could all be felt and understood. Death lay on the far side of darkness, beyond even nothing. Like all his friends, he was dismissive of the afterlife. They sat through the compulsory Sunday evening service in contempt of the earnest visiting vicars and their wheedling and beseeching of a non-existent God. It was a point of honor with them never to utter the responses or close their eyes, bow heads or say Amen, or sing the hymns, although they stood to open the hymnal at a random page out of a residual sense of courtesy. At 14, they were newly launched on splendid truculent revolt. It was liberating to be or feel loutish. Satire, parody, mockery were their modes, ludicrous renderings of authority's voice and stock phrases. They were scathing, merciless with each other too, even as they were loyal. All of this, all of them, soon to be vaporized. He did not see how the Russians could afford to back down when the whole world was watching. The two sides, protesting that they stood for peace, would, for pride and honor's sake, stumble into war. One small exchange, one ship sunk for another, would become a lunatic conflagration. Schoolboys knew that this was how the First World War began. They had written essays on the subject. Each country said it didn't want war, and then they all joined in with a ferocity the world was still discussing and trying to understand. This time there would be no one left to try. Then what of that first encounter, that beautiful, dangerous mountain range? Blown away with the rest. As he lay waiting for sleep, he remembered his friend's question. What if you died before you had it? The next day, Saturday 27 October, was the beginning of half-term. No Saturday lessons, no games was the extent of it. School would resume on Monday. Some of the London boys had parents coming down. A sixth former had a copy of The Guardian and let Roland look. In the Caribbean, the Americans had allowed through a Russian oil tanker bound for Cuba. It was assumed it contained only oil. The Russian ships carrying missiles brazenly strapped to their decks had slowed or stopped. But Russian submarines were reported in the area, and new reconnaissance photos showed that work was continuing on the Cuban sites. The missiles were ready for firing. There was a buildup of American military forces in Florida, at Key West. It looked likely that the plan was to invade Cuba and destroy the sites. A French politician was quoted as saying that the world was teetering on the brink of nuclear war. Soon it would be too late to turn back. To mark the so-called holiday, the kitchen produced fried eggs. Because some boys hated them or the grease they floated in, Roland was able to eat 4. After breakfast, he sought out the assistant housemaster, a man the boys esteemed because they had decided he had a dozen girlfriends, carried a gun, and went on secret missions. It was true that he drove a convertible Triumph Herald, oozed the scent of tobacco through his skin, and was called Bond. Paul Bond. He lived in nearby Pin Mill with his wife and 3 children. Permission was granted for a bike ride. Mr. Bond, still quite new, was impatient with the rules. He forgot to stipulate a return time and didn't bother to mark Roland's departure from the site in the book. His bike was on a raised pavement behind the school kitchens, a rusty old racer with 21 gears and a slow leak in the front tire he could never be bothered to fix. As he pumped it up, he felt a touch of nausea. When he bent over to tuck his jeans into his socks, there was a taste of sulfur on his breath. One of the eggs was bad. Perhaps all of them were. The day was almost warm and cloudless, clear enough to watch missiles sailing in from the east. He came down the slope towards the church at speed, holding his breath against the smell of warmed pig swill from the sty. He turned left out of the school gates towards Shotley. After Chelmondiston village, he was looking out for his short cut, a farm track on his right that would bring him across flat fields, past Crouch House, along Warren Lane to the Duck Pond and Irwhorton Hall. Every boy at school knew that Anne Boleyn was happy there visiting as a child, and that the future King Henry came to court her. Before she was beheaded in the Tower of London at his command, she asked for her heart to be entombed in Irwhorton Church. It was supposed to be in a little heart-shaped box buried underneath the organ. At the hall, Roland stopped, propped his bike by the ancient gatehouse, crossed the road and walked up and down. Her house was only minutes away. He wasn't ready. It was important not to arrive sweaty and out of breath. He had spent so much time thinking about and avoiding Irwhorton that he felt as if he too had spent his childhood here. He was staring at the duck pond, wondering why there were no ducks when he heard a voice behind him. "I say, you." A man in a flecked yellow tweed jacket and deerstalker was standing by the gatehouse, feet well apart, arms crossed. "Yes. Is this your bike?" He nodded. "How dare you lean it against this magnificent building?" "Sorry, sir." It came out before he could stop himself. A school habit. He therefore slowed his pace as he went back across the road and added some swagger and blanked his expression. He was 14 and not to be messed with. The man was also young, spindly and pale with bulging eyes. Roland stopped in front of him. "What did you say? Your bike." "So what?" The man smiled. "Quite right, you're probably quite right." Disarmed, Roland was about to give way and set his bike down on the grass, but the man clapped a hand on his shoulder and, pointing, said, "You see that little house way down on the right?" "Yes. The last person ever to die of the plague in England lived right there. 1919. Isn't that something?" "I never knew that," Roland said. He suspected that the man was a mental patient of some kind. "But I'd better get going." "Jolly good." Within minutes he was passing the church, then the scattered houses of the village, and soon after he was outside her cottage. He knew it by her red car parked on the grass. There was a white picket gate and a brick path that led with a slight curve to her front door. He propped his bike against the car, pulled his trousers free of his socks, and hesitated. He felt watched, though there was no movement at the two downstairs windows. Unlike the other cottages around, this one had no net curtains. He would have preferred her to come out to him, greet him, and do all the talking. After a minute, he pushed open the gate and went slowly towards her door. The borders that ran along the path had the ruined look of a forgotten summer. She hadn't yet dug out the dying plants. He was surprised to see old plastic flower pots on their side and sweet wrappers trodden into the dead leaves. She had always seemed a neat and organized person, but he knew nothing about her. He was making a mistake and should turn back now before she saw him. No, he was determined to tie himself to his fate. His hand was already lifting the heavy knocker and letting it fall. And again. He heard rapid, muffled thumps as she descended the stairs at speed. There was the sound of a bolt withdrawn. She pulled the door open so fast and wide that he was instantly intimidated and couldn't meet her gaze. The first thing he saw was that she was barefoot and her toenails were painted purple. "It's you," she said it neutrally, without hesitation or surprise. He lifted his head and they exchanged a look, and for a confused moment he thought he may have knocked at the wrong house. Sure, she recognized him, but she looked different. Her hair was loose, almost to her shoulders. She wore a pale green t-shirt under a loose cardigan and jeans that ended well above her ankles. Her Saturday clothes. He had prepared something to say, an opening, but he had forgotten it. Almost 3 years late. Lunch is cold, he said it quickly. I had a long detention. She smiled, and he blushed with helpless pride in his smart reply. It had come from nowhere. Come on, then. He stepped past her into a cramped hallway with a steep run of stairs in front of him and doors to the left and right. Go left. He saw the piano first, a baby grand squashed into a corner but still taking up a good part of the room. Piles of music on 2 chairs, 2 small sofas facing each other over a low table also stacked with books. Today's newspapers were on the floor. Beyond, a door through to a tiny kitchen that gave onto a low-walled garden. Sit, she said, as if to a dog. A joke, of course. She sat opposite and looked at him intently, seeming vaguely amused by his presence. What did she see? In later years, he often wondered. A 14-year-old boy, average height for his age, slender build but looking strong enough, dark brown hair, long for the times under the distant influence of John Mayall and Eric Clapton. During a brief stay with his sister, Roland had been taken by his cousin Barry to the Ricky Tick Club at Guildford bus station to hear the Rolling Stones. It was there that Roland's look had been consolidated, for he was impressed by the black jeans that Brian Jones wore. What other changes might Miriam have noted? Voice newly broken. Long solemn face, full lips that sometimes trembled as though he was suppressing certain thoughts, greenish-brown eyes behind National Health Service specs whose plastic rims he had prized off long before John Lennon thought of doing the same. Gray Harris tweed jacket with elbow patches over a Hawaiian shirt with palm tree motif. Drainpipe gray flannel trousers were the closest substitute for tight black jeans that the Burners' dress code would permit. His winkle-picker shoes had a medieval look. He smelled of a lemony cologne. That day he was free of acne. There was something indefinably unwholesome about him, something lean and snake-like. Where he sprawled back uneasily on the sofa, she was upright, and now she tilted forwards. Her voice was sweet and tolerant. Perhaps she pitied him. So, Roland, tell me about yourself. It was one of those adult questions, impossible and dull. Only once had she ever used his first name. As he politely pushed himself up into a position more like hers, he could think of nothing other than his piano lessons with Mr. Clare. He explained that he was getting an extra hour and a half a week for free. Lately, he told her, he had been learning. She interrupted him, and as she did so, she pulled up her right leg and tucked it under her left knee. Her back was far straighter than his had ever been. I hear you got your grade 7. Yep. Merlin Clare says your sight reading is good. I don't know. And you've come all this way on your bike to play duets with me. He blushed again, this time at what he thought was innuendo. He also experienced the beginnings of an erection. He moved a hand across his lap in case it was visible, but she was on her feet and going towards the piano. I've got just the thing. Mozart. She was already sitting at the piano, and he was still on the sofa in a daze of embarrassment. He was about to fail and be humiliated and sent away. Ready? I don't really feel like it. Just the first movement, it'll do you no harm. He could see no way out. He rose slowly, then squeezed behind her to take the left side. As he passed, he felt the warmth coming off the back of her head. When he was sitting down, he became aware of a ticking clock above the fireplace, as loud as a metronome. Against it, keeping time in a duet would be a challenge. Against both would be his agitated heart. She arranged the music before them, D major, a Mozart four-hander. He had played some of it through once with Neil Noak, perhaps 6 months before. Suddenly she had a change of mind. We'll swap, more fun for you. She stood and stepped away, and he slid along to his right. As she sat down again, she said in that same kindly voice, we won't take it too fast. With a slight tilt of her whole body and raising both hands above the keyboard and dropping them, she brought them in, and off they went at what seemed to Roland a hopeless pace, like tobogganing down an icy mountain. He was a fraction behind her on the opening grand declaration, so that the piano, a Steinway, sounded like a barroom honky-tonk. In his nervousness he gave a snort of smothered laughter. He caught up with her and then, too earnest, he was slightly ahead. He was clinging to a cliff edge. Expression, dynamics were beyond him. He could do no more than play the right notes in the right order as they careened across the page. There were moments when it sounded almost good. As they tossed back and forth a little figure in an extended throbbing crescendo, she called out bravo. What a din they were making in the tiny room. When they reached the end of the movement, she flipped the page over. Can't stop now. He managed well enough, picking his way through the lilting melody while she played a gentle Alberti bass that bore him along. She pressed against him, leaning to her right as they lifted into a higher register together. He relaxed a little when she almost fumbled over a run of notes, a private game of mischievous Mozart. But the movement seemed to last hours, and at the end the black dots that signaled a repeat were a punishment, a repeat jail sentence. The weight on his attention was becoming unbearable. His eyes were smarting. Finally, the movement sank away into its final chord, which he held for a crotchet too long. Immediately she stood. He felt close to tears with relief that they were not going to play the Allegro molto, but she hadn't spoken and he sensed he had disappointed her. She was right behind him. She put her hands on his shoulders, leant down and whispered in his ear, "You're going to be all right." He wasn't sure what she meant. She crossed the room and went into the kitchen. Watching her bare white feet, hearing their scuffing sound on the flagstones, made him feel weak. A couple of minutes later she came back with glasses of orange juice, actual crushed oranges, a novel taste. By then he was standing uncertainly by the low table, wondering if now he was expected to leave. He would not have minded. They drank in silence. Then she put her glass down and did something that almost caused him to faint. He had to steady himself against the arm of a sofa. She went to the front door, knelt and sank the heavy door bolt into the stone floor. Then she came back and took his hand. "Come on then." She led him to the foot of the stairs where she paused and looked at him intently. Her eyes were bright. "Are you frightened?" "No," he lied. His voice was thick. He needed to clear his throat, but he didn't dare do it in case it made him sound weak or stupid or unhealthy, in case it woke him from this dream. The staircase was narrow. He held on to her hand as she went before him and towed him up. On the landing there was a bathroom straight ahead, and as downstairs, doors to the right and left. She pulled him to the right. The room excited him. It was a mess. The bed was unmade. On the floor by a laundry basket was a small heap of her underwear in various pastels. The sight of it touched him. When he knocked, she must have been organizing her washing for the week ahead, the way people did on Saturday mornings. "Take your shoes and socks off." He knelt before her and did as he was told. He did not like the way his pointed shoes had formed a deep crease on the uppers and rose up at the tips. He pushed them under a chair. She spoke in a sensible voice. "Are you circumcised, Roland?" "Yes. I mean no. Either way, you'll go in the bathroom and have a good wash." It seemed reasonable enough, and because of that his arousal drained away. The bathroom was tiny, with pink carpet, a narrow bath and a glass-fronted shower cubicle at a slight lean, and on a chrome rack thick white towels of a kind that reminded him of home. On a shelf above the basin he saw a curvy bottle of her perfume and its name, Rosewater. Aware that this was not the first time she had sent him away to wash, he was thorough in his preparations. Displeasing her in any way was what he dreaded most. As he was getting dressed, he peered out of a small leaded window under the gable. He had a view across wide fields to the store nearing low tide, with its mudbanks emerging from the silver water like the humped backs of monsters, and seagrasses and circling flocks of seabirds. A twin-masted sailing boat was in mid-channel running out with the flow. Whatever was happening here in this cottage, the world would go on anyway. Until it didn't. perhaps within the hour. When he returned, she had tidied the room and turned back the covers. "That's what you'll do every time." Her suggestion of a future excited him again. She gestured him to sit beside her on the bed. Then she put her hand on his knee. "Are you worried about contraception?" He did not answer. He hadn't given it a thought and was ignorant of the details. She said, "I could be the first woman on the Shotley Peninsula to be on the pill." This too was beyond him. His only resource was the truth, what was most obvious at that moment. He turned to face her and said, "I really like being here with you." As the words left him, they sounded childish. But she smiled and drew his face to hers and they kissed, not for very long or very deeply. He followed her. Lips, then glancingly, tips of tongues, then just lips again. She lay back on the bed against the pillows and said, "Get undressed for me. I want to look at you." He stood and pulled his Hawaiian shirt over his head. The old oak floorboards creaked under him when he stood on one leg to pull off his trousers. Tapered by his mother to keep him in fashion, they were tight over the heels. He was in good shape, he thought, and not ashamed to stand exposed in front of Miriam Cornell. But she said sharply, "All of it." So he pulled down his underpants and stepped out of them. "That's better. Lovely, Roland, and look at you." She was right. He had never known such anticipation. Even as she frightened him, he trusted her and was ready to do whatever she asked. All the time he had spent with her in his thoughts, and before that, all the intimidating lessons at the piano were a rehearsal for what was about to happen. It was all one lesson. She would make him ready to face death, happy to be vaporized. He looked at her expectantly. What did he see? The memory would never leave him. The bed was a double by the standards of the time, under 5 feet across. 2 sets of 2 pillows. She sat against one set with her knees drawn up. While he was undressing, she had taken off her cardigan and jeans. Her knickers, like her t-shirt, were green. Cotton, not silk. That t-shirt was a large man's size, and perhaps he should have worried about a rival. The folds of the material, brushed cotton, seemed to him voluptuous in his heightened state. Her eyes were also green. He had once thought there was something cruel about them. Now their color suggested daring. She could do anything she wanted. Her bare legs had traces of a summer tan. The round face, which once had the quality of a mask, now had a soft and open look. The light through the small bedroom window picked out the strength of her cheekbones. No lipstick this Saturday morning. The hair she had worn in a bun for lessons was very fine, and strands of it floated up when she moved her head. She was looking at him in that same patient, wry way she had. Something about him amused her. She pulled her t-shirt off and let it fall to the floor. "Time you learned to take a girl's bra off." He knelt beside her on the bed. Though his fingers shook, it turned out to be obvious enough how to lift the hooks from the eyes. She pushed the blankets and sheets away. She was holding his gaze as if to prevent him from gaping at her breasts. "Let's get in," she said. "Come here." She lay on her back with her arms stretched out. She wanted him to lie on it or within it. With her free hand she pulled up the covers, turned on her side, and drew him towards her. He was uneasy. This was more like a mother and child embrace. He sensed he should be in a more commanding position. He felt strongly he shouldn't let himself be bobbied, but how strongly? To be enveloped like this was sudden, unexpected bliss. There was no choice. She drew his face towards her breasts, and now they filled his view, and he took her nipple in his mouth. She shuddered and murmured, "Oh God!" He came up for air. They were face to face and kissing. She guided his fingers between her legs and showed him, then took her hand away. She whispered, "No," gently, slower, and closed her eyes. Suddenly she pushed the bed covers away and rolled on top of him, sat up, and it was complete, accomplished. So simple, like some trick with a vanishing knot in a length of soft rope. He lay back in sensual wonder, reaching for her hands, unable to speak. Probably only minutes passed. It seemed as if he had been shown a hidden fold in space where there was a catch, a fastener, and that as he released it and peeled away the illusory, every day he saw what had always been there. Their roles, teacher, pupil, the order and self-importance of school, timetables, bikes, cars, clothes. Even words, all of it a diversion to keep everyone from this. It was either hilarious or it was tragic that people should go about their daily business in the conventional way when they knew there was this. Even the headmaster, who had a son and a daughter, must know. Even the queen, every adult knew. What a facade, what pretense. Later she opened her eyes and, gazing down at him with a faraway look, said, "There's something missing." His voice came faintly from beyond the cottage walls. "Yes, you haven't said my name. Miriam. Say it 3 times." He did so. A pause. She swayed, then she said, "Say something to me, with my name." He did not hesitate. It was a love letter and he meant it. "Dear Miriam, I love Miriam. I love you, Miriam." And as he was saying it again, she arched her back, gave a shout, a beautiful tapering cry. That was it for him too. He followed her, just 1 step behind, barely a crotchet. He went downstairs 10 minutes after her. His head was clear, his tread was light, and he took the steep stairs 2 at a time. The clocks had not yet gone back and the sun was still high enough. It was not even 1:30. It would be a delight now to be on his bike, taking a different route to school, the Harkstead way, at speed, passing close by the pine wood that contained the secret lake. Alone, to prize the treasure that no one could take from him, to taste it, sift it, reconstruct it, to get the measure of the new person he was. He might extend the ride, take the farm tracks to Freston. The prospect was sweet. First, a goodbye. When he arrived in the sitting room, she was bending down to gather up the papers from the floor. He was not too young to sense a shift of mood. Her movements were quick and tense. Her hair was tied back tight. She straightened and looked at him and knew. She said, "Oh no, you don't." "What?" She came towards him. "You absolutely don't." He started to say, "I don't know what you mean," but she spoke over him. "Got what you came for and heading off, is that it?" "No, honestly, I want to stay." "Are you telling me the truth?" "Yes. Yes, miss." He looked to see if she was making fun of him. Impossible to tell. "Yes, miss." "Good. Ever peeled a potato?" He nodded, not daring to say no. She brought him into the kitchen. By the sink in a tin bowl were 5 big dirty potatoes. She gave him a peeler and a colander. "Did you wash your hands?" He tried to sound curt. "Yes. Yes, miss." "I thought you wanted me to call you Miriam." She gave him a look of exaggerated pity and continued, "When they're done and rinsed, chop them into 4 and put them in that pot." She stepped into some clogs and went into the back garden, and he started work. He felt trapped, bewildered, and at the same time he felt he owed her a great debt. Of course, it would have been wrong, appalling bad manners to leave. But even if it had been right, he would not have known how to withstand her. She had always frightened him. He had not forgotten how cruel she could be. Now it was more complicated, it was worse, and he had made it worse. He suspected he had brushed against a fundamental law of the universe. Such ecstasy must compromise his freedom. That was its price. The first potato was slow, like wood carving, at which he had always been useless. By the 4th he thought he had the hang of it. The trick was to ignore the detail. He quartered and rinsed his 5 potatoes and put them in the pot of water. He went to the kitchen's half-glazed door to see what she was up to. The light was golden. She was dragging a cast-iron table across the lawn towards a shed, pausing, then dragging a few inches at a time. Her movements were frantic, even angry. The terrible thought came to him that there might be something wrong with her. She saw him and waved at him to come out. When he got to her, she said, "Don't just watch. This thing is bloody heavy." Together they stored the table in the shed. Then she put a rake in his hands and told him to sweep up leaves and put them on the compost heap at the bottom of the garden. While he raked beech leaves from next door's tree, she was busy in the borders with her secateurs. An hour passed. He was dumping the last of the leaves on the compost. Across the open space he could make out a slice of the river, part of an inlet tinted orange. He could step over the low fence into the field, walk round the front of the cottage, retrieve his bike and be off. Never come back. It would hardly matter if the world was ending. He could do all that. But it was simple, he couldn't. His urge to leave surprised him as much as his inability to. It was a matter of courtesy to help out, to stay for lunch. He was hungry. The leg of lamb he had seen in the kitchen would be far superior to anything at school. It helped, or simplified matters minutes later when Miriam told him to rake the front garden also. He had no choice. As he turned to obey, she pulled him back by the collar of his shirt and kissed him on the cheek. She went indoors to prepare lunch while he pushed a wheelbarrow with his rake down a side passage and set to work out front. It was harder. The leaves were massed between and behind thorny rose shrubs along the borders. The rake's head was too wide. He had to go down on all fours and scoop the leaves out with his hands. He collected up the empty plastic flower pots, sweet wrappers, and other rubbish that had blown in. Just beyond her front gate was her car and his bike leaning against it. He tried not to look at it. Perhaps it was hunger that was making him irritable, that and the fiddly nature of the job. When he was done at last and had returned the rake and wheelbarrow to the shed, he went indoors. Miriam was basting the lamb. "Not ready yet," she said, and then she saw him. "Look at the state of you. Your trousers are filthy." She took his hand. "You're all scratched, you poor darling. Get your shoes off." "Into the shower with you." He let himself be led upstairs. The backs of his hands were indeed bloody from the rose thorns. He felt cared for and just a little heroic. In her bedroom he undressed in front of her. Her tone was warm. "Look at you, big again." She drew him towards her and fondled him while they kissed. The shower was not a good experience. The water came out in a dribble with a hair's breadth turn of the tap between icy and scalding. When he returned to the bedroom, towel round his waist, his clothes were gone. He heard her coming up the stairs. Before he could ask, she said, "They're in the washing machine. You can't go back to school covered in mud." She passed him a gray sweater and a pair of her beige slacks. "Don't worry, I'm not lending you my knickers." Her clothes fitted well enough, though the slacks looked girlish around the hips. There was an odd little loop that was supposed to go under his heel. He let it drag. As he followed her down the stairs, the thought that they were both barefoot pleased him. At their very late lunch she had a glass of white wine, which she said she preferred at room temperature. He did not know the rules of wine, but he nodded knowingly. She poured him some homemade lemonade. At first, they ate in silence, and he was nervous, for he was beginning to understand how quickly her moods shifted. It was also worrying that he was without his clothes. The washing machine was turning, making little moaning sounds. But soon he did not care because he had a plate of roast lamb, pink, even bloody in places, which was new to him, and 7 large roast potatoes and much buttery cauliflower. When it was offered, he had another plate of meat and then a third, and a total of 15 roast potatoes and most of the cauliflower. He would have liked to pick up the half-full gravy boat and drink it all because it was surely going to be thrown away. But he knew his manners. Finally, she raised the subject, the only real topic. Since it had been the cause of his visit, he had automatically assumed the matter buried. "I don't suppose you read the papers." "I do," he said quickly. "I know what's happening." "And what do you think?" He thought carefully. He was so full of food, and he was also a new person, a man in fact, and at that moment he was not really bothered. But he said, "We might all be dead tomorrow or tonight." She pushed her plate aside and folded her arms. "Really, you don't look very scared." His present indifference was a heavy weight. He forced himself to remember how he had felt the day before and the night before that. "I'm terrified." And then, suddenly feeling the rich aura of his new maturity, he returned her question in a manner that would never have occurred to a child. "What do you think?" "I think Kennedy and all of America are behaving like spoiled babies, stupid and reckless, and the Russians are liars and thugs. You're quite right to be frightened." Roland was astonished. He had never heard a word against the Americans. The president was a godly figure in everything Roland had read. But it was Russians who put their missiles, yes, yes, and the Americans have theirs right against the Soviet border with Turkey. They've always said that strategic balance was the only way to keep the world safe. They should both pull back. Instead, we have these silly, dangerous games at sea. Boys' games. Her passion astonished him. Her cheeks were red. His heart was racing. He had never felt so grown up. Then what's going to happen? Either some trigger-happy idiot out at sea makes a mistake and it all blows up just like you fear, or they do the deal they should have done 10 days ago like proper statesmen instead of driving us all to the brink. So you think a war might really happen? It's just possible, yes. He stared at her. His own position, that they might all die tonight, was largely rhetorical. It was what his friends and the 6 formers said at school. There was comfort in having everybody say it, but hearing it now from her was a shock. She seemed wise. The newspapers were saying the same kind of thing, but that mattered less. Those were stories like entertainments. He began to feel shivery. She placed a hand on his wrist, turned it and found his fingers and interlocked them with hers. Listen, Roland, it's very, very unlikely. They might be stupid, but both sides have too much to lose. Do you understand? Yes. Do you know what I'd like? She waited for his answer. What? I'd like to take you upstairs with me, she added in a whisper, make you feel safe. So they rose without letting go, and for the 3rd time that day she towed him up the stairs. In the fading light of the late afternoon it happened all over again, and again he wondered at himself how earlier in the day he had been so eager to get away, to regress and become a kid on a bike. Afterwards he lay on her arm, his face level with her breasts, feeling a growing drowsiness begin to smother him. His attention drifted in and out of what she was quietly saying. I always knew that you'd come. I've been very patient, but I knew even though you didn't. Are you listening? Good, because now you're here you should know. I've waited a very long time. You're not to speak about this to anyone, not to your closest friend, no boasting about it, however tempting it is. Is that clear? Yes, he said. It's clear. When he woke it was dark outside and she had gone. The bedroom air was cold on his nose and ears. He lay on his back in the comfortable bed. From downstairs he heard the front door open and close, and then a familiar ticking sound that he could not place. He lay for half an hour in loosely associated daydreams. If the world did not end then, the school term would, in 54 days. He would make the journey to Germany to be with his parents for the Christmas holidays, a prospect of comfort and boredom. What he liked was to think about the stages of the journey, the train from Ipswich to Manningtree, where the River Stour ceased to be tidal, change there for Harwich to get the night boat to the Hook of Holland, walk across the railway lines on the quayside, and climb up onto the train to Hanover, at all stages checking the inside pocket of his school blazer to make sure his passport was still there. He dressed quickly in the clothes she had lent him and went downstairs. The first thing he saw was his bike propped against the piano. She was in the kitchen, finishing the washing up. She called to him, "Safer in here. I spoke to Paul Bond. Did you know I teach his daughter? It's fine for you to stay overnight." She came towards him and kissed his forehead. She was wearing a blue dress of fine corduroy with darker blue buttons down the front. He liked her familiar perfume. Now it seemed that for the first time he really understood how beautiful she was. "I told him we're rehearsing a duet, and we are." He wheeled his bike through the kitchen into the garden and propped it by the shed. It was a night of stars and the first touch of winter. Already the beginning of a frost was forming on the lawn that he had raked. It crunched underfoot as he moved away from the kitchen light in order to see the smudged, forked road of the Milky Way. A third world war would make no difference to the universe. Miriam called to him from the kitchen door. "Roland, you'll freeze to death. Get inside." He went immediately towards her. That evening they played the Mozart again, and this time he was more expressive and followed the dynamic markings. In the slow movement he tried to imitate her smooth and seamless legato touch. He thundered his way through the allegro molto and the cottage seemed to shake. It hardly mattered. They laughed about it. At the end she hugged him. The next morning he slept in late. By the time he came downstairs it was even late for lunch. Miriam was in the kitchen preparing eggs. The pages of the Sunday paper, The Observer, were spread across an armchair and the floor. There was no change. The crisis continued. The headline was Clear Kennedy, "No deal till Cuba missiles are made useless." She gave him a glass of orange juice and made him play another Mozart duet with her, this time the F major. He sight-read all the way. Afterwards she said, "You play the dotted notes like a jazz musician." It was a rebuke he took as praise. When at last they sat down to eat and she turned on her radio for the news, the story had moved on. The crisis was over. They listened to the deep voice, rich in authority, issue the deliverance. There had been an important exchange of letters between the leaders. The Russian ships were turning back. Khrushchev would order that the missiles be removed from Cuba. The general view was that President Kennedy had saved the world. The Prime Minister, Harold Macmillan, had phoned his congratulations. It was another cloudless day. The low afternoon sun, well past the equinox, blazed through the glazed upper half of the kitchen door into the little sitting room and spilled across their table. As he ate his omelet, Roland felt again the insidious desire to be off, hurtling along the route he had in mind. Out of the question. He had already been told that while she ironed his clothes he would be washing the dishes. She had earned the right to tell him what to do, but she had it from the beginning. "What a relief," she kept saying. "Aren't you happy? You don't look it." "I am, honestly. It's amazing. What a relief." But she read him well. Somewhere below a layer of decorum barely available to himself was a sense he had been cheated. The world would go on, he would remain unvaporized. He needn't have done a thing. Mr. Clare, head of music, busy with his production of Mother Courage, for which he had written an original score, told Roland he would be taking future lessons from Miss Cornell again. "She knows about your progress, the sight reading and the rest. She'll be delighted to see you. She'll also take you for your extra 90 minutes. The school will pay for that. My hands are full. I hope you'll understand. Good lad." It was obvious whose initiative this was, though she had not mentioned it to Roland. She informed him that they would be playing the Schubert Fantasia and a Mozart duet in a concert in Norwich. A week later he saw a poster. It advertised the school Christmas concert on 18 December. Under Brandenburg Concerto No. 5 was Mozart, and under him was his name and Miriam's. Sonata for 2 pianos, D major, K448. "You'd have refused if I'd told you. I'm the teacher, you're my pupil, and these concerts are what I want you to work towards. Now enough of that, come here." They were in bed at the time. It was 6 a.m. He sometimes crept out of the dormitory at 5, pedaled like a maniac through the dark, along the muddy tracks. He had the journey down to 15 minutes, then 14. Her front door would be ajar, an exciting crack of yellow light. He would race back, post-dawn, and merge unnoticed with the boys going into breakfast at 7:30. Where young Marlowe had his mizzen-mast in high seas, Roland had his bike. He went to Irwharton on free afternoons and weekends when he wasn't playing in a match. He took his prep in a carrier bag on his handlebars to her house, but rarely touched it when he was there. On Sundays, he was usually with her for lunch. He now told the housemaster where he was going piano lessons, and rehearsals were their badge of respectability. Whenever he left her, she made a strict arrangement for the day and hour of his return. She kept him close. He often set out from school reluctantly as November turned to December, and the trees were stripped leafless by a wind which was said to blow in from Siberia unhindered by a single hill. He hung about less with friends. He canceled sessions in the darkroom. His reputation among his year was that of a dedicated and therefore boring pianist. No one was curious about his absences. He was late-handing in work. His essay on Lord of the Flies, which he had intended to be twice the required length, was a poor and hurried thing, barely 3 pages in large, well-spaced handwriting. C in red biro was the reckoning of Mr. Clayton, the inspirational English teacher. "Have you read it?" was his only remark. It was hard to drag himself away from the centrally heated fug of his house and the schoolwork he needed to do, hard to set out into the bitter driven rain. The cottage had only a coal fire and 2 small electric heaters. For his journeys she bought him a skiing jacket and a woolly hat. It had a bauble on top which he cut off with his penknife. But the problem was not only the power she had over him. He was a problem to himself. Even before he rode out of the school gates onto the Shotley Road, he would be pedaling with half an erection. But he had to accept that there would not be sex every visit. He did not dare express disappointment. He reckoned he was lucky half the time. She was energetic with her jobs around the place and would want him to help. She might insist on a long piano lesson. Then it would be time to send him back to school. Sometimes she said she was simply glad he was there with her and not anywhere else. But when she did take him upstairs, it was an experience beyond the remotest reaches of joy. At school, in the dormitory after lights out, he listened to the false boasts of his friends and knew that they would never have what he had now. He was in love. A beautiful woman loved him and was teaching him how to love, how to touch her, how to build slowly. She spoiled him with her praise. He was the genius sight reader with his tongue. He discovered that he was averse to having his cock in her mouth. He couldn't explain why it made him tense. She said that was fine by her. When they slept, she cuddled him like a child. She often treated him as one, correcting his manners, suggesting he wash his hands, reminding him what to do next. When early on he objected, she said, "But Roland, you are a child and don't get sulky. Come here and kiss me." So he went and kissed her. That was the point. He could not resist her, not her face, her voice, her body, or her manner. Obeying her was the toll he paid. Besides, she outmaneuvered him. She could frighten him with a rapid shift of mood. Dissent, and especially disobedience, could provoke her instantly. The obliterating tenderness would be withdrawn. He turned up one Sunday morning, and for an hour they played duets and rehearsed for the concert, as far as it was possible without two pianos. When they were done, she went into the kitchen to make herself coffee. She did not allow him to drink it, and when she returned, he took out something from his carrier bag to show her. He had bought it new for 2 shillings, the sheet music of the Thelonious Monk's Round Midnight. As she sat down beside him, she glanced at the cover and murmured, "That rubbish, put it away." It was a risk, but he had to stand up for what he liked. He said, not very loudly, "No, it's really good." She snatched the music from him and put it on the stand and began to play. She meant to wreck it, and she did. Played exactly as written. It sounded thin, simple, like a nursery song. She broke off. "Okay, but that's not how you play it." This was a dangerous thing to say. She stood up, took her coffee across the room, into the kitchen and out into the garden, and while she went he played it to her. That was madness, but he was keen to show her that he had already worked out how to do it with Monk's heavy, pretend clumsy syncopation. Now he saw how wise he had been to keep his secret from her. He was planning to set up a jazz trio with 2 older boys. Both drummer and bass player were good. He watched her go down to the bottom of the garden and look out over the fields while she warmed her hands around her cup. Then she turned and walked back at a decisive pace. He stopped playing and waited. No question, he had gone too far. When she was by the piano, she said, "Time for you to be going." Half an hour before, she had made hints about upstairs. When he started to protest, she spoke over him. "Off you go, take your bag." She was by the front door. Now she was holding it open. The matter was so far gone that he had nothing to lose by showing that he could be angry too. He took the music, picked up his bag, grabbed his ski jacket and walked past in silence without looking at her. His front tire was down, but he was not going to pump it up in her sight. He walked his bike down the road. They had made no arrangement for his next visit. He suffered a week of remorse, uncertainty, and longing. He did not dare to turn up at the cottage uninvited and risk a definitive rejection. His unsent attempt at a letter of apology was insincere. He still thought she was wrong about Round Midnight. Could they not agree to have different tastes? All he wanted was that she take him back. He had no idea how this was to be arranged when he could not decide what to apologize for. His crime had been to tell her that was not how to play it. It couldn't be unsaid, and it was true. Jazz written down was only half the story, merely a rough guide. You couldn't just play it like a chaconne by Purcell. He loitered by the little phone kiosk under the stairs in the main building. He had coins for a local call in his grip. If they talked, it could go badly, it could be terminal. Still, he went in, put his pennies in the slot, almost dialed, pressed button B for the return of his coins, and came out. He walked down through the grounds, past the ha-ha, along a path through the rusty collapsing bracken to the foreshore where he and his pals used to play in their boiler suits. There, under a bare oak on a little grassy promontory overlooking the shoreline's first muddy pools, he allowed himself the luxury of crying in hopelessness. There was no one around, so he let go, he blabbed, then he filled his lungs and shouted in frustration. He had brought the disaster upon himself. He could have kept quiet about the Thelonious Monk. There was no need to challenge her. A magnificent edifice toppled, a palace of sensuality, music, homeliness in ruins. It was no longer about sex. This was the homesickness for which he had never shed tears. And yet that week he rewrote his Lord of the Flies essay, and within 2 days it came back from Neil Clayton. A plus, Roland's best grade yet. Okay, redeemed. Smart use of civilization and its discontents, but don't go too far with Freud. He's not reliable. Remember that beyond allegory, Golding was a schoolmaster once, dealing all day with horrible little boys. The jazz trio had its first session. The drummer and bassist were withdrawn lonely figures, not unhappy taking direction from a boy 2 years younger. Their first attempts were messy. The bass could only read tablature, the drumming was far too loud. Roland suggested brushes next time. He himself fumbled with their simple 3-chord blues. Afterwards they told each other that they had made a good start. He played a fine game of tennis in the cold against his summer doubles partner and almost won. He hung about with his friends again. They lolled against the radiators outside the dining room by convention. These radiators were reserved exclusively for the fourth form. Roland was agreeably teased for being a piano swot who even got up before breakfast to rehearse. He told them the truth. He was having a passionate affair with an older woman. They all laughed. But even as he made this hiding in plain sight joke, he felt a stab of despair. Also, that week he came fourth in a physics test about the coefficient of friction, and got a good mark for a translation in class without dictionary of 5 paragraphs from Georges Duhamel's Le Notaire du Havre. All his prep that week was handed in on time. On the Saturday, an exceptionally small and neat boy with a pointed nose like a little mouse approached him with a folded scrap of paper. He was one of her pupils, Roland assumed. The note said only, Sunday 10 a.m. now dread and hope displaced despair. That afternoon he played away against Norwich. For 80 minutes, while he ran up and down a sodden pitch dominated by the cathedral, he did not think about her. Norwich was known for its generous post-match teas. For a further 20 minutes she was absent from his thoughts as he sat with his team and the opposition, and ate a dozen sandwiches. It was a long ride back in the school coach. He was moodily on his own at the front, ignoring the usual filthy chatter. He had recently heard the term chinless wonder, clearly one of abuse. Now as the bus headed south in the dark back towards Suffolk, he saw his reflection in the window and began to suspect that he did not have much of a chin. When he ran his forefinger from his lower lip to his Adam's apple, he confirmed it was a flat line. What kindness in her, never to have mentioned it. Repeatedly, he traced and probed with his finger. He tried to catch his profile in the vibrating bus window. Not possible. His prospects were poor. Better, perhaps, to stay away. He could not imagine how it would be when she opened the door to him. They would need to have the monk conversation. He was prepared to give way on everything. If she knew about the trio and wanted him to abandon it, then he would. Towards the end of the journey he settled on the idea of a present for her, a token that would say everything without him having to find the words. In the art class he had made a pot, the only one of his not to have crumbled in the kiln. He had painted it in green and blue hoops. Below his house was an allotment tended by his gifted friend, Michael Body, who made exquisite watercolors of his plants. He would not miss one little specimen, but would a present mitigate the effect of Roland's deformed appearance. He was first off when the bus stopped outside the main building. 1 minute with a borrowed hand mirror and the wide mirror in the dormitory bathroom restored his chin. At no other time in his life would an urgent personal problem be so easily resolved. He had to accept that he was in a peculiar state. The next morning after breakfast, he wheeled his bike down to Body's plot and chose the most insignificant flowerless plant, barely 4 inches high. There were plenty more of the same. A couple of handfuls of soil, and it was nicely potted. He protected it in his carrier bag with balled-up waste paper. At the right turn off the main road, past Chelmondiston onto the farm track, he realized that if she rejected him, the journey along this route would be his last. He slowed down, trying to see it, the featureless flat fields, a line of telegraph poles against a smooth gray sky, as though from memory from many years ahead when he was old and had forgotten almost everything. By the time he had slid the bag off his handlebars and dumped his bike on her front lawn, she had opened the door. There was nothing in her expression that helped him gauge her mood. Before they had exchanged a greeting, he took out his present and put it in her hands. She stared at it for several seconds. "But Roland, what does this mean?" It was a genuine question. He said, "It's a present. Is your severed head in here? Am I meant to be pining away for you?" His look was blank. "I don't think so." "You don't know Keats's poem, The Pot of Basil?" "Isabella," he shook his head. She drew him into the house. "You'd better come in and get an education." That was it, that was all. They simply resumed. She brought him into the living room where a fire was burning and the table set for breakfast. He could always eat a second breakfast. She explained the poem. She told him about Frank Bridges' setting of it. She said she had a piano version of it somewhere, an interesting piece which they might look at together. While she spoke, she combed his hair out of his eyes with her fingers, like an affectionate mother. But she also touched his lips and dropped her hand to his waist and played with the snake clasp of his elastic belt, though she did not release it. They ate cereal and poached eggs and talked about the missiles being removed from Cuba, and stories in the newspapers about a tunnel that might be built under the English Channel to France. Upstairs, when they were in bed, she made him tell her about his week. He told her about the rugby, the tight tennis game, his physics and French tests, and what Mr. Clayton had said about his Golding essay. When they made love, she was so tender and his relief was so great that at the crucial moment he could not help himself. He let out a shout that was not so different from his cries of despair on the foreshore. Afterwards, as he lay in her arms with his eyes closed, she said, "I've something important to say to you. Are you listening?" He nodded. "I love you. I love you very much. You belong to me and to no one else. You're mine and you'll stay that way. Do you understand, Roland?" "I understand." When they were downstairs, she described driving to Audiobook to hear Benjamin Britten give a talk about string quartets. Roland said that the name meant nothing to him. She drew him closer to her and kissed his nose and said, "We've got a lot of work to do on you." That was it, and that was how it was going to be. This was what the far-off belligerent gods, Khrushchev and Kennedy, had arranged for him. He did not dare jeopardize a reconciliation by bringing up the matter between himself and Miriam. When she was enfolding him so sweetly, it would have been self-destructive folly. She would banish him again. But the questions remained. Why send him away? Why bring down unnecessary pain and deny their pleasure in each other for the sake of Round Midnight, or even for the entire concept of jazz? He was too cowardly to confront her, too self-interested. What mattered was that he had been forgiven. She was taking him back and she loved him. She had been upset and angry and now she was not. That was enough for her, and so it was for him. He was too young to know about possession, to understand that his interest in jazz had threatened to remove him from her sphere of command. At 14, How was he to know that, at 25, she too was young? Her cleverness, her love and knowledge of music, literature, her liveliness and charm when he was securely hers masked her desperation. Through November and most of December he worked with her for the concerts and his grade 8 piano, a tough exam, and he was young to be taking it on, everybody said, especially when he passed with distinction. He now played his part in the Mozart and Schubert duets with what she called the 3DS, dexterity, delicacy, and dash. Their concert in the Norwich Assembly Rooms was in mid-December. It was a large audience, and they seemed to Roland extremely old and stern. But as the two pianists rose from their stools to stand in front of the full-size Steinway grands, the applause for the Mozart, and then the Schubert thrilled him. Miriam had rehearsed him well in taking a bow. He would never have guessed that mere clapping could produce in him such a swooning sensation of pleasure. 2 days later she showed him a review in the local paper, the Eastern Daily Press. A truly remarkable, if not historic, occasion. Miss Cornell had the generosity and foresight to allow her pupil to take lead position. Precocious young players in classical music are not unusual, but 14-year-old Roland Baines is a sensation. I'd be a proud man if I'm the first to say that he has a great future. He and his teacher dazzled us in Mozart's exhilarating K381. The Fantasia, however, is a masterpiece and a far more demanding work. It was one of Schubert's last compositions and poses a serious challenge for any player at any age. Young Roland played his part not only with technical mastery, but with a barely credible emotional maturity and formidable insight. I predict that within 10 years the name of Roland Baines will resound in classical circles and beyond. He is simply brilliant. The audience knew it, loved it, and rose to its feet. The ovation must have been heard right across the market square. At the school Christmas concert 5 days later, he had a moment of panic before going on stage. One of the side arms of his glasses came off and they wouldn't stay on his face. Miriam was calm and fixed them with sticky tape. They played the piece better than they ever had. Later, Mr. Clare would tell them that he was amazed by the beauty of their performance and that he choked up during the slow movement. At the end, when teacher and pupil stood from their upright pianos to great cheers and hand in hand took their bows, the little mousy boy came out from the wings to present a single red rose to Miriam and to Roland a large bar of milk chocolate. Ah, youth! Part 2-5. How did Berlin and the renowned Alissa Eberhardt come into his life? In settled, expansive mood, Roland occasionally reflected on the events and accidents, personal and global, minuscule and momentous, that had formed and determined his existence. His case was not special. All fates are similarly constituted. Nothing forces public events on private lives like a war. If Hitler had not invaded Poland and so diverted Private Baines's Scottish division from its planned tour of duty in Egypt to northern France, then to Dunkirk and his serious leg injuries, he would never have been designated unfit for combat and posted to Aldershot to encounter Rosalind in 1945, and Roland would not exist. If the young Jane Farmer had done as she was asked and popped across the Alps for Cyril Connolly in his bid to improve the nation's post-war diet, Alissa would not exist. Commonplace and wondrous. In the early 30s, if Private Baines had not taken up the mouth organ, he might not have been so keen for his son to take piano lessons to enhance his personal popularity. Then, if Khrushchev had not placed nuclear missiles on Cuba and Kennedy had not ordered a naval blockade of the island, Roland would not have biked to Irwharton, to Miriam Cornell's cottage that Saturday morning. The unicorn would have remained chained in its enclosure, and Roland would have passed his public exams and gone to university to study literature and languages. Then he would not have drifted for more than a decade, successfully driving Miriam Cornell from his thoughts to become, in his late 20s, an ardent autodidact. He would not have taken German conversation lessons in 1977 at the Goethe-Institut in South Kensington with Alissa Eberhardt. Then Lawrence would not exist. Roland arrived late for his first lesson, and the conversation had already started. There were 5 others in the group, 2 women, 3 men. They sat on folding chairs in a horseshoe facing her. She nodded curtly at Roland as he took a seat. He had picked up enough German at school to have entered himself in the low intermediate class. The teacher's English was perfect, barely a trace of an accent. Her teaching style was precise, exacting with a touch of impatience. She made sure everyone spoke in turn. She was compact and energetic, unusually pale, with extremely dark eyes that were not made up. She had an interesting habit of glancing away to her right and upwards whenever she gathered her thoughts. There was something dangerous or unruly in her manner, Roland decided. Immediately he felt himself to be in competition with the 3 men. The conversation was about children on holiday. Now her gaze was on him in an intense look of expectation. He had not been listening closely, but he understood he was supposed to say something like, "It's my turn," he said, "Ich bin dran." Say gut. A burr, she glanced down at her list of names. Roland with the new toys. He had missed that part. He hesitated. His heart had made a pleasant lurch at her very good. He had come to learn, but he wanted to show off what he knew. Needing to impress her, to show her he was above the rest, he proceeded with caution. Ich bin en die Rei mit dem new Spielzeug. Her correction was patient, her enunciation was exaggerated for the benefit of a dimwit. Ich bin in der Rei mit dem neuen Spielzeug. Ah, of course. Genau, she moved on. The toys were boring, the day was sunny, the children were hungry, they liked fruit. They also liked swimming, especially when it was raining. When she came back to Roland, he made 3 basic errors in one sentence. She corrected him briskly and the class ended. 2 weeks later, at the end of the 3rd lesson, someone asked her in faltering German to say a little about herself. Roland listened carefully. She spoke slowly for their benefit. They learned that she was 29 and had been born in Bavaria to an English mother and German father. But she grew up in the north, not so far from Hanover. She had just completed her MA at King's College London. She liked hiking, movies and cooking, and something else he didn't catch. She would be married next spring. Her fiancé was a trumpet player. The class, minus Roland, murmured its approval. Then one of the women asked their teacher to tell them her greatest ambition. They had just been practicing that word, der Aeges. Miss Eberhardt told them without hesitation that her ambition was to be the greatest novelist of her generation. She said it with an ironic smile. Her marriage prospects simplified matters. He could concentrate on being fascinated and nothing else. Besides, for the past 6 months he had been happy with Diana, a medical student just starting her clinical year at St. Thomas's, whose family was from Grenada. A constraining factor was her 60-hour week, sometimes more. But she was delightful, witty, played the guitar and sang, wanted to specialize in eye surgery, and said she loved him. At certain moments he felt the same about her, but she went further. She was in favor of marrying him. Her parents, both teachers, were for it too. They welcomed him, promised to show him one day the beautiful island they had left behind. They invited him to Grenadian feasts in their house near the Oval. Diana's younger brothers and sisters were also keen on this marriage, and kept saying so. Roland smiled and nodded and began the inevitable withdrawal. Here was yet another if, then. If Colonel Nasser had not nationalized the Suez Canal, and if British elites were not still immersed in dreams of empire and determined to take back their short cut to the Far East, then Roland would not have spent a rapturous week of play in a military camp. Though his wild travels were over, a notion of impossible freedom and adventure still spoiled him for the present where most of life's satisfactions were located. It was a habit of mind. His real life, the boundless life, was elsewhere. During his late teens and most of his 20s, he banished Miriam from memory and rock music became his passion. For a while, he was an occasional keyboard player with the Peter Mount Posse. He alternated manual or menial labor in England with journeys with friends, with carefully planned mescaline and LSD adventures in high places the Rockies and Cascades, the Dalmatian coast, the desert south of Kandahar, the Alps, the Tramontana, Big Sur. Wasted time in beautiful places, lingering joyfully just inside the gates of paradise with the world's colors aflame, always regretting the setting sun and the call home, the Edenic expulsion into the next day and its usual concerns. For all the big-hearted rambling on spectacular ridges, he still was not free. One friend, Naomi, who worked in a bookshop and who took him to hear Robert Lowell at the Poetry Society, received the news that Roland was ending their affair with dismay, then bitterness. Coldly, she set it out for him. There was something wounded about him, something faulty. You could never tell me what it was, but I know this much. You'll never be satisfied. He thought that what he did in the actual world, his serial freelance careers, his friends, entertainments, his self-education were distractions, light relief. He avoided salaried employment in order to be available. He had to remain at large in order not to be. The only happiness and purpose and proper paradise was sexual. A hopeless dream lured him from one relationship to the next. If it had come real once, it must do so again. He knew that life at its best was rich and plural, obligations were inevitable, it was impossible to live only in and for blanketing ecstasy. That he had to tell himself this proved to Roland how lost he was. But what he knew to be true he also expected to be disproved. He could not stop himself. Here was a bass note, a ground, a drone of disappointment. Diana disappointed him, so did Naomi, and others did too. His torment was in knowing how eccentric he was. Or perhaps even mad, as grandly mad as Robert Lowell, whose poetry came to obsess him. Later, parenting, its double helix of love and labor, should have delivered him. In the actual world he was delivered. For years ahead his commitment as a father was clear. There should be no hope now, but he could not suppress his hopeful thoughts. What he once had, he had to have again. A mosaic of memories helped form the half-fictional vision he often summoned. Speeding down wintry Suffolk lanes, weaving among farm-track puddles, skidding and drifting round tight corners, letting the bike fall on the lawn, 7 paces up her short garden path, his signature taps at the door crotchet, triplet, crochet, crochet, for she never let him have a key. Her form precise against the tiny hall's yellow light, the cottage exhaling its warmth in his face. Always midwinter, always the weekend. They didn't embrace. She preceded him up steep, narrow stairs, towing him towards obliteration, his and hers. Then again, and after supper again. At school he was fine, playing rugby, running cross-countries, messing about with friends, learning a new piece. But certain tasks, memorizing, listening in class, writing the first line of an essay, especially reading a set book, would set him drifting, dwelling on the last time, fantasizing the next. Within half a paragraph, the swell and ache of an erection would dull his concentration. He would come across an unfamiliar French or German word, reach for his dictionary. 5 minutes later, it would still be in his hand, unopened. By the time his school days were over, he had got through no more than a dozen pages of Les Trois Aveugles or Aux Dem Leben Eins Taugenichts appropriately, memoirs of a good-for-nothing, or the first 2 books of Paradise Lost. Memorizing 10 new German nouns could take him all evening. Usually he didn't bother. He received warnings from his teachers. Neil Clayton, the English teacher, his supporter, sent for him 3 times in a term to remind him how bright he was, how exams were approaching, and there would be no 6th form for him unless he passed at least 5. Did Roland have regrets at the time and wish that he had never had a piano lesson, never heard of Erwarten? The question did not occur. This was his brilliant new life. He was flattered by it, he was privileged and proud. Where his friends could only dream and joke, he was receding from them, crossing the horizon, then the invisible one beyond, and the horizon after that. He believed he had entered a transcendent state that most of them would never know. Schoolwork he could sort out later. He believed he was in love. He presented Miriam with small gifts, some flowers selected from an arrangement in the assembly hall, her preferred chocolate bar from the tuck shop. Something reptilian, single-minded and greedy, had been aroused in him. If he had been told he was pathologically addicted to sex as others were to drugs, he would have owned up gaily. If he was an addict, he must be an adult. Many years later, when he was able to talk of his teens and early adulthood, he was hiking above a remote Norwegian fjord with Joe Coppinger, by then working for a clean water charity. They were walking side by side along a high ridge, each with a glass of wine in his hand, a pleasant convention they had established long ago. "If I'd come to you for advice back in the days when you did clinical work, what would you have said?" "Something like, you long to make love night and day. So do we all. It can't happen. It's the price we pay for order in the streets. Freud knew that. So grow up." Dead right, and they laughed. But in his teens, Roland had already read Civilization and its discontents. It hadn't helped. If he was damaged by his past, it showed itself obliquely. He didn't follow women down the street or make blatant propositions or grope women on the tube, grotesquely common in the 70s. He did not come on hard at parties. Unusually for the time, he was serially faithful in all his affairs. His was a dream of crazed monogamy, total mutual devotion and dedication to a common pursuit of the sexual and emotional sublime. In fantasy, its backdrop, the dreamscape, had a borrowed or cliched look, a hotel in Paris, Madrid, or Rome. Never a midwinter cottage by a Suffolk estuary. High summer, lazy traffic outside, through half-closed shutters, bars of fierce white light on the tiled floor. Also on the floor, all the bedclothes. An aftermath of sweat, cool showers, calls down to reception for iced water, snacks, wine. As interludes, strolls along the river, a restaurant while someone changed the sheets, tidied the room, renewed the flowers and the coffee machine. Then resume. Who was to pay for all this? No jobs to go to, not relevant. A conventional enough daydream of a long weekend. The magical or silly element was that he wanted it forever. No way out, no wish for one. Locked in, driven, fusing their identities, trapped in bliss. They never tire, nothing changes in their monastic life, when it is always august in the half-deserted city, where this is all they have, each other. The early days of each of his affairs summoned the ghost of a promise of such a life. The great monastery door opened half an inch. But soon, his attitude, his craving would begin to be tiresome. She might have seen it before in other men, a banal insistence on more time together than she had inclination for. The demon would not desert him, and eventually things must go one of two ways. Unless they went both at once, she would retreat from him, surprised, annoyed, perhaps suffocated, or he moved on, victim once more to disappointment, then increasingly to shame he tried to conceal. Alissa Eberhardt's course at the Goethe-Institut ran for 12 sessions. When it ended, he was ready to sign up for more, but she had gone. No goodbye, not to the class, not to him. It was 4 years before he saw her again. He also signed on for classes at the City Lit, encouraged by Daphne, who thought he should commit to a 5-year educational plan. She helped him draw it up. English literature, philosophy, contemporary history, and French grammar. By the time he started at the Goethe-Institut, he had been playing piano for 6 months in the tea room of a second-rank central London hotel, Munch Music. The assistant manager called it old favorites discreetly rendered so as not to disturb tranquil chat over Earl Grey tea and crustless sandwiches. The hours were good, plenty of time for his reading lists. 2 90-minute sessions, late afternoon and early evening, 7 days a week. He earned enough. In the mid-70s, despite the political turmoil or because of it, one could live cheaply in London. And if he played misty, languorously, someone might come over and leave a pound note on the piano. One American lady who did told him he looked like Clint Eastwood. He had already been a photographer. Soon he would be leaving the hotel to become, so he thought, principal coach for a chain of brave, non-sectarian tennis schools. The trip round Northern Ireland led nowhere, as did other projects in London. He ended up as an instructor at the public courts in Regent's Park. His pupils were mostly adult beginners. A large minority found it exasperating, connecting racket to ball. Tapping it over the net twice in succession was something to aim for. A few were in their mid-80s looking to learn something new. 20 contact hours a week. Grinding work, being kindly and encouraging all day. After 2 years, he left the courts. He had read and made notes on 338 books, according to his notebook, more than he would have got through at a university. From Plato to Max Weber by way of David Hume was the way he described it early on to Daphne. She had cooked him dinner to celebrate his magnificent essay on John Locke. It was a memorable evening. Peter was out that night at a school reunion and came back drunk and accused Roland of trying to steal Daphne from him. Not completely untrue. Now Roland had new ways to describe his progress. From Robert Herrick to Elizabeth Bishop by way of George Crabbe, from the rise of Sun Yat-sen to the Berlin airlift, time to put away the trainers and tracksuit. He could read a book for 90 minutes without folding into reveries, maturity. He was plausible, his disguise was in place. Time had worked its tricks. He was ready to become an intellectual or, at least, a journalist. But it was hard. No one had heard of him. No one would commission him. Finally, through the son of one of his tennis pupils, he was sent to review a fringe production, bloody, naked, much shouting for the London Listings Weekly, Time Out. It was a thumbnail piece, 120 words of wry, dishonest praise that earned him more commissions. But within 2 months, he had tired of the empty night buses home from Morden and Ponder's End. He wrote a short profile of the leader of the opposition for a radical left weekly. He received a polite letter from her office declining an interview which she had personally signed. His piece was skeptical, but it concluded with the observation that if Margaret Thatcher became Prime Minister, which he was beginning to accept as inevitable, it might just possibly advance the cause of women's empowerment. At least he had finally made an impression. The angry letters in the following edition filled a whole page. "She's a woman," was the general drift, but not a sister. He had been a Labour Party member since 1970. Slowly, it became an awkward association by way of a special set of accidents. In June that year, 1979, he started to see Muriel Lavaud, a French journalist living in Camden. Her father was a diplomat, recently posted to Berlin. Muriel wanted to visit him, her stepmother and young half-sister in their new apartment, and was proposing that Roland come too. He hesitated. The usual cracks had not started to appear, but they had known each other only 2 months. His reluctance amused her. "I'm not presenting you to them if that's what you mean. We won't be staying there, the apartment's too small. Un petit diner, c'est tout. I have friends in the East. You said you want to improve your German. We own on." "Ja." They hired bikes and over 2 days cycled the length of the wall, then the perimeter fences that enclosed West Berlin from the rest of East Germany. For young West Germans, living in West Berlin granted exemption from military service. The unconventional would-be poets, painters, writers, filmmakers, and musicians, and the counterculture at large piled in. The city seemed empty, a backwater. Away from the center there were high-ceilinged apartments available at low rent. The generally despised Americans guaranteed the security and freedom of the Western sector against the expansivist ambitions of the Soviet Union. The wall, an embarrassment to so many left-leaning artists, was best ignored. 20 years had turned it into a negligible fact of life. Myril, who had studied for 1 year at the Free University as a postgraduate, had various friends remaining in the city. She took Roland around. The evenings in French, German, and English were disputatious and fun impromptu living room concerts, even the occasional poetry reading. One afternoon they walked from their hotel off Friedrichstrasse to stand in line at Checkpoint Charlie. Myril had a special pass for the families of diplomats, but it made no difference. It took 90 minutes to get through. When she showed the guard the bag of coffee she was bringing in, he shrugged. They took a taxi ride through quiet, rundown streets to Pankow, to a clump of 8-story apartment blocks. Myril's friends, Florian and Ruth Hayes, lived on the 7th floor. The small flat was crowded with people waiting for them round 2 Formica tables pushed together. There were cheers as the Westerners came in. The air was gray with smoke. Half a dozen children were running in and out of the room. Several people stood to offer the visitors a chair. Florian went to the window to look down at the road to check if they had been followed. There were more cheers when Myril produced her Colombian coffee beans. Ruth went round the table, making the introductions. Stephanie, Heinrich, Christine, Philip. Roland's German was weaker than his French. It was going to be hard. He was relieved to be introduced to Dave from Dundee. The conversation resumed. Dave had been asked to summarize conditions in his country. Philip gave a running translation. As I was saying, in Britain we're at breaking point. Mass unemployment, inflation, racism, an openly anti-socialist government just installed, someone said. Gut itty. There was quiet laughter. Dave continued. People in the UK are organizing. They're on the move. They're looking to you. Florian said in English. Thank you, not to me. Seriously, I know you have your problems, but objectively this is the world's only truly viable socialist state. There was silence. Dave added, think about it. Daily life can blind you lot to your own achievements. The East Berliners, all of them under 40, were too polite to say what they thought. Later, Roland learned that 3 months before, a neighbor from their building had been shot in the leg during a poorly organized escape attempt. She was in prison hospital. It was Ruth, their hostess, who rescued the moment. She spoke in strongly accented English. So they say, trust the Germans to go and make the only viable socialist state. Philip translated. There were sighs. That joke had long worn thin, but it shifted attention from Dave's exhortations, or had it? It may have been a rebuke when someone produced 2 mimeographed sheets of paper. They had been smuggled in. A German translation of a poem by Edvard Kochbeck, a Slovenian writer persecuted by the communist authorities. The first part referred to the moon landing. The second summoned the memory of Jan Palach, the student who set himself on fire in 1969 in Wenceslas Square in protest at the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. A burning rocket named Palach has measured history from bottom to top. Even black glasses have read the smoky message. As this was read out and translated, Roland was looking at Dave. It was the strong, earnest face of a decent man. At the end he said mildly, black glasses. Embarrassed for him, Roland said quickly, worn by security agents. Got it. Roland was not sure he had and avoided him for the rest of the evening. The significant moment came while Myril was deep in conversation with Ruth, and Florian took Roland into the bedroom. The children were making a camp out of the bedclothes. After shooing them out, Florian took from under the bed a flimsy suitcase which he unlocked to show off his record collection. Dylan, The Velvet Underground, The Stones, The Grateful Dead, Jefferson Airplane. Roland went through them. The stack was not so different from his own. He asked what would happen if the authorities found them. At first, perhaps not so much. They would take them, sell them, but it could go on my file. They'd take more interest in me, could be used against me later, but we play them quietly. Then he said mournfully, is he still a born-again Christian? Dylan, not over it yet. Florian was on his knees securing the case. In another box I have them all except the latest, with Mark Knopfler. Slow Train Coming. That's it. and all the velvet undergrounds except for the third. As Florian stood up, dusting his hands, Roland said without thinking, "Make me a list." The young German looked at him steadily. "You're coming back." "I think so." 2 months later, after a coffee at the Adler, he stood in line at Checkpoint Charlie, waiting to enter East Berlin. In his hold, all were 2 LPS ready for inspection. Slow Train Coming and the Velvet Underground's third album were in disguise. The sleeves were genuine and second-hand Barshai conducting Shostakovich, but the labels on the new albums were impossible to steam off. Instead, Roland had defaced and aged them. Also in his bag was a paperback Animal Farm, in English, with a false cover, Dickens's Hard Times. He need not have been so cautious. He had asked around. Separately, 2 journalists, old Berlin hands, had assured him that it was easy enough to take books and records in. Worst case, they would be confiscated or he would be sent back and told to return without them. Preferable, he was told, not to take books in German. His false LP covers were unnecessary. He should have been relaxed as the queue shuffled forwards, but his vision was throbbing in time to his heart. The evening before he left London, Muriel had come to his place and they had rowed. He was beginning to think she may have been right. There were only 4 people in front of him now, but he wasn't leaving the line. Roland had cooked dinner for 2. Before they ate, he showed her his contraband. Orwell, Madness. If they let you through, it's because they'll follow you there. I'll walk, I'll keep checking. Do you have their address? I've memorized it. She pulled a record out. She was not impressed by the dust he had blown across the vinyl. 7 tracks on each side. Do you think that's how a Shostakovich symphony sounds? Enough, let's eat. What are you going to say? That the GDR needs to discover Shostakovich? Muriel, I've spoken to people who have crossed scores of times with books. I lived there too. They might detain you. I don't care. He was irritable, but she was in command of a superior Gallic fury. If only her English had not been so precise. He heard her voice now as he stepped up to present himself to a border guard. "You're putting my friends at risk." "Nonsense. They could lose their jobs. Sit down, I've made a stew. Just so you can feel virtuous. So you can tell the world that you're doing something." She was on her feet, on her way out of the room, out of the house, flushed, splendid. Quel Connerai. The guard took the open passport. He was about Roland's age, Florian and Ruth's age, 30 or so. His uniform looked tight and cheap, a pretense like his regulation stern manner. A chorus member of a low-cost modern costume opera. Roland waited and watched. The face was pale and long, with a mole on a cheekbone. The lips were thin and delicate. Roland wondered at the chasm, the wall that divided himself and this man who, in another dispensation, could have been a tennis partner, a neighbor, a distant cousin. What lay between them was a vast and invisible network, its interlacing origins mostly forgotten, of invention and belief, military defeats, occupation and historical accident. The passport came back. There was a nod in the direction of the bag. Roland opened it. Now that it was happening, he didn't feel much at all. The possibilities seemed neutral. A sleep-deprived spell in Hohenschönhausen, the Stasi prison. There were rumors of Chinese water torture. There was known to be a circular black rubber-lined cell kept in absolute darkness for purposes of disorientation. I don't care. The guard lifted the 2 records, put them back, picked up Hard Times and some boxed socks, let them drop, took out a bottle of Valpolicella and set it back gently. Then he gestured him through. Roland, fastening his bag, resisted as a matter of honor the urge to thank him. Then, too late, regretted it. So, if Muriel was right, he was being followed. He didn't believe it, but he could not shake her off. Her voice pursued him down quiet side streets, through one clumsy, self-dramatizing doubling back and the next. If at one point he thought he had confused himself and was lost, there was the occasional glimpse of the pale, unmarked wall to his left. At last, he emerged onto Unter den Linden and found a taxi to Pankow. It was all the jollier that Florian and Ruth were not expecting him. Neighbors showed up, bringing with them ingredients for a makeshift dinner. They drank the wine he had brought and lots more. They listened to the Velvet Underground album many times at fearless full volume. So different this one, Florian kept saying. So close. Late at night, the company wanted to hear over and again Moe Tucker singing, after hours. It's so beautiful that she can't sing, someone said. Finally, with everyone drunk, they sang along to Pale Blue Eyes, If I Could Make the World as Pure. They knew the words by now. Arms round each other's shoulders, they rose lustily to the refrain, Linger on your pale blue eyes, and turned it into an ode to joy. In all, he made 9 trips in 15 months between 80 and 81. Meyeril was wrong. It was never dangerous. His missions didn't have the seriousness and dash of the Jan whose educational foundations work in Czechoslovakia. He merely did the shopping for his new friends. On the second trip, emboldened, he took the album covers with the Shostakovich symphonies inside. Florian was keen to unite his new Dylan and Velvet Underground with their sleeves. After that, it was only books, the usual list. No German translations. Darkness at Noon, The Captive Mind, Ben's Sinister, and several times 1984. He often stayed a few nights and slept on the black plastic sofa. He made friends with the children, 5-year-old Hannah and her sister, Charlotte, aged 7. They gleefully corrected his German. These were playfully confiding girls. He loved it when they cupped a hand round his ear to whisper in a roar ein Erstenliches Geheimnis, an amazing secret. They sat 3 in a line on the sofa to give each other language lessons. He brought them exciting, undidactic picture books from London. Their mother taught maths in a gymnasium. Florian was a low-level bureaucrat in a ministry for agricultural planning. He was barred from promotion because of participation as a second-year medical student in a raucous piece of absurdist theater. In the afternoons, the girls, Oma Marie, picked the children up from school and looked after them in the apartment until one of the parents was back. On a few occasions, when Marie had an appointment at the hospital, Roland met them at school and played with them at home. Otherwise, he wandered around the city, visited museums, shopped for dinner, or he stayed alone in the apartment, reading or rereading the books he had brought in. He learned from Ruth that a certain woman acquaintance performed an illegal community service by making rapid English to German translations to be quietly handed around. She worked in longhand. Others did the typing. A typewriter was kept somewhere away from any apartment. Florian once gave Roland a glimpse of a smudged carbon copy of Orwell's Farm der Tiere before he passed it on. This was Roland's other world, as remote from his London existence as a distant planet. He found Ruth's and Florian's lives hard to describe. Economically pinched, generally constrained, wary rather than fearful, but warmly domestic and fierce in their friendships and loyalties. Once you had children, Ruth told Roland, you were bound to the system. A bad step by the parents, a moment of unguarded criticism, and the children might find the path to university or a decent career barred. A friend of theirs, a single mother, made repeat applications for an exit visa against all advice. The result was the state threatened to take her son, a shy 13-year-old, into care. Those institutions could be brutal, which was why the mother never made another application. That was why Ruth and Florian lived within bounds. Yes, there was the music and the books, but that was a tolerable and necessary risk. She took care, she said, to keep her husband's hair short despite his protests. A hippie-ish look that of a normal deviant in official terms could attract interest. If an informer report suggested that Florian had an asocial lifestyle or belonged to a negative group or was prey to egocentrism, the trouble would begin. He'd had enough already. It had taken him a long time to accept that he would never become a doctor. The evenings with Meyeril's circle in West Berlin came to seem trivial. No one there was ever asked to give an account of conditions in their country. That would not have been cool. The West Berliner Bohemians declared themselves oppressed by the system, but it was one that left them alone to think, say, and write what they wanted, to play the music they preferred and write poems in any style. Repressive tolerance, they would have called it. At Florian and Ruth's gatherings on the 7th floor of a mean apartment building, the system was an active enemy. Gauging its condition, discussing how to survive within it and not go mad or be crushed, was the common currency of conversation, which was urgent, deep, sincere, also funny. The hypocrisies and monstrous intrusions of the state had to be tamed with humor of the blackest sort. That things were worse elsewhere in the Warsaw-packed countries was a jokey form of consolation. Each return to London from Berlin brought bitter confrontations. Roland was arguing with too many of his friends and with the left wing of the Labour Party. Here was the awkward association. He was a member in good standing, had leafleted and knocked on doors for Wilson in 70 and 74, and had borrowed a car to get the old, and disabled to the polls for Callaghan in the spring of 79. Now, just back from Berlin, he went along to his local party meetings. In the general discussion, Roland spoke of gross abuses in the GDR and, by report, of violations of basic human rights across the Soviet Empire. He reminded the room of the psychiatric treatment of Russian dissidents. He was booed and shouted down. There were cries of "What about Vietnam?" There were many furious evenings. A couple he had known for years came to his place for dinner. He was living in Brixton at the time. They had remained members of the Communist Party of Great Britain out of old loyalties. After 2 hours arguing over the invasion of Czechoslovakia, they insisted that Soviet forces went in at the behest of the Czechoslovakian working class. He told them wearily to leave. In effect, he threw them out. They left behind an unopened bottle of Hungarian wine, bull's blood, which he could not bear to drink. Friends who belonged to no party were also unsympathetic. But how did the atrocities of Vietnam make Soviet communism more lovable? He kept asking. The answer was clear. In the bipolar Cold War, communism was the lesser of two evils. To attack it was to sustain the grisly project of capitalism and us imperialism. To bang on about abuses in Budapest and Warsaw, to remember the Moscow show trials or the imposed Ukrainian famine, was to align himself with political undesirables, with the CIA, and ultimately with fascism. "You're sliding rightwards," one friend told him. "It must be age." For a while Roland took refuge in a small group, middle-class intellectuals, within the Labour Party that supported the democratic opposition across Eastern Europe. He wrote 2 articles for their magazine, Labour Focus, went to lectures by the historian E.P. Thompson, and joined European nuclear disarmament. It campaigned against the apparent intentions of the 2 superpowers to station limited nuclear weapons across Europe, East and West. Europe was to be the battleground of a proxy nuclear war. One afternoon Roland had a call from Miriam and everything changed. By then they were no longer lovers, but they kept up a close friendship. Her voice was flat. Her father had phoned from Berlin to tell her. 6 weeks before, the Stasi had come to Florian's workplace and arrested him as he sat at his desk. A colleague in the agricultural ministry had filed a complaint about a remark he had made. 4 days later they took Ruth. While the terrified little girls watched, the Stasi searched and trashed the apartment. They found nothing significant, though they took away the record collection. Hannah and Charlotte were sent to be looked after by their grandmother, Marie. She tried without success to find out where Florian and Ruth were being held. She didn't dare push her inquiries too hard. But now Muriel's voice failed her, and Roland had to wait. The children may have been transferred to the Institute for Youth Welfare in Ludwigsfelde. A court could have ruled that the parents were incapable of raising the children to become responsible citizens. Hannah and Charlotte were to be taken into care. Worse, they might be placed in separate state institutions. M. Lavaud had said he was a little skeptical and would make further inquiries. Roland arranged to go to Berlin the next day. It was that or paralyzing misery at home. On the way to Heathrow, he went by his bank to plead for a modest overdraft. In Berlin, he took a bus and crossed at Checkpoint Charlie. This time, the guard who looked in his overnight bag was his friend's tormentor. He hated him. When he rang the familiar Pankow apartment bell, a young woman in heavy makeup with a baby on her hip answered the door. She was friendly but said she did not know the name of Heise. Behind her, he could see Ruth and Florian's furniture. Their lives had been stripped, their possessions reassigned. It was a 10-minute walk to Marie's place, a 6-story pre-war block. No one came to the door. On his way down the communal stairs, he met a neighbor coming up. She told him Marie was in hospital, but she didn't know which one. He was reluctant to leave the neighborhood, to give up on the family. There was no choice. That smothering silence and darkness peculiar to East Berlin was settling on the apartment buildings around him. He took a bus heading into the center, and on an impulse got out at Prenzlauer Berg. He felt overheated, damp round the collar, and didn't care what happened to him, which was why he strode the 20 minutes to Normanenstrasse, to the Ministry of State Security. It should not have surprised him that he was barred from entry by the armed guards on the door. Back in the West, he ate in the street sausage, potatoes and gherkins in a cardboard tray. No good calling in on M. Lavaud for more information. Muriel had said her father was in Paris for the week. After some dithering, Roland took the cheapest room available, in his usual hotel off Friedrichstrasse. It was a high-ceilinged broom cupboard with a porthole window. He slept no more than an hour that night. He groaned aloud at the thought of sweet-natured, inventive Hannah and Charlotte, so vulnerable, bewildered, and isolated, torn from their enclosed, loving worlds, abandoned to an incomprehensible regime. He groaned when he thought of their parents in their separate cells, in agonies of despair and anxiety for their girls and for each other. He loathed himself. The books and records he had brought in would have helped the state's case. His self-loving exercise in virtue. Muriel was right. He should have listened, trying to escape his own demons, and today's pointless errand mere displacement. Did he think the feared Minister for State Security, Erich Mielke, would welcome him into his office, phone the prison and the orphanage, reunite the family for the benefit of one Herr Baines, an indignant nobody from the West trying to diminish his shame? But he went back to Normanenstrasse the next morning. This time different guards turned him away with a brisk explanation. He had no letter, no appointment, and he was not a citizen. He went around a corner of the square to get clear of the building. He needed to think. He'd had one final pointless plan to travel to the Institute for Youth Welfare in Ludwigsfelde. But at his hotel that morning he had learned that this was not a district of Berlin as he had thought, but a separate town several miles to the south. Traveling there required a visa. He had run out of options. He walked back to Checkpoint Charlie, ate a sandwich at the Café Adler, then took a bus to the airport. Back home he wrote letters. He had to keep from sinking. He had lost the trick of sleep. In the mornings he sat on the edge of the bed, dazed, half-dressed, thinking of nothing, or trying to. He didn't see Muriel. He was sure she held him responsible, though she had accused him of nothing. He wrote letters about the family to Amnesty International, to the Foreign Secretary, the British Ambassador in Berlin, the International Red Cross. He even wrote a personal letter to Mielke, pleading clemency for the family. Lyingly, he evoked Florian and Ruth's frequently declared love of their country and the party. He described the Heises' plight in an article he submitted to the New Statesman. It was turned down there and elsewhere. Eventually, the Daily Telegraph ran it in reduced form. He returned his Labour Party membership card. He avoided the friends he had argued with. He could not even face the Labour Focus people. One evening, trying to numb himself in front of the TV, It was his bad luck that a BBC documentary came on, determined to demonstrate how the GDR had overtaken Britain in quality of life. There was no mention of 200,000 political prisoners amnesty's estimate. Miriam phoned with the news a month later. Her father had a contact at the GDR Ministry of Justice who had passed on some information. It was just a scrap, she warned. Florian's crime was to have written for a banned publication. His history in absurdist theater counted against him. Ruth's crime was to have failed to report her husband, even though she had read what he had written. The possible good news was that the article was not political. It contained no criticisms of the party. It was about Andy Warhol and the New York music scene, but there was no official word of the little girls. So Florian had not gone down for possessing certain LPS or books. On the phone, Roland concealed his relief. 2 weeks later, Miriam phoned again, delirious with the good news. The sentence had been 2 months only, and they were already out and reunited with Hannah and Charlotte. They had not been taken into care. When their grandmother had gone into hospital, an aunt had looked after them in nearby Rudersdorf. This, after all, was not Czechoslovakia or Poland, Miriam's father had told her. Threatening to take away the children of dissidents was common practice in the GDR, but these days never acted on. On the phone now, Miriam began to cry. Roland was choked up, unable to speak. When they were both calm, she told him the rest. The Heises were forbidden to live in or near Berlin. They had been assigned to the town of Schwedt in the northeast, close to the Polish border, well away from the depravities of the west. Schwedt, she spelled it out for him. Ruth was not permitted to teach. She was a cleaner. Florian was working in a paper factory. They were required to report monthly to a local party official to give an account of themselves. But Miriam and Roland kept telling each other they were out. M. Lavaud had been to the town 2 years before, after a coachful of French tourists had crashed into a river. The place was a dump. A giant refinery complex taking oil pumped from Russia, pulping mills, factories, bad air, low-grade prefabricated apartments, Plattenbau. But they would be with the girls. They could love and protect them. Hannah and Charlotte would be barred from university. That mattered less. The Heises were together. The local Stasi and neighborhood informers would keep close watch on them, but they were together. By the end, just before Miriam and Roland had talked themselves out, they conceded the fact the state remained the family's jailers. It was not good. It was less bad by a very long way. Afterwards, he consulted his 4-volume encyclopedia. There was no entry. He found the town in his atlas and stared at the little black dot until it began to pulse. In a 25-minute conversation, Roland thought, they had measured the moral circumference of the German Democratic Republic through the journey of one family, from catastrophe to mere bleakness. Schwedt. The shift in mood was responsible for a minor decision that would transform his life and begin another. The following morning, to cheer himself up, he was drinking coffee in his Brixton studio. The new word for a bedsit, he concentrated his thoughts on the girls. Delivered from hell. For now, they would feel safe. They would be less concerned than their parents that their new home was smaller, the surroundings uglier. If the authorities gave her permission, their grandmother might visit. He could possibly send them some colorful picture books. Charlotte and Hannah had each other again. The scars could begin to heal. He glanced up and happened to see in front of him on the table the listings magazine, Time Out, opened at a half-page advertisement for a concert. Bob Dylan at Earl's Court. He had seen it before and thought nothing of it. He had other concerns. To go, he now decided, would be to honor the parents. A symbolic act of solidarity, as if he was taking Florian and Ruth with him. And he hadn't seen Dylan on stage since the Isle of Wight in '69. He spent a morning waiting in line at a bucket shop in Leicester Square and was lucky to pick up 2 returns. Friends had told him a year before, when these tickets were about to go on sale, that people had slept overnight on the pavement outside chapels in Bond Street. They had been woken in their sleeping bags by a Sunday morning Salvation Army band. He asked along an old friend, Mick Silver, a rock journalist, photographer, and Dylan buff. On that night in late June 1981, they were as far from the stage as was physically possible. At Mick's suggestion, they had brought binoculars. Before the concert began, Roland became aware of two long rows of Jesus Army people sitting in front of him. Another army. He had not come to hear about Jesus, and it was not looking good when Dylan opened with "Gotta serve somebody." "Do you? Do I?" Roland kept wondering. The Jesus heads were nodding in time. It got worse with the next number, "I Believe in You." Then abruptly it was better. Dylan called up the old songs, joyous, bitter, some with a nasal tone of wounded sarcasm. Like a rolling stone, Maggie's Farm. Where the old melody lines were once beautiful, he snatched at them. He tossed them away until only the harmonic progressions remained. He wasn't standing still for anyone. The army head stopped bobbing. Mick was also immobile, eyes closed, attending closely. Simple Twist of Fate began and spoke directly to Roland, sending him into a reverie of the Hayes family again, this time of Florian, banished from his circle of literary and musical friends, from his harmless record collection under his bed, from his dreams of escaping, from his romantic notion of New York, all of it to be buried under a life of dull labor. A simple twist of fate to be born in the GDR. If only Florian could be beamed down here, just for 1 hour. After the prolonged applause for the third encore, after hopes had faded for a fourth, Roland and Mick shuffled out of the hall in a long file of cheerful people. Outside, where the crowd began to thin out, they were walking at a near normal pace towards the tube. Mick was recalling the June '78 concert, comparing the guitars of Billy Cross and Fred Tackett. Suddenly a figure appeared before them. They had a moment to take him in. Early 20s, bright pink face, stringy, short leather jacket. Perhaps he wanted money. He tilted his head back as if to make a pronouncement, then brought his forehead down into Mick's face. It was a sharp, soundless movement. As Mick rocked back on his heels, Roland caught his elbow. The man glanced off to his left, possibly to check that the act had been witnessed by friends. Then he ran off into the crowd. Roland helped Mick to the ground, and they sat together while Mick nursed his face. People were gathering above them. "Did you pass out?" The reply was muffled. "For a second." "Let's go to an E." "No," they heard a woman's voice. "I saw it, poor man, that was a terrible thing." He knew it well enough, that tentative German inflection. In his confusion he thought of Ruth, beamed down at his command. He looked up and found the face among a half-dozen peering at Mick with concern. It took him a moment. The German conversation teacher from the Goethe-Institut. He couldn't remember the name. 4 years, after all, but she remembered his. Mr. Baines. Solicitous passers-by had walked on. Mick was a strong fellow and a stoic. Within minutes he was on his feet and saying mildly, "I didn't actually need that." He was sure his nose was not broken. When Roland asked him to name the Prime Minister, he straight away said, "Spencer Percival, the one who was assassinated." So Mick was okay. Roland introduced him to the German woman, who considerately said her name. She in turn introduced them to her Swedish friend Carl as they walked to the tube. Alyssa said she was working as a classroom assistant at Holland Park School. The kids were terrific, but the place experienced every day a new riot. "We don't have this in Germany, even happy riots." "What about your novel?" She was pleased. "It keeps getting longer, but it's coming." Carl, well over 6 feet, blonde ponytail, chestnut tan, was a sailing instructor based in Stockholm. Roland told Alyssa he was a freelance journalist. He did not say he was contemplating a new life as a poet. In such company, tennis coach might have sounded better. At the station they found they were heading to different platforms. He and Alyssa had a routine exchange of phone numbers and addresses in the ticket hall. Surprisingly, she kissed him on each cheek in farewell. As they watched the couple walk away, Mick said that he did not rate Roland's chances against the Swede. That was perceptive. For a few weeks she was occasionally in his thoughts. That pale round face, enormous eyes that this time had looked purplish-black, the compact body that appeared to struggle to contain wild impatience or mischief. The trumpeter fiancé had been displaced by the sailor, and by others, surely. Roland recalled how fascinated he had been. Now, until the Earl's court encounter began to fade, she crossed his mind from time to time, and then he forgot about her entirely. 2 years passed. The Falklands War was fought and won. Somewhere beyond most people's awareness, the foundations of the internet were laid. Mrs. Thatcher and her party won a 144-seat majority in Parliament. Roland turned 35. He had one poem published in the Wisconsin Review and was making an adequate living, writing pieces for in-flight magazines. His life as a patient serial monogamist continued. He remained privately fixated on a life he knew he would never have. When finally a version of that life presented itself, nothing was required of him, no scheming, no striving. The goddess of happiness waved a hand, the monastery door swung open. The doorbell of his Brixton place rang one late Saturday morning. It was early September and hot. A J. Jales band cassette was playing loudly. He had spent an hour tidying up his one large room plus bathroom on the second floor. He went down barefoot, and there she was, in a patch of fierce sunlight, smiling. Tight jeans, white t-shirt, sandals. She had a canvas shopping bag in one hand. This time it took only a couple of seconds. "Alyssa, I was passing. I still have your address, so..." He held the door open wide. She came up. He made her coffee. She had been food shopping in Brixton Market. Not very Germanic. "Actually, I looked a long time into a barrel of pig's feet. Very German. I was tempted." They got by for half an hour talking about their work, their circumstances. They compared rents. He remembered to ask about her novel, still in progress, still getting longer. 2 days before he'd had his second poem accepted by the Dundee Review. He held back on that, but he was still feeling buoyant. Into a pause he said, "Tell me really, why did you come all the way from Kentish Town? When I bumped into you last year, the year before. You're right, I thought you were interested in me." Their eyes met and she cocked her head slightly and gave him a minimal smile. "Take that. You were with your sailor." "Yes, it didn't. That was sad." "I'm sorry. When did it? 3 months ago. Anyway, here I am," she laughed. "And I'm interested in you." He let a silence settle as he met her gaze again. He cleared his throat. "It's sort of thrilling to hear you say that. You're excited." "I am." "Me too, but first..." She reached into her bag and brought out a bottle of wine. He stood to reach for some glasses and passed her a corkscrew. "You had everything ready." "Of course. And I have a meal to cook here." Afterwards. Afterwards. An innocuous word had never sounded so laden. "If I hadn't been in, I'd go home and eat alone. Thank God I'm here." "Gott sei Dank," she said, and raised her glass to his. And so it began, his place, her place, days, rowdy dawns, a delirium of repetition and renewal, greed, obsession, exhaustion. Was it love? They hardly thought so at first. It couldn't last, they both thought and admitted later, this level of idiot addiction. Until it ended, they had to have more. Why waste it when soon the slow dwindling would begin, or an eruption, a hurricane of a row would blast everything apart? Sometimes they reeled away, almost sickened by the sight and touch of the other, desperate to be alone, outside somewhere. That could last a few hours. Then there were the elements that had been too dull and inconvenient to incorporate into his fantasies: work, obligations to others, minor administrative tasks. But all soon left behind. He returned to Brixton one afternoon to pack a suitcase in preparation for his permanent move to Kentish Town. She had 2 rooms to his one. He observed himself in amazement. Here it was for real, one of the dream components, gathering up socks and shirts, wash bag and a couple of books he was unlikely to read. An act of erotic abandonment. He cherished the feeling that he had no choice. He was throwing everything away. Delicious. He locked the place and ran the half-mile with his case to the tube. It was madness. Even the words Victoria Line carried an erotic charge. This could not last. Whenever he came back to his room to turn in an article or collect something, the whole place and every object in it accused him of desertion. He could take it. Even his guilt thrilled him. The junk shop spindle chair he had repaired, the framed 30s photographs of Glasgow street children he had bought, the cassette stereo player he had carried back from the Tottenham Court Road. This used to be his life. Independent and intact. Addiction had stolen it from him. There was nothing he could do. It wasn't indifference that inured him. It was the thrill of compulsion. The weeks became a month, then months, and still it went on. They saw nothing of their friends, ate in cheap restaurants, stirred themselves now and then to spring clean her first-floor flat in Lady Margaret Road. They pieced together something of each other's backgrounds. He heard the name of her village, Liebenau, for the first time, and of the White Rose and her father's part in it. She was interested in his story of the Hayes family. He still had not heard from them. Nor had Meyeril. It surprised him how little Alissa knew of the eastern portion of Germany and how little she cared to know. She thought that the Hayeses were unfortunate and untypical. He had heard versions of her views during his Berlin days. Unlike the Federal Republic, the GDR had purged Nazis from public life. It provided well for its citizens, had firm ideals of social justice, and was environmentally clean. Unlike the West, their conversations, even this one, were interludes rather than journeys in themselves. That the emotional bond between them remained frail was one part of the excitement. It was thrilling to be strangers or, as gradually happened, to pretend to be. But the world outside the sash windows they were warped and would not open was pressing in. It refused to allow them to waste more of their time in bed. He disliked this bed, with its orange pine headboard and biscuit-thin hard mattress. The school summer holidays ended, and she had to get up early weekday mornings to be at Haverstock School by 8:15. Their weekends were ecstatic. He also had obligations. A short-lived promotion, standing in for a regular who was sick, journeys for Air France and British Airways to Dominica, Lyon and Trondheim to write soft travel pieces. Their reunions were also ecstatic, but they began to let in the air. They introduced each other to certain of their friends. They went to a movie. The conversations deepened. She told him his German was improving. They stayed in a hotel on the Northumberland coast, though they barely stepped outside. At last, back in London, they had a row, not a hurricane but forceful enough and bitter. It made up for all they had avoided. Roland was astonished by the strength of his anger and at how hard she pushed back. She was tough in argument. As it was bound to, their dispute concerned the GDR. He tried to tell her of what he knew about the Stasi, about the party's penetration into private lives, of what it meant not to be free to travel, to read this or that book, or hear certain music, and of how those who dared criticize the party risked having their children taken away and being denied their choice of occupation. She reminded him of the Berufsverbot, the West German law that barred perceived radical critics of the state as well as terrorists from the public sector, including teaching. She spoke of racism in America, its support of fascist dictators, of NATO's vast armory, of unemployment and poverty and poisoned rivers across the West. He told her she was changing the subject. She told him he wasn't listening. He said the issue was human rights. She said poverty was an abuse of human rights. They were close to shouting. He left in a fury to spend the afternoon at his own place. Their reconciliation that evening was joyous. 8 months passed before they yielded to the facts and conceded that they were in love. Not long after, they took a walking holiday on the Danube Delta and made love outdoors 3 times in a single afternoon's outing behind a barn, then on a jetty hidden among the reeds, then in an oak wood. On the first anniversary of the morning, Alissa came to Brixton and, so Roland said, fried me then cooked a meal. They took the night train from Euston to Fort William and set off north in a rented car. They found an uncomfortable hotel outside Lochinver that stood alone down a track, set against a fine view of the magnificent mountain, Suwilven. Here they took shelter in their chilly room during a September gale and near-horizontal rain. They lay on the pink candlewick bedspread while he read to her celebrations of the landscape, of the mountain they could almost see, by the poet Norman Mackaye. The storm raged on into the early evening. It made sense to undress and get under the covers. And it was here, mid-rapture, that they decided to get married. Another beautiful page from his ancient scripture to be bound to her, no going back, a commitment so thrilling it was almost like pain. Eventually he got dressed and went downstairs to confront the hotel owner, a man of unfriendly silences, and ask for a bottle of champagne in a bucket of ice. It did not matter, coming away with a liter bottle of white wine at room temperature. That was low enough. They scrubbed out 2 toothbrush mugs and sat at the window to watch as the storm began to move away. It was almost 9 p.m. and as bright as midday. They took the bottle and mugs down a path to a burn and sat midstream on a boulder and toasted each other yet again. They decided they must have fallen in love from the start without recognizing the fact. How brilliant of her to turn up with a bag of groceries when they hadn't seen each other in 2 years and then, hardly at all. How knowing he had been to welcome her immediately, without question. How much it said for them and their future, their easy and delightful lovemaking on first acquaintance. The progress of their love towards a public existence had begun earlier that summer when Alyssa took Roland to Liebenau, and Jane showed him her journals. Then in the autumn it continued when Roland took Alyssa to meet his parents in their modern semi-detached house near Aldershot. While Rosalind prepared one of her elaborate roasts, the Major, already expansive on 3 pints of lager, told his Dunkirk stories for the benefit of a German visitor. These were well-worn and vaguely comic. Alyssa listened with a frozen smile, uncertain if she was being indicted for the sins of the fathers. Roland tried to tell his father about the White Rose and Heinrich Eberhardt's role. But the Major, somewhat deaf, was in too good a mood to be listening, especially to new information. He wanted to talk and he wanted to get everyone drunk. Several times he urged Alyssa to down her second glass of white wine and take another. She refused him with polite shrugs. Rosalind rose regularly from the floral sofa with frowns, and aside to check on the progress of the meat, gravy, Yorkshire pudding, roast potatoes, and 3 vegetables, warm plates and hot gravy boat, the carving, the serving. Roland observed the old tensions that had shaped his life with them. Even now they still touched him, still had the power to revive the suffocation that became unbearable in his teenage years. To step into the garden now, see the night sky, call up a taxi to the station and leave. He followed his mother into the kitchen. Her frets over the meal were only the outward face of her fear. The Major, lifted by their marriage news, was already well ahead of his nightly drinking schedule. Rosalind was too loyal to speak of it. Things could turn nasty. At best, they would have to be managed. There could be embarrassment ahead in front of a stranger set to become a family member. Roland's sister thought their mother should have left the marriage 25 years ago when he went to boarding school. You weren't happy there, Susan told him once, but you were safe. Out in Tripoli he was hitting her, but she wouldn't leave him. When he asked his mother now if she needed help, she said quickly, "You go back in and be with your father." The dining table, set with the best plates and glasses with long green stems, was at one end of the sitting room, opposite the kitchen serving hatch. It was the image of his mother in later life. Roland could never forget her in the kitchen stooping to frame her anxious face in that hatch as she passed the serving dishes through. Alyssa, assuming the daughter-in-law role, received the dishes and set them out. The Major stood to finish up his 4th pint and open the wine. The meal started in near silence. Only the chink of serving spoons on dishes, murmured thanks, the gurgle of poured wine. Roland opened a topic he knew to be safe. He asked his mother about her small garden at the back of the house. She had bought new roses in the spring. How were they doing? She started to answer, but his father spoke over her. He told Alyssa that his responsibility in the garden was the lawn. He had needed a new lawnmower. Roland saw a helpless look on his mother's face. Major Baines had seen an ad for a second-hand machine. The address was just a few streets away. It was a woman whose husband, a sergeant in a signals regiment, had died. The mower was too heavy for her to handle. She wanted 15 pounds. She showed him into the garden shed where it was kept. The major now directed his story at his son, something only another man would understand. She was waiting outside. So I knelt down, son, and found the screw on the fuel feed, gave it a couple of turns. Then I tried to start it. Of course it wouldn't go, she was watching. I tried a few more times, examined it, tried again. I told her it needed a lot of work, offered her 5 pounds. She said, "Oh, I suppose it hasn't been used in a while, so there you are, son. Brought it home, almost new, works a treat. 5 pounds. There was silence. Roland could not bear to look in Alyssa's direction. He set down his knife and fork, took his napkin off his lap and wiped his clammy hands. Let me get this straight. What was that? His father said abruptly. Roland raised his voice. I want to understand this. You cheated. You tricked this woman who had lost her husband, a widow of a serving soldier, if that makes any difference. And you're proud of yourself. He felt a light touch on his forearm. Rosalind said quietly, please. He understood. There would be a row, and when he and Alyssa had left, she would face the consequences. Never mind, son, the major was saying in the voice he reserved for jokes. That's how it is today. Everyone for himself. Isn't that right, Hen? He was trying to fit a few drops of wine into her glass, filling it so the meniscus swelled over the rim. She said nothing. After dinner, the major got out his mouth organ and played his songs for Alyssa. I Belong to Glasgow, Bye Bye Blackbird, the songs that had brought Roland to his piano lessons. Nobody felt like singing along. Rosalind went into the kitchen to do the dishes. Alyssa followed her. The mouth organ was back in its case. A heavy silence lay between father and son. Every now and then, between long pulls on his after-dinner beer, the major repeated, "Never mind, son." He wanted the whole business forgot. On the train back to London the next day, Roland was silent. Alyssa took his hand. "Do you hate him?" It was the only question. He said, "I don't know, I just don't know." After a while and more silence, she added, "Don't hate him. It will make you unhappy." In January of the new year, 1985, they were walking by the River Awe along a path concealed by 8 inches of compressed snow. The low winter sun had failed to lift clear of the alder trees along the riverbank and was sinking back. It was still, brilliantly cold. Icicles hung from the too frequent, regularly spaced litter bins, from fences, and from the gutters of nearby houses. This was Liebenau's favorite strolling route. They passed solemn toddlers towed along on sheeps, fleece thrones mounted on toboggans, and dodged through the middle of a snowball fight between shrieking groups of little girls in pigtails. The snow had softened at midday and now, at 3 p.m., was freezing hard and was loud underfoot. They were talking parents again. What else was there when, on the first full day of their visit, Alyssa had bickered, then rode in English with her mother while Roland watched on, as Alyssa had at the November dinner of the major's self-betrayal. "She's jealous of me. She got wartime London, then marriage and childcare. I got the German economic miracle, 2 universities, the pill, the 60s. You heard her. School teaching isn't good enough. When you weren't there, she said marriage would obliterate me. Both of us, I hope." They stopped and she kissed him. "Was your mind ever off sex?" "I remember it well. Just before my 9th birthday I fell off a Genug, but the welcome to the neat Eberhardt house had been warm. They had hardly put their suitcases down before they had thin glasses of sect in their hands." Roland now knew a little more about Cyril Connolly's Horizon magazine and spent an easy hour with Jane on the 40s literary scene. In preparation he had read Elizabeth Bowen, Denton Welch and Keith Douglas. When he told how much he admired her journals, which he had read twice over the preceding summer, she didn't seem inclined to talk about them. So far, most of his time in company had been spent alone with Heinrich, trying to match him in beers with shot glasses of schnapps on the side. The women went out of earshot on short fractious walks around the suburban houses and came back flushed and silent. Even on the third schnapps, Alissa's father was not easy to draw out on the White Rose. 2 weeks before, he had spoken to camera for a long, unprompted 90 minutes. There was hunger for the redemptive testimony of good Germans during the war. The race was on to catch them all before they died. He spoke slowly for the benefit of his guest. "I feel embarrassed, Roland. I was on the margins of the movement. I came into it late. No, it's worse. I feel ashamed. There were others, you see, heroes in the factories, armaments, trucks, tanks, little acts of sabotage. Shells that wouldn't explode, piston rings that cracked, screws that wouldn't fit. Little things. Things that could get you tortured and shot. Thousands of heroes, tens of thousands. We don't have their names. Undocumented. No history. I tried to tell the television people, but no, they wouldn't listen. They only want to hear about the White Rose." Heinrich's manner and convictions were remote from Roland's, but he warmed to the older man, who wore a tie at all times and sat stiffly upright in even the softest chairs. He was an active member of the Christian Democratic Union, a lay reader in the local church, and had given his life to the law as it impacted on the lives of farmers in the surrounding countryside. He approved strongly of Ronald Reagan and believed that Germany needed a figure like Mrs. Thatcher. And yet he thought rock and roll was good for what he grandly called the general project of happiness. He didn't mind men with long hair or hippies so long as they caused no harm to others, and he thought that homosexual men and women should be left in peace to live their lives as they wished. He had a good heart, Roland thought. So when Heinrich spoke of national redemption by way of constructing a history of anti-Nazi sabotage, his prospective son-in-law did not say what he thought, that nothing, not a score of White Rose movements, 1,000,000 saboteurs, 1,000,000,000,000 ill-tooled screws, could redeem the industrialized savagery of the Third Reich and the tens of millions of citizens who knew and looked away. Roland thought the only redemptive project was to know everything that happened and why, and that could take 100 years. But he didn't say that. He didn't even want to. He was Heinrich's guest, getting warmly drunk by a log fire 3 nights in a row, while somewhere out in the cold his future wife was doing battle with her mother. Now on the banks of the river, Alissa said, "I've been thinking more about your father's lawnmower." This was not a change of subject. Her mother, his father, her father, his mother. In their mid-30s, shouldn't they be beyond all this now? On the contrary. In their new maturity, they had fresh insights. She said, in an unconscious way, he was telling that story against himself because he wanted your forgiveness. They stopped. He rested his hands on her shoulders and looked into her eyes, deepest black against the bright surroundings. "You're a generous spirit. I've had another thought about it. In my first 10 years in Singapore, in England between postings, then Tripoli, I had half a dozen primary schools and as many homes in different countries with the same army-issue stuff, from sofas and curtains to cutlery and carpets. Then boarding school, which was not a home. Then I left school early and drifted through scores of jobs. I'm rootless. In our household there were no beliefs, no principles, there were no ideas that were valued, because my father had none. Army drill and standing orders, regulations instead of morals. I see it now. And because she was frightened of him, Rosalind had none or showed none. My sister Susan loathes him, she hates her stepfather. So does my brother Henry. They won't talk about it and they never show it. I must have been shaped by all that. They stepped off the path to let a woman pass by with a clutch of dogs on leads. They walked across the grass to a copse, but it was fenced off and they could see no way of getting in among the trees. They headed back towards the path. Alyssa said, "We have to forgive the fathers or we'll go mad, but first we have to remember what they did." She had stopped to say this. "We haven't got very far. There were Jewish families in the villages round here, now there are none. Their ghosts are in the streets. We live among them and pretend they don't exist. Everyone would rather think about a new TV." They were walking the 4 kilometers back towards the Eberhardt home. Feeling intense love and trust, Roland began to tell her what he thought he would never tell anyone. As they trod through the snow, as their feet became numb, he described his time with Miriam Cornell. How driven he was, obsessed, and how it seemed an entire lifetime to him then. It took him almost an hour to describe the affair, if that was what it was, and the school, the cottage, the 2 rivers. How strangely it ended. How it never crossed his mind that her behavior was depraved, despicable. Even for years afterwards, he had nothing to judge her by, no scale of values, no proper measure. When he finished, they did not speak for a while. They stopped outside the low wooden gate to the Eberhardt garden. Roland said, "Try not to fight with her tonight. It doesn't matter what she thinks. You'll make your own decisions anyway." She took his hand. "It's so easy to forgive other people's parents." Her ungloved, warm hand was a comfort. The broad lawn under snow was smooth and pure and turning yellow-orange in the late afternoon light. They kissed and fondled each other, but they were reluctant to go indoors. They longed to make love, but it was not easy in the guest room. After a while she said wonderingly, 14 years old and you still want it again and again." He waited. "This piano teacher," Alyssa paused before her pronouncement, "she rewired your brain." Precisely because this was so unfunny and appalling, they began to laugh as they went across the garden, leaving the path to make a detour through the untrodden snow. They were still laughing as they stamped their boots clear in the vestibule and stepped into the warmth of the scented, polished hallway. A couple of months later, soon after they were married, Roland and Alyssa took the final step towards a public existence when they bought the shabby 2-story Edwardian house in Clapham Old Town, which Daphne had found for them. A year before, she and Peter had bought a place nearby. Not long after they had moved in, Alyssa gave Roland the astounding news. There was no reason to be surprised. They counted back the weeks. They had made love just once during their 5-day Liebenau stay. The silence in and around the house, the bed that creaked at every turn, Heinrich's cough coming through the party wall in ragged detail, all too much, even for Roland. So that was surely the night after their walk by the river. In September of that year, 1985, in St. Thomas Hospital, London, Alyssa gave birth to Lawrence Heinrich Baines. 6 Detective Inspector Brown was finding an apology difficult. Ostensibly, the policeman had dropped in to return Roland's stuff, Alyssa's postcards, the photos of his notebook, the negatives, her sweater. 3 years late, after phone calls, angry letters, and worthless threats of legal action, Brown had turned up with nothing. These items remained in the police station, in a wire basket, as Roland imagined them, inside a version of a lost property depot. The empty-handed policeman was working his way around an explanation in swerves and feints. He seemed determined, Roland thought, to fit the stereotype of the dim copper. "When you've been in the force as long as I have, you'll discover that nothing moves more slowly than, where's my stuff?" he asked again. Roland, richer than he had ever been in his life, was in combative mood. He didn't care that the kitchen where he and the detective sat was unchanged. The same crammed bookshelves, the unflown kite pail with dust on a top shelf, the irrepressible litter of daily life spread across the table. He was in funds. His leaf-green button-down cotton shirt was newly out of its wrapper. He was wondering about buying a car. His underlying condition was good and he was in the right. His possessions should have been returned. He and Douglas Brown were older than Conrad's Marlowe. They were contemporaries, equals. When he was talking to Brown, he wasn't talking to the state. They were sitting as before, facing each other across the table. This time the detective was in uniform. He was on his way, he said, to the funeral of a colleague. His hat was on his knee. The same bloodhound look. The massive hands with their scribble of knuckle hair were clasped in front of him, betraying the apology he found so hard to give. He didn't seem to have aged and he hadn't been promoted. He fumbled the question again. All perfectly safe. But where is it? You get these young guys, Jesus. Kids really, fresh in, hungry, looking to impress, far too keen. If you're not going to tell me, you may as well leave. Brown unclasped his hands. Innocent, nothing to conceal. You ought to know I've been fighting your corner. I don't have a corner, the policeman brightened. Ah, I'm afraid you do. Just tell me where my stuff is. I'll go and get it myself. Very well, it's on or in a desk somewhere at the offices of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Roland's little gasp of laughter was genuine. I'm under suspicion. Some young Turk, but you traced her to the ferry and a string of hotels. Could have been your accomplice traveling on her passport. Oh, for God's sake. Brown no longer seemed so dim, and Roland, a little shaken, therefore trusted him even less, especially when he leaned forward and lowered his voice. I'm not making their case, I'm on your side. You haven't heard from her in 3 years, is it? When she went to her parents, a big bust-up according to them, but who's my accomplice? Why would I have one? This is just silly. Exactly what I said, in terms. Some fresh-faced kid finds the papers under a pile. They shouldn't have been at the DPP anyway. Gets excited, takes it to his boss, who's also looking for a step-up. Then, excited. Roland's indignation lent a hint of a yodel to the word. The problem here is your notebook. He was taking a pad from the pocket of his jacket. The movement stirred his shortwave radio into life, into a crackle and a distant female voice, dispatching men to places where things had gone wrong. Brown turned it off. This is what's got them all excited. Let me see. He turned some pages, cleared his throat, read out in the toneless voice policemen prefer. As a list. When I brought it to an end, she didn't fight me, Murder hung over all, the world lay buried. Let's see. Dirt of the grave in her hair, she won't go away when I need calm. Oh yes, and this last one, she must remain dead. Not worth a rebuttal. This was what happened when idiots read your notebook. Roland rested his chin in his hands and stared at the table, at the upside-down newspaper he had been reading before Brown arrived. Ordinary people, whole families, walking through the parted barbed wire of the Hungarian border, parted like the Red Sea, making their way through Austria to Vienna. Anti-Soviet demonstrations in Poland, East Germany, Czechoslovakia. Millions intent on larger mental spaces, but here the room was growing smaller. Brown said, they sent me back to you, not my idea. Things they want to know, plain and simple. Yes, the location of this grave. Oh, come on. Okay. It wasn't about my wife. Some other lady you buried. The detective was faintly smiling. That isn't funny. It was about a long-ago affair. I thought it was dead and buried. It came back to haunt me, that's all. Brown was writing. How long ago? 62 to 64. Name, I don't remember. Not in touch with her. No, the detective went on writing while Roland waited. Thinking of her name and not saying it, naming the years, evoking their finite quantity, had an effect. He was not upset, but he felt a little blurred in his thoughts when I brought it to an end. There was too much packed into a simple half-sentence. In 25 minutes he would walk to pick up Lawrence from nursery. Deliverance, back into the ordinary routines of his day. He was beginning to think he'd been overplaying his reactions to the policeman, whipping himself up. No need. This was farce. Around him was the fortress wall of his innocence. The street-level forces of law and order were long ago typed into the culture as Shakespeare's Dogberry. This visit would be an exquisite tale, one that Roland would work up and tell as he had before. Somewhere in West Germany, between Hamburg, Dusseldorf, Munich, and West Berlin, Alyssa was in ruthless pursuit of her new life. The grave containing her remains did not exist. Why even tell himself this? Brown snapped shut his notepad. I tell you what. He seemed about to propose a treat. "Let's take a quick look upstairs." Roland shrugged and stood. At the foot of the stairs, he gestured for the detective to go first. When they were standing together on the small first-floor landing, Roland said, "Are you still with that lady?" "Now back with the wife and boys. Never been better." "Glad to hear it." As Brown glanced into Lawrence's room, at the single bed and Thomas the Tank Engine duvet, Roland wondered why this answer suddenly lowered his spirits. Not envy. More the grind, the labor of private lives, keeping the little ships on course. For what? They went into the main bedroom. Brown nodded towards the desk in the window. "You got one of those?" "Word processor. Takes a lot of getting used to." Roland said, "Sometimes I want to throw it at the wall." "Do you mind?" As he asked, Brown was pulling open one of the oak leaf and acorn drawers, the top one, and taking a look at Alice's underwear. "There," Roland said. "The intimate apparel of my accomplice." Brown closed the drawer. "Think she'll come back?" "No." They went downstairs and the detective prepared to leave. "I think the sergeant told you some of it. We heard back from the Germans. Took them 18 months. They spoke to her father. Nothing, not a trace. If she ever crossed the border at Helmstedt to get to Berlin, she used another passport. Banks, tax, rentals, nothing." "It's a big counterculture," Roland said. "Easy to disappear." So Jane had not told Heinrich of Alice's visit. He opened the front door. The street was a well-established rat run. The Rabinia, thriving on the fumes, was well over 20 feet. He raised his voice against the din. "What are you going to say to them?" Brown was replacing his hat with great care, making small adjustments, repeating them. "You married a free spirit who buggered off." He took several steps before he paused and looked back. Outdoors, he had drawn himself up to his full height and stood as if at attention. The uniform, especially the peaked cap with its checkered band, had a Ruritanian look. It needed to be worn with defiance. He called out, "They might not believe me." Roland thought it over as he walked to the nursery. It was not merely a cinematic cliché, the good cop, bad cop routine. Brown had no reason to protect him from the prosecution department. At that moment, he would have liked to talk to someone serious. To tell the story of the notebook entry, he would have to include Miriam Cornell. Everything. Of his friends, only Daphne would do, but he was not prepared to tell her that history. He would never tell anyone again. Besides, she would have practical advice, which was what he did not want. They walked home hand in hand. Roland carried a tank engine-themed lunch box containing a single apple core. Sometimes on these journeys Lawrence was silent. Today, he gave a measured account. He played with his friend Amanda. They took turns with a watering can. Gerald cried during rest time. A big black and white spotted dog came in and Lawrence patted it. He wasn't afraid like Bisharo. One of the helpers called him Lenny by mistake and everyone laughed. At the end, after a silence, Lawrence said, "Daddy, what did you do today?" Roland, still a beginner parent, still a doting father, often marveled at the mere fact of his son's existence, at how he could run, think, speak, at the precise enunciation of his words and their lyrical intonation, the skin and hair beyond the fantasies of the cosmetics industry. A new intelligence had leaped from two cells merging and daily wove itself into greater complexity and surprises. The eyes were clear and thickly lashed. The unconditional love, sense of humor, embraces, confidences, the tears, the meltdowns, the 5 a.m. starts, all of it still surprised him. As they waited to cross the road, the boy held his father's forefinger in a tight grip. Roland said, "I wrote 4 poems." He had found 4 poems and written them out. "That's a lot." "Do you think so?" "I think so. After I came home from dropping you off, I made a cup of coffee, revolting," his new word, "delicious. Then I wrote 1 poem, then another, and 1 more." "Why did you stop?" "I ran out of ideas." For a small child, an obscure concept, and it was not quite true. He had paused to read the newspaper and was interrupted by Brown's visit. Lawrence never ran out of ideas. They came to him in a continuous stream. He wouldn't even know them as ideas. Roland guessed they flowed or spilled as an extension of selfhood. Lawrence slowed as they approached a newsagent. "What about a lolly? Please." Please. He indulged his son as he himself had once been. It didn't happen every day. The treat was in the shape of a rocket, rainbow-colored. Sucking it demanded complete attention, and Lawrence did not speak until they were home. As they arrived at their front door, purple, reds, and yellows were spread across his hands, wrists, and face. He showed the bare stick to his father. "This could be useful." "Yes, but what for?" "Counting ants." "Perfect." If a friend wasn't over for a playdate, the routine was simple and unvaried. They ate tea together. Lawrence had his daily dose of TV, limited to 40 minutes, while Roland returned to his desk. They prepared supper together with Lawrence's thoughtful help, a slow business. After they had eaten, they played. Lawrence was the kind of child who needed to sleep early. Somewhere between 7 and 7:30 he could lose his reason. His day was long. Left too late, petulance, wild fluctuations of mood, uncontrollable anger would overwhelm him. Worse was his occasional descent into unapproachable sorrow, a desperate keening as though he was mourning a death. Whichever it was, the teeth-cleaning rituals, the bedtime stories, the end-of-day chat would be disrupted. Roland had learned after many errors that timing was everything. The stories could be a challenge, at least to the adult reader aloud. The illustrations were fine, sometimes even beautiful. Lawrence spent much time gazing at them, but the words predictable rhymes, unambitious little fables barely disguising the counting lessons they were determined to impart. No thrill in the language, no commitment to or talent for the soaring imagination. A handful of writers appeared to have cornered the market for the under-fives. Some were making millions. A lot of these books, he decided, could not have taken more than 10 minutes to write. One evening he read The Owl and the Pussy Cat. It was like bursting through a screen. Lawrence instantly wanted it again. Then again, he was right. This was the pure poetry of nonsense, a beautiful, impossible adventure. No shadows of condescension, no remorseless counting or dull repetition. He had it every night for almost a year. He liked to shout the refrain at the end of each of the 3 verses. "What a beautiful pussy you are, you are, you are. What a beautiful pussy you are." He was fascinated to be shown how the 3rd line in each verse had an internal rhyme. They wondered together what a runcible spoon was, or a bong tree. From the local supermarket, Roland bought jellied quince, which they ate in slices. Lawrence knew the poem by heart. After a banana sandwich, Lawrence sat on the floor, staring up at the TV, listening while a young woman with a patient, sing-song voice described a day in the life of a building site crane operator. It's 7 a.m. with his tea and sandwiches in his backpack. Jim is mounting the ladder, higher and higher towards his little cabin in the sky. Roland watched from the doorway. The angles and shots had a woozy look. He felt for the cameraman who was climbing right behind Jim, 100 feet up zigzagging steel ladders coated in early morning ice. Lawrence was impassive. The documentary was only as real as cartoons in which characters tumbled from cliffs and landed safely on their heads. Upstairs in the bedroom, Roland sat down at the desk that made him rich, relatively rich. Rich for a poet. But he was no longer one. He was an anthologist thief, a sometime manufacturer of very light verse. Oliver Morgan of epithalamium cards had scaled the rungs of entrepreneurship, had become, to the amazement of his friends, a young hero of the new business culture. A greeting card corporation had offered a buyout, but so far Morgan clung on at the top, surveying his next move, letting the company grow. Like the dizzy cameraman, Roland had struggled up the ladder on his patron's heels, for months pouring out wised-up doggerel on behalf of birthdays, anniversaries, newlyweds, retirees, recovering drug addicts and alcoholics, ingoing hospital patients, outgoing neonates. His first creative act had been to give Morgan's company its name. At the start, he was paid in promises, in a 1% share in the enterprise and an agreed royalty of 0.5% on each card. They cost around £2–3 years on. The cards of thick, creamy paper and tasteful artwork were everywhere. 2 million sold in what Morgan called the Anglophone domain. After 26 months it came in a single payment, £24,000. It should have been uncomfortable for a left-of-center voter like Roland that, courtesy of Mrs. Thatcher, the top rate of tax was at 40%, down from 83% under Labour. More awkward was the matter of his pride. His integrity as a poet was in ruins. Since Grand Street returned his revised submissions without comment, he had written nothing. One more failed career to add to the list. Daphne was aggrieved on his behalf. He was able to tell her he was no longer a burden on the state. What he couldn't confess to anyone was his lightness of being. To have money. Why had no one told him it was a physical thing? He felt it in his arms and legs, especially in his neck and shoulders. Mortgage paid off, son brightly clothed, 2 weeks together on an overlooked Greek island reached by a 3-hour speedboat dash across a flat cerulean sea. There was a limit to how much doggerel one man could turn out. Oliver agreed that Roland could ransack the world's literatures for out-of-copyright apersis on life's transitional moments, all correctly attributed. His cut remained in place. He had made mistakes. One was to have included Yeats, the chambermaid's second song, his rod and its budding head slashed limp as a worm in a birthday card for 80-year-olds. Lawyers for the estate wrote to Morgan to point out that the poem was protected by copyright until 2010, a science fiction date. And Yeats a monument so long dead. 25,000 cards were pulped. On the floor in stacks near the desk were anthologies of translated Iranian, Arab, Indian, African, and Japanese verse. There were more downstairs. On the desk was a note from a kind, accomplished, and attractive woman, Carol, his 5th lover since Alyssa left. Given the circs, I'm minded to call it a day. What about you? No bad feelings. On the contrary, much affection, Carol. She was right, the circs were constrained. She was a single parent, too, of 2-year-old twin girls. She lived 6 miles away, north of the river in Tufnell Park, a great distance in a crowded city. At roughly midpoint in their 9 months she was right. It was over the idea had been floated of both selling up and merging households. It had gone that far. But in prospect, the disruption, the effort, the commitment was too great. Once they had agreed on that, it was bound to wind down. What also held him back, he could not confide to her, the possibility of Alyssa's return. He wasn't waiting for her, but if she ever turned up he wanted his options open, which was another way of saying he was waiting. He could hear the TV downstairs now broadcasting the orchestral clatter of a cartoon. In 25 minutes he would go down and fry some fish fingers. He wrote a note to Carol, equally friendly and brief, casting his vote with hers. As soon as he had put it in an envelope he had a moment of doubt. With his succinct reciprocal message he may have been throwing away an entire happy existences. For several weeks he had been drawn to the idea, a good mother for Lawrence, who was fond of Carol. That would soon have turned to love, and love for the playful twin sisters Lawrence now would never get to know. For himself, a loving partner he could trust, funny, good-hearted, educated, beautiful, a supremely competent TV producer. Her adored husband had died in a plane crash and she had fought to make family and work thrive. His nerve had failed him, hers too. She might have caught a whiff of failure about him. His various careers, the wife who may have deserted for good reason. Before Roland closed the envelope, he read her note again. Much affection. This time he thought he sensed sadness in her quiet plea. What about you? She was open to persuasion. He wrote the address, stuck down a stamp, and sealed the envelope. If this was an error, he would never know its full ridiculous extent. To post tomorrow or not. As Roland understood it from a book he had read parts of, from what friends had said, it was important not to close down Lawrence on the subject of his mother. She was often on his mind, sometimes for days on end, then nothing for weeks. He liked sorting through photographs of her. His questions used to be manageable even though they were, in adult terms, impossible. What's my mummy doing now? It's a hot day, she must be having a swim. A year ago, when his language was just cohering into whole sentences, that would satisfy him. But lately there were follow-ups. A swimming pool or the sea. If it was a pool, it must be the one he knew since he didn't know of others. She's there now. Let's go and look. If the sea, they could go on the train. His more general questions put his father on the defensive. Where did she go? On a long journey. When is she coming back? Not for a long time. Why didn't she send me a birthday present? I told you already, darling. She asked me to get you a hamster, and that's what I did. Towards the end of October that year, Lawrence got into his bed at 4 a.m. and asked, "Did she go away because I was naughty?" Hearing this, Roland, half asleep, emotionally wide open, felt tears. He himself needed guidance. What he said was, "She loves you and she never ever thinks you're naughty." The boy slept. Roland lay awake. It was helpful that half the children at the nursery were raised by single parents. Lawrence himself had observed in neutral tones that while he did not have a mummy, Lorraine didn't have a daddy, nor did Bisharo, nor did Hazim. But soon he would see through the evasions. The questions would keep coming. If Alyssa had talked to Roland about a hamster, why couldn't she talk to Lawrence? Keeping Alyssa alive in the child's thoughts could be a form of unintended cruelty. But if Roland had consigned her early on to a plane crash, and then she turned up, what then? He arranged an evening with Daphne. It was easily done. The youngest of the Mounts, 3 children, was an intense and freckled little boy, Gerald, joint favorite with Amanda as Lawrence's best friend. They went to the same nursery, had sleepovers in both households, and had spent family holidays together in the Cévennes in a big farmhouse that Peter Mount found, far from the sea and therefore cheap. Roland and Lawrence arrived at 6 so that the boys could play before bedtime. A Norwegian au pair gave the 4 children supper. Peter was out and would join them later. According to Daphne, he had a fun proposal to put to Roland. She led him into the small front room, a corner of the house from which, by an old-fashioned arrangement, children and their toys and games were banned. Roland was beginning to see the point of it. Each time he visited the Mount's house, not much bigger than his own, he noticed an improvement, a shift to greater comfort, even opulence. A man-sized fridge, recovered oak floorboards, Berger sofas, a bigger TV sitting above an improved videotape recorder, the once fashionable stripped and waxed doors painted over in muted white. A Vanessa Bell drawing hung above the fireplace. Daphne worked for years in the local council's housing department. The popular sell-off of council flats and houses, the right to buy, disgusted her. After years trying and failing to obstruct the process, she resigned. She had set up a housing association and did good work for twice the salary, finding decent places to live for the hard-pressed. Peter had also resigned. After 12 years at the Central Electricity Generating Board, he was part of a consortium preparing to form itself into a private electricity company. American and Dutch money was involved. The Electricity Act had already passed that year. Peter had input into the drafting of the bill, the economic calculations, the regulatory body, consumer protection, the shareholder's slice. Daphne, like Roland, disliked and on occasions loathed the Thatcher government, but like him, she was prospering under its edicts. They often discussed the contradiction, but they would never resolve it. They had voted for Labour and its higher tax rate, but their side had lost. Their consciences were clear. Peter had the more coherent position. He had voted for Mrs. Thatcher from the start. Daphne poured 2 glasses of Riesling. During the months after Alyssa left, she had been Roland's main support and guided him as Lawrence worked through the scary rota of early childhood illnesses. She had also featured strongly in his thoughts and still did. She was big, Not overweight but big-boned, strong and tall, with blonde hair she wore in the 60s style, center-parted and long. The pink complexion gave her the look of a countrywoman, but she was a child of the city, of quite a few cities. Only child of a doctor father and teacher mother, Daphne had the most stable background of all Roland's friends. She had absorbed her parents' passion for public service. She was restlessly energetic, a great organizer of things, events, children, friends. Her memory for people was long and deep. Her connections were extensive in that zone where academics and politicians overlapped. She had introduced her husband to Stephen Littlechild, a coming figure in electricity supply. If you lost your passport in rural Burkina Faso, you would address your telegram to her. If she didn't know the foreign secretary, she would know people who could help. She knew Alyssa well, had heard nothing from her, and was amazed. He wondered sometimes if she knew more about the disappearance than she pretended. But she was good with awkward advice. Last month she told him it was time to snap out of it. He had the epithalamium money. It was not only Lawrence who needed new clothes. Roland, she said, was still living like a student, a depressed student. Whether Alyssa was coming back or not, brighten up, move on. She had advised him to make a home with Carol. If necessary, marry her. Daphne had cooked meals for her and liked her. They discussed the governance of television, how to open it up in the public interest, not just to commercial opportunity. Daphne had connected Carol to some of her future of broadcasting friends who were pushing to set up a production company on Charlotte Street. The entrepreneurial spirit had seized the center-left. Now Roland and Daphne talked through their usual subjects, the latest from Solidarity in Poland. East Germans were being permitted to pass through Czechoslovakia into West Germany. Roland reminisced about his Berlin days of the late 70s. Labour had a 9-point lead over the Conservatives. The Chancellor of the Exchequer had resigned. The flashily renamed Liberal Democrats had announced themselves. One of the released Guildford Four had made a fine speech. Roland told the story of the policeman's visit. He was no longer in the mood to make a comedy of it, and he was vague about his notebook entry. She murmured, "I wouldn't worry about the DPP." The conversation meandered. She described how she had taken the children to the Chilterns at the weekend to watch a friend and her team release a dozen huge carrion birds, red kites, into their new environment. They paused. She poured a second glass. It wasn't even 7 o'clock. From somewhere in the house they heard a child crying. Roland started to get up, but Daphne stayed him. "If it's serious, they know where we are." So he told her about Lawrence's plaintive question at 4 a.m. Did his mother leave because he was naughty? "I'm pretending she's a presence. When he looks at her photos, he talks to her. I'm protecting him with lies. Here he is, just 4, and his questions are getting harder. He's generally happy." It wasn't a question, but Roland nodded. He had come for advice, but now he didn't feel like hearing it. Lawrence was not the problem, he was. He knew it could be pleasurable, handing out wise counsel. Receiving it could be suffocating when you've moved on. Where exactly? Backwards 27 years to the core. Alyssa's vanishing had left open ground to the past. Like trees felled to clear the view. In rare moments like this, he could see the origin, a point of light in sharp focus, of all that troubled him and those who came close to him. The piano teacher haunting him that first night was often on his mind. Was it time to find and confront Miriam Cornell? It was a sudden big thought, but outwardly he showed nothing. Daphne was staring into a corner of the room where Peter's unplayed guitar rested on its stand. He was once the lead in the Peter Mount posse. Between unskilled jobs and travels, his lost decade Roland played Hammond organ and electric piano, Billy Preston style, for the posse. He was brought in by the drummer, a friend from school who had been part of the short-lived jazz trio. That was how Roland met Peter, and through him, Daphne. The band never made a record, but they had a college following and played pacey rock, much under the influence of Greg and Dwayne Allman. Then punk blew their project away in 1976. Peter cut his hair, bought a suit in Burton's, and took a job in an electricity board showroom selling stoves and fridges. He rose fast, gained experience in the provinces, then was summoned to HQ where he flourished. At last she said, "If he keeps pressing, I think you should tell him exactly what it is." Which is? A mystery, one you can share. One day when he was little she went away. You don't know why, you're as puzzled as he is. You'd love to hear from her too. He can adapt. The main thing is he doesn't blame himself. I think he's decided she's coming back. Perhaps he's right. Roland looked at her. Did she know something? But her pale blue eyes met his full on and he decided she didn't. She shrugged. Or perhaps not. You can tell him. You're in this together, side by side. You just don't know. It was a noisy, sociable evening, putting the children to bed and reading to them in different shifts. Roland and Daphne cooked together and drank more at the kitchen table, much like their French farmhouse evenings in the high Cévennes, without the evening warmth. Outside, a thick autumnal mist came down suddenly. Daphne turned up the central heating a notch. In the fog of the tiny kitchen, a party spirit developed. For old times' sake they listened to the first Bal-Em Alligators album. Who in Britain could play a Cajun fiddle better than Robin McKidd? They turned up the volume on Little Lisa Jane, and during that song Peter came in with a bottle of champagne and his news, the fun that Daphne had hinted at. There was an American backer for the planned electricity company. He wanted the consortium to meet up. He had a private jet and would be in Europe soon, not sure where just yet. It could be Malmö or Geneva or somewhere else. In the next week or so, he would fly Peter and his colleagues to wherever he was. And this was the point: there was a spare seat. Roland could come along for the ride, entertain himself during their meetings, join them in the evenings for dinner. Lawrence could stay here for 3 nights. Daphne would be around, and Tyrrell, the au pair, would take care of the nursery run. Gerald would be delighted. Simple. It will do you good, Daphne and Peter insisted. Say yes. He said yes. During dinner they argued about Mikhail Gorbachev. He was an innocent fool to believe that with his glasnost and perestroika he could liberalize to a minimal controllable extent the tired old tyranny and still have the party in command. This was Peter's view. Or, as Roland and Daphne argued, he was a genius and a saint who understood ahead of his colleagues that the entire communist experiment, its violently imposed empire, its instinct for murder and implausible lies, had been a grotesque failure and had to be ended. The champagne propelled them to a boisterous state. They argued extravagantly. As he sided with Daphne against her husband, Roland thought that this was as close as he would ever come to an affair with her. Unusually, brandy brought them to a more genial state at the close of the evening. Together they cleaned up the kitchen backed by the alligators, life in the bus lane at full blast. A Welsh, Scots, and English version of Cajun, itself a bastard form, dreamed up by the French far from home, pushing 2,000 miles south, deep into Louisiana. The world was agreeably diffuse. Peter reminded Roland that in the posse days they had one number with a hint of Cajun sound. Roland thought it was more Zydeco than anything else. They agreed there were touches of both. Who cared? Murmurs of apartheid's end in South Africa, democracies breaking out across South America, China opening up, now the great Soviet ship of empire springing leaks. Roland's grand conclusion as they were about to leave the kitchen was that, in the new millennium, only 11 years away, humankind would have reached a new level of maturity and happiness. A good note to end on as they raised their glasses. It had been decided earlier that he would take Lawrence home with him. The boy slept on as Roland lifted him from his bed in Gerald's room, wrapped him in a blanket and carried him downstairs. The 3 said their goodbyes in the Mount's miniature front garden, where the fog, tinted by orange street light, swirled about their shoulders. It was a short walk along deserted streets. Lawrence's 40 pounds were nothing in his arms. The prospect of a 3-day break, the absurdity and romance of a private jet, even a touch of tipsy guilt at the thought of leaving Lawrence behind, elated him as he strode without effort down streets crowded with parked cars and modest terraced Edwardian houses. For the moment, Miriam Cornell did not trouble him. He would deal with all that. Now escape. He was enjoying the coiled strength in his legs, the taste of wintry city air in his lungs. Wasn't this how he used to feel or wanted to feel? Most of the time, 15, 20 years ago in his teens and 20s, light on his feet, eager for the next thing. Whatever Conrad's Marlowe said, Roland's youth was not gone from him yet. The year before, in late August, Roland and Lawrence had traveled to Germany. It was in part a familial duty, a response to pressure down the phone from Jane. She and Heinrich had not yet met their only grandchild, and Lawrence deserved as much family as he could get. Roland was easy to persuade. He wanted to hear at first hand about Alice's visit in 1986, the great bust-up, her last known appearance. He was not looking for her, he told himself. He just wanted to know. An enveloping high-pressure system had settled over Europe. London was already baking a good moment to take a quick holiday before the summer's end. Jane offered to pay the airfares. Each stage of the journey delighted the little boy. He was almost 3, entitled to his own seat, the window seat, on the flight from Gatwick. He approved of the train from Hanover to Nuremberg and kept his nose close to the window the entire 65 minutes. The taxi to Liebenau fascinated him, especially the loudly clicking meter and the driver, in thick leather jacket despite the heat, who made a fuss over him. It was during a routine chat with the man that Roland discovered how much his German had fallen away. He struggled for the nouns and their genders. He mumbled his way round the accusative forms of the definite articles. Prefixes came loose from their verbs to land in the wrong place. The word order, which he once thought he had mastered, now appeared prickly with rules. Time precedes manner precedes place. He was obliged to think through each sentence before he spoke it. Not easy in small talk. He decided before they arrived in the village that German, like Alice, belonged in an abandoned past. Heinrich Eberhard, the stolid burgher, turned out to be the ideal grandfather. As Roland and Lawrence came through the wooden gate in the high hedge and onto the broad lawn, now baked brown, Heinrich was standing with a hose in his hand, filling the plastic dinosaur-themed paddling pool he had just bought. Lawrence ran straight over to him and demanded to be undressed. Without a greeting, just a murmured so. His grandfather knelt to the task with the Velcro shoes. Then he stood back, arms folded, grinning as the little boy climbed into the few inches of lukewarm water and began to dance and splash about, consciously showing off. His pleasure in being naked, Heinrich said later, was proof of his German heritage. It got better. Indoors, after Jane had tried to embrace Lawrence and given him a cool apple juice, he and Heinrich started the game they would keep up for the next 5 days. Lawrence sat on the old man's lap in order to teach him English. In exchange, Heinrich would teach his grandson German. Already the boy had learned to point and say, Opa was ist das. Heinrich would look hard, pretend to consider, and then say slowly in a deep, clear voice, Ein Stuhl. Lawrence would repeat the words, put his face close to Heinrich's, and pronounce, a chair. Heinrich said it back. He pretended to have no English, which was almost true. Lawrence was slower to make friends with his grandmother. He was shy before her, struggled free of her welcoming hug, and refused to thank her for the juice. When she spoke to him, he retreated behind Roland's legs. He may have been suspicious of a woman whose face reminded him, however vaguely, of the figure in the photographs at home. She had the sense, the delicacy, to hold back. Half an hour later, when they were sitting in the garden in the shade of a willow, he approached cautiously and put his hand on her knee. In the spirit of the game he had started, she pointed first at Heinrich, then at herself, and said very slowly, Das ist Opa, ich bin Oma. He got it. Still naked, he stood before them and pointed and pronounced in what sounded to Roland like perfect German, Ich bin Lawrence. Das ist Opa, das ist Oma. The immediate applause and laughter so thrilled and energized him that he ran off and capered about on the lawn. He jumped in the paddling pool and began to yell and kick up water, keen, as his father knew, to keep their attention and have more praise, more success. Jane said, "He's a beauty." The innocent remark reminded them of what was broken, what was missing. They sat silently for a while watching Lawrence until Heinrich rose with a heavy grunt from his wicker chair and said he would fetch some beers. Later, after his supper, Lawrence let Oma take him upstairs for a bath and a bedtime story. Heinrich was in the tiny room he used as an office. Roland sat in the garden with a gin and tonic. The sun had set, but the thermometer nailed to the trunk of the willow showed 26 degrees. He had always found the neat house and garden oppressive, much like his own parents' place. Too obsessively managed, too many things in exactly the right place. Now the tidiness, the order and gleam in the rooms in both houses seemed to him a liberation. The grandparents in Liebenau, as in Ash, were eager to help with Lawrence. Roland leaned back in his garden chair. He was barefoot. The vast, complicated continent was overheating. The sound of crickets, the feel of warm, dried grass on the soles of his feet, and the scent of baked earth pleased him. The big, thick glass was icy in his hands. When he set it down, the tinkle of the ice cubes sounded personal. He closed his eyes and indulged a lazy fantasy. He and his son would move here, migrate as if into the heat of southern Spain, take the studio room over the garage beside the house, and he would work on his German, teach English in a local school, live an orderly life with a warm family setting, and when Lawrence was older go fishing with him along the banks of the Aue, a river that teemed with red-spined perch, and they would take a boat southwards down the Weser, leave England behind, his private version of it, be free, everything taken care of. Take Alice's place, become a German, a good one. When he woke, the sun was going down. Jane was sitting opposite him, smiling. On the table before her were 2 candle lanterns. "You're worn out. Must have been the gin and the heat." He went inside to get 2 large glasses of water. When he returned, she told him that Heinrich had gone to a committee meeting. Money had to be raised for the church roof. So she and Roland would have the conversation, the first of 3, over the 5 days. In memory, their sessions became inseparable. As a prelude, as though drawing breath, they sat quietly for a minute drinking water. The evening air was smooth and still warm. The crickets paused their racket, then resumed. From further away came a repeated high-pitched call, mournful frogs by the river. Jane and Roland looked at each other and looked away. The weak light from the lanterns barely showed their faces. In the past, she had encouraged him to speak German. She corrected his mistakes without making him feel stupid. After a few minutes, he said, "Erzähl mir, was passiert ist. Tell me what happened." Even as he said it, he had his doubts. Was it Mitch rather than Mir? She understood and started without hesitation. "Of course, we thought she was in London with you, so it was a shock when she rang one afternoon from a phone box, from Murnau of all places. She said she was coming to see us for one night. I asked her if she had the baby with her. When she said no, I knew something was wrong. Perhaps I should have phoned you. Instead, I waited for her. 2 days later she appeared. One tiny suitcase, everything different. Hair cut short like a boy's and henna'd, almost orange. Black jeans, black boots with silver studs, tiny black leather jacket. Even as she was getting out of the taxi, I thought it looked like trouble. She always loved skirts and dresses. She had this little cap, a linen sort of thing, at a jaunty angle, ridiculous and pale. I thought it was Pancake. But no, when we were indoors, I could see she was on the edge of total exhaustion. Her eyes, her irises were pinpricks. Isn't that something to do with drugs?" "I don't know," Roland said. His pulse had moved up. He didn't want anything bad happening to her, even 2 years ago. It was 3 in the afternoon. I offered to make her a sandwich. She just wanted a glass of water. I said her father would be back in a couple of hours and he was dying to see her. Stupid to say that. But he was worried sick. But she said she only wanted to talk to me. We went upstairs to the spare bedroom. She closed the door. In case we were interrupted, she said. I was sitting on a chair. She sat on the edge of the bed facing me. I was very nervous, and when she saw that it made her calm, then she let me have it. She had been to our old house, the chalet in Murnau. The people there let her take a look at her bedroom. They left her alone. She told me she sat on the floor and began to cry as quietly as she could. She didn't want the couple coming up to see if she was all right, and she wasn't all right. She told me that several times over and over. I wasn't all right, Muddy. I wasn't back then, and I'm not all right now. It was never all right. I sat there frozen. Some damning accusation was coming my way. I could do nothing but wait for it. Then she said it. The sort of sentence you recognize straight away as prepared, polished, worked on through nights of insomnia or hours of therapy. Was she having therapy? No. She said, Muddy, I grew up in the shadow, the chill of your disappointment. My whole childhood was lived around your sense of failure, your bitterness. You didn't become a writer. Oh, how terrible that was. You didn't become a writer. What you got instead was motherhood. You didn't hate it. You put up with it. But you barely tolerated it, this second-rate life. You think a child doesn't notice. You certainly never wanted another baby, did you? And the man you thought you married turned out to be someone else. Another disappointment, and you couldn't forgive him. You were marked out for something better, and it didn't happen. It made you sour, ungenerous, suspicious of anyone's success. She went quiet for a bit, and I sat there waiting. Her eyes were wet. Then she said that all through her childhood and teens she had never seen me happy, really happy. I never let go, according to her. Never embraced our lives together. I never could because I thought I'd been swindled by life. That's what she said. Betrojan. I could never let go and be joyful and love the life I had with my daughter. And because she loved me, because she was so close, she could never allow herself to be happy either. It would have been a second betrayal. Instead, she followed me, copied me, became me. She too was sour on life. Couldn't find a publisher for her 2 books. She too failed to become a writer. She too— Jane stopped and rubbed her forehead with her forefinger. I don't know if it's right to tell you. Say it. All right, she too deceived herself in marriage. She thought you were a brilliant bohemian. Your piano playing seduced her. She thought you were a free spirit. Just the way I thought Heinrich was a hero of the resistance and would go on being one. You misled her. He's a fantasist, Muddy. He can't settle to anything. He's got problems in his past he won't even think about. He can't achieve anything, and nor can I. Together we were sinking. Then there was the baby and we sank faster. Neither of us were ever going to achieve anything. You taught me a baby is second best, not even second. But we even talked about having another because an only child is the saddest thing in the world. Isn't it, Muddy? At this point she stood up, so I did too. She said, this is what I've come to tell you. Try and think of it as good news. I'm not going to sink. I'm leaving him and the baby. No, don't say anything. Do you think it doesn't hurt? But I have to do this now before it becomes impossible. I'm also leaving you. I refuse to follow you. Now she was almost shouting at me. I am not going to sink. I'm going to rescue myself. And in the process, I might even rescue you. Then I said something stupid. I couldn't have said anything less useful to her at that moment. Trying to be nice and maternal, I suppose. The words were out before I could stop myself. I said, or I started to say, something like, darling, you do realize lots of mothers get very depressed in the baby's first few months. She raised both hands, in surrender or to shut me up. She was horribly calm. She said, stop, please stop. She came towards me. I thought she might even hit me. Very quietly she said, you haven't understood a thing. She was edging her way past me to get to the door. I was trying to say I was sorry. Wrong thing to say, but she was out of the room and going down the stairs at speed. I followed her, but I'm slow on the stairs, and by the time I was down she was already outside, crossing the lawn. I had a glimpse of her through the window. She had her suitcase. I went out and called after her, but she wouldn't have heard me as she slammed the gate behind her. I ran out onto the pavement. I couldn't see which way she had gone. I called her name over and over. Nothing. Again, they sat in silence for a while. Roland tried not to dwell on her insults. A fantasist can't achieve anything. He let other details crowd in. Short-headed hair that he could imagine. He was about to ask his mother-in-law about the German police when they heard a cry from Lawrence. His room overlooked the garden and his window was open. Roland jogged towards the house. The evening could be lost if Lawrence woke to a strange room and got himself in a state. But when Roland got to his bedside, the boy was asleep. He sat with him a few minutes. By the time he was back with Jane, he had forgotten his question. She had one of her own. "Don't tell me anything you don't want to, but was she right? Is there something in your past?" "Nothing in particular. Usual gripes. No one's parents are perfect." Then, preferring to move the conversation on, he said, "It's there in your journals. You were frustrated. Didn't she have a case?" There was a grain of truth, 1.5 perhaps. "My fault, I did miss out on something, but Alyssa had everything. See it from the point of view of our war generation. She was blessed. History was kind to her, so was the government. Nice schools, free dance and music lessons. Each year everything getting slightly better. Compared to what went before, tolerance everywhere. And we doted on her." She paused and then, as if to clarify, "Your generation. What do you think she meant when she said she might rescue you?" Before she spoke, she gave him a long look. A beautiful face had become commanding with age. In low light, the confident gaze, the fine straight nose, the accentuated cheekbones gave her the air of a powerful woman in charge of some mighty enterprise of an important country. She said, "Ich habe nicht die geringste Ahnung." I have simply no idea. As he walked up and down the VIP lounge, he was thinking of that conversation, those 3 evening conversations in the garden. He had reason to reflect, and time on his hands. Little by little the romance had drained out of private jet travel. The journey from London to Bristol Airport had taken 4 hours because of an accident on the motorway. In their luxury coach, they reassured themselves that their jet would be waiting for them. It wasn't. They were met by an anxious young woman in pencil skirt and starched white blouse. She collected their passports and told them that their flight to Malmö had been delayed by another 2 hours. The exclusive lounge was in a temporary building surrounded by a chain-link fence in a far corner of the airfield beside a long-term car park. Roland and Peter Mount and his colleagues had the place to themselves. There was a tea urn with paper cups, tea bags, and 1 bottle of milk. No coffee, nothing to eat. The terminal and its cafes were across the runway, 2 miles distant. There were 4 units of steel-framed chairs grouped around low plastic tables. Peter and his electricity friends were content to hunch together and refine their business plan. Roland sat at another unit. His reading material, snatched from the shelves as he left the house, was Cussing Bet in an English translation. He was aware of the voices of the next table. Peter was doing all the talking. He had developed a habit of talking over others and raising his voice whenever he thought he was about to be interrupted. Now he was taking charge of the group's agenda, though they were supposed to be equal partners. It was a reminder of the posse days when Peter, aged 22, a decent lead guitarist, exulted in bossing everyone around, from roadies to venue management to fellow musicians. 90 minutes later the woman returned. They never discovered where she retreated to. Their plane had been diverted to collect its owner, James Tarrant Roman III, from Lyon. 2 hours passed. The update came that Mr. Tarrant was reunited with his plane. He had taken it not to Malmö but to Berlin. It would refuel there and come to collect them. In the most difficult circumstances, hotel accommodation had been secured in the city and their host would be waiting for them. The next message in the late afternoon was no surprise. Tegel Airport in Berlin was having trouble with the unusual volume of traffic. Their private jet would come to collect them at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Transport was on its way to take them to the Grand Hotel in Bristol. It made sense. Everyone wanted to be in Berlin. Anyone with a plane of his own was heading there. So was anyone with a plane ticket. Every news organization in the world was sending its reporters, fixers, camera teams. Foreign ministries were dispatching diplomats. Military planes were crowding the skies and had priority. He had read 100 pages of Cuss and Bet and could read no more. He wanted the news. There were no papers in the lounge, no TV, no radio. The electricity meeting had broken up long ago. After an hour, the bus came. As he was finding a seat, Roland heard someone say, "I could have told my grandchildren I was in Berlin 2 days after the fall of the wall. Now it will have to be the day after that." They were a noisy group at the hotel check-in. The prospect of food and drink put Peter's lot in a jolly mood. Meeting each other, they had been re-energized by the possibility that within a few years they would be exceedingly rich. Roland made his excuses and went to his room. He wanted to speak to Lawrence before his bedtime. It was the au pair who picked up. The young Mounts and his son were at supper. Phone conversations with Lawrence generally preceded by interview. "How was it at nursery today? Spiders don't bite." "Of course they don't." "Did you play with Jai?" "We're having ice cream." By this distracted drift, Roland assumed his son was in good spirits, not missing him. It sounded like the phone had fallen to the floor. There was laughter and one of the older kids was singing. Lawrence shouted, "My daddy can eat swords." Then the phone was retrieved and the line went dead. He watched TV reports from Berlin and the studio analysis while he ate a room service dinner. Checkpoint Charlie was the symbolic focus. In Washington, President Reagan was triumphant. Mrs. Thatcher, fresh from her big speech to the UN on climate change, was circumspect. One of the talking heads said he thought she was troubled by the prospect of a united and resurgent Germany. Next morning, success and limited luxury. Their plane was waiting by the VIP lounge. On board, the seats, though small and tightly packed, were of the softest leather. Because of delays and disruption of supplies, there was nothing to eat. At Tegel Airport, a bus came to the foot of the aircraft steps. As they boarded, a security official checked their passports with a glance. Roland noticed that the rest of the group, hungover and subdued from an evening in Bristol pubs, had cases bulky enough for changes of shirts, shoes, and suits. He was traveling with a small backpack, underwear, a different sweater, 2 thick shirts. He was wearing summer hiking boots and jeans. If the hotel was grand enough, it might not let him in. Daphne was right. He lived like a student. As they headed in heavy traffic towards the center, he decided not to check into the hotel just yet. Peter's group was committed to lunch with Mr. Tarrant and an afternoon of presentations. Roland asked to be set down by Potsdamer Strasse, from where he walked east with the flow of the crowd. Almost 9 years had passed. What luck to be here, not Malmö. He felt an immediate, easy familiarity, even though the mood was high and everything looked new. Coming the other way was a steady line of East Berliners. Lads in groups with football scarves, elderly couples, families with children and babies in pushchairs. Roland assumed they had missed their way from Checkpoint Charlie and were heading for the bright shops of the Kurfürstendamm with their 100 Deutsche Mark welcome money from the West German government. They faced cries of "Willkommen" and even embraces. The TV reports of the night before made much of how the Aussies were easily identified by their cheap clothes, their ill-cut denim jackets. But Roland didn't see that. What they had in common was a certain dazed and tentative look. They suspected this could not last. Soon they would be summoned back east to some form of reckoning. It was inconceivable that the authorities could be so suddenly deprived of their reach into private lives. As he walked, Roland told himself that he was scanning the crowds for the Hayes family and that he was not looking out for Alissa. A divided Germany had meant less to her than to him. Even if she had come, the possibility of spotting her among tens of thousands was minute, and he did not wish to see her. Potsdamer Strasse curved gently east to confront the wall. Ahead, on a broad expanse of wasteland broken by birch trees and lamp posts, was a massive crowd. Roland passed a group of bemused West Berlin police with flowers stuffed in the buttonholes of their green jackets. He went close by the high viewing platform, where visiting dignitaries were often brought to gaze across no man's land into the eastern sector. Now it was so overladen with people and film crews that it looked ready to topple. As he pushed further into the crowd, a great cheer went up. A crane, stark against the featureless pale sky, was beginning to lift an L-shaped section of wall, barely a meter wide. It dangled for a while, one side white, the other brightly graffitied, and slowly gyrated as if to demonstrate two domains in crazed collusion. Then, to general applause, the section was lowered into no man's land, where other sections had been placed upright standing stones, Stonehenge monuments to a vanishing culture. Roland went deeper into the crowd, and soon he was carried forward by it. He couldn't stop himself scanning faces as he was carried towards the 30-foot gap in the wall. The youngest and fittest had scrambled up, or had been hauled up, and were sitting astride the curved concrete summit. They stretched for 200 meters, a great line of legs. One lone figure with a vague resemblance to Buster Keaton was bold enough to stand up to balance, overlooking the breach. He turned eastwards, raised both arms to make a peace sign. It was unlikely that anyone on the far side could see him. Roland had imagined that he would be standing to one side, witness to joyful East Berliners crossing west. Instead, he was being borne by a triumphant crowd flowing east into the giant sandy meadow of no man's land. At last he abandoned himself to the moment. Some part of the history of the divided city, of the divided world, was his. In the crossings he had made in the late 70s, he never could have imagined a scene like this, one of such boundless significance and symbolic weight, and yet it was in the hands of beneficent crowds. He were making the moment. To be standing here, treading this forbidden militarized space was as extraordinary as standing on the moon. Everyone felt it. Roland had always been skeptical of the labile moods of crowds, but now he felt himself dissolved into the general joy. The grim settlement of the Second World War was ended. A peaceful Germany would be united. The Russian Empire was dissolving without bloodshed. A new Europe must emerge. Russia would follow Hungary, Poland, and the rest to become a democracy. It might even lead the way. It was not so fantastical to imagine driving one day from Calais to the Bering Straits and never showing a passport. The Cold War's nuclear menace was over. The great disarmament could begin. History books would close with this, a jubilant mass of decent people celebrating a turning point for European civilization. The new century would be fundamentally different, fundamentally better, wiser. He had been right to say so to Daphne and Peter the week before. He was being carried deeper into the obvious, easily forgotten fact the wall was mostly two parallel walls separated by the death strip. They were crossing it by means of a broad corridor bound left and right by chain-link fences. The space had been cleared of landmines and man-traps. Through the fences he could see East German border guards, the Vopos, standing about in groups, most of them barely older than teenagers. Days before, their standing orders were to shoot at sight anyone venturing onto this earth. Now they had a sheepish look. He noticed how they wore their revolvers in the small of their backs. 50 meters beyond the Vopos were multitudes of rabbits nibbling the grass. Their golden age was coming to an end. One day soon, the developers would be moving onto their terrain. A safety request came through a megaphone on the west side for people to spread out if they could. The good-natured crowd instantly obeyed. Roland was searching again. Could Florian and Ruth have made it here with the girls? He knew that getting out of Schwedt so soon would have been impossible, but he wanted them here. They deserved to be here. For 5 minutes on end, keeping apart from the flow across the abandoned land of last summer's grasses, weeds and flowers, he forgot where he was and looked only at faces. The thrill of being in a once forbidden place was beginning to fade. After 20 minutes of standing about in the field in wonder and taking snapshots, much of the crowd that had poured through the gap in the wall in excitement began to move back west. Roland followed them. It was cold if you didn't keep moving. Like the rest, he had experienced the alien thrill of being on the cusp of a significant historical transition, and now he wanted it again in fresh form, somewhere else along the old border. Much of the remainder of his evening was a restless wandering in search of fresh evidence or enactment of the momentous event. He was always moving with the tireless crowd against a flow of people coming the other way to see what he had just seen. But he could not stop himself looking out for Alyssa. As he passed back through the gap in the wall, he was greeted with cheers and applause. Newcomers had arrived and were mistaking him and those around him for East Berliners crossing to freedom. A stooped elderly man pressed a pack of chewing gum into his hand. No point trying to give it back. Today historical consciousness was highly attuned. In 1945, a Guy or a British squatty might have tossed the same treat to this man from the turret of a tank or 3-ton truck. A newly arrived film crew stopped Roland. Over the din, a reporter with a microphone asked him in a mellifluous Welsh lilt if he spoke English. He nodded. "It's a fantastic day. How do you feel?" "I feel fantastic." "You've just crossed no man's land, the notorious death strip. Where have you come from?" "London." "Jesus, cut." The reporter smiled pleasantly. "Sorry, mate. No offense." They shook hands and Roland turned north, keeping the wall on his right. With thousands of others, he wanted to see what was happening at the Brandenburg Gate. The light was fading by the time he arrived. A far greater crowd, and here the wall, masking the lower portion of the monumental gate, remained intact. Standing on top of it was a line of Vopos vividly picked out by TV lights. Something comic about them, Roland thought, as though a theatrical review was about to begin. To one side, down on the ground, was their commanding officer, smoking nervously, striding this way and that. The crowd was pushing closer to the wall and looked ready to take it from the guards. But when someone hurled a beer can at them, a great cry went up of "Cain Gewalt." No violence. Roland pushed forwards with the rest. The soldiers looked as nervous as their officer. There were 30 of them and thousands in the crowd, easily capable of overwhelming them. Then there were boos and catcalls and slow handclaps. For several minutes no one in Roland's part of the throng could see what was happening. In a sudden surge and eddy, a motion flowing through the packed bodies, he was carried sideways and it became clear. A line of West Berlin police now stood in front of the wall, facing the crowd, protecting the Vopos. Somewhere up the chain of command there must be deep anxiety. An incident could escalate. For years it had been predicted that the Third World War would begin with some accidental confrontation at the wall. The communist authorities might attempt to restore the status quo. Tiananmen Square was on every mind. Memories of April's Hillsborough disaster were troubling Roland. Scores crushed to death by the helpless weight of bodies. It only needed one person to stumble. He had to get out. He turned his back on the scene and began to make a path towards the rear, then to the side. It was not easy. The press of bodies was constant, mindlessly eastwards. In the crush, his backpack annoyed people, but there was no space to take it off. It took him half an hour of shoving and muttering in Chuldigung to get free. He found himself close to his entry point, on the south side, so it made sense to wander back in the direction he had come. He needed to pee and there were trees along the way. He returned to the Potsdamer section to find that darkness had not dispelled the crowds. People had climbed up the birch trees and hung there in the shadows like enormous bats. Why was he here again? Because he was looking for her, not just glancing at passers-by but actively searching. He had convinced himself that it was impossible that she was not here. He leaned by a support strut of the viewing platform while people pushed past. TV lights gave him sufficient illumination. He felt stupid, irresolute, with no idea of what he wanted or would say if she appeared. Should he call out her name, touch her arm? It didn't feel like love. He was in no state for recrimination. He just wanted to see her. Meaningless. She was at home somewhere watching it on TV. But no, he couldn't shake her off. After half an hour, he thought he had seen every version of the human face, every variation on a limited theme. Eyes, nose, mouth, hair, color. But still they kept coming, each infinitesimal shift promoting vast difference. Did he know what he was looking for? Short hair grown long, still henna'd. It wouldn't matter. He would know her by her presence. At last he gave up and moved on. Soon he was walking by the wall, along Niederkirchner Strasse. In white paint a graffito read, "Sie kamen, sie sahen, sie haben ein bisschen eingekauft." They came, they saw, they did a little shopping. In historical Berlin, Caesar would certainly be remembered. Roland slowed by the remnants of the demolished Gestapo headquarters. There was nothing left above ground. He stopped to look down. A row of white-tiled basement cells glinted in the semi-dark. Here Jews, communists, social democrats, homosexuals, countless others spent their final moments in agony and terror. The past, the modern past, was a weight, a burden of piled rubble, forgotten grief. But the weight on him was at one remove. It barely weighed at all. The accidental fortune was beyond calculation. To have been born in 1948 in Placid, Hampshire, not Ukraine or Poland in 1928, not to have been dragged from the synagogue steps in 1941 and brought here. His white-tiled cell a piano lesson, a premature love affair, a missed education, a missing wife was by comparison a luxury suite. If his life so far was a failure, as he often thought, it was in the face of history's largesse. He arrived at Checkpoint Charlie in a better state of mind. The opposing tides of jubilation and the pointless searching had brought him to some stillness and neutrality. He could stop scanning faces. The scene here was as shown on TV, cheering, applauding crowds greeting pedestrians and trabbies with their exultant passengers spraying sect out the windows, the patient lines for welcome money. He too had once passed many dull hours queuing here. What he saw in addition was the frustration of film crews trying to capture the brilliant moment without other film crews in shot. He was moved by what he saw and joined the applause, but stayed only 15 minutes. The Café Adler was close by, and he was thirsty and feeling the cold. He had often come here in his Berlin days. The place was in the old East European style, spacious, high-ceilinged, with an air of ancient self-assurance. The waiters were real waiters, bred from birth, not aspiring actors and graduate students. Tonight it was packed and overloaded with winter coats and scarves piled on chairs. No more room for them elsewhere. It was clamorous with urgent conversation. The warm air was moist with excited breath. Instantly his glasses steamed up. He had nothing to wipe them with, so he waited for them to clear while he stood by the door. The din of raised voices, a vague, not unpleasant sense of exclusion, put him in mind of parties he had been to where he had known no one. But here it was not the case. As his lenses warmed and cleared, he saw her, 30 feet away perhaps, at a small round table. On it were 2 coffees. She was in conversation with a man about her age. Roland approached them slowly. She was turned towards her companion, listening closely. Roland was only seconds away, and she had not seen him yet. 7. He knew that it was illusory, the silence that fell on the Café Adler crowd as he made his way between the tables. No one noticed him, and they all went on talking. But the illusion was vivid, a form of narcissism or, closely related, paranoia. The meeting or confrontation ahead would be momentous, but only for him and perhaps, so he hoped, for Alyssa. When he stopped in front of her table, the restaurant roar and clatter seemed to surge back into life like a radio abruptly switched on at reckless volume. A world historical moment needed to be loud. For several seconds he had observed unseen Alyssa and her friend, and he had drawn conclusions. But Roland still did not know what he wanted. To demand an explanation, satisfy his curiosity, level charges, expose his wounds. None of these. Not even to propose a reasonable formalized separation. His needs were vague, more like an unbroken habit of wanting her, a longing that included but went beyond the erotic. Something childlike about it, innocent, fierce, probably love. In the seconds before she saw him, he felt that fundamentally little had changed between them. He had a right to be here. She was his wife, after all, even though he had abandoned hope of getting her back. He was right to approach her even if he did not know what he wanted. It was his right to want nothing. She looked well as much as ever, more than ever. No sign of the studded leather and cropped hennaed hair that surprised her mother 3 years before. Alyssa's chin and cheek were lightly cupped in her hand, and she was turned towards her friend, fully engaged. She wore a loose, thick sweater that drooped in swags about the elbows, tight jeans, dark red fashion hiking boots. Her hair, mid-length, looked expensively cut. She had money. Well, so did he, but he was dressed like a student hitchhiker with backpack to match. Between her and her companion, between the coffee cups, was a face-down book, a thick paperback. The man at her table was slender, artificially blond, with a miniature gold peace sign in his left earlobe. He was the first to look up. He stopped talking and placed his hand on Alyssa's wrist. But he did not let it linger there, Roland noted. Lover's guilt. She made no movement but simply glanced to the side and upwards, and only then did she slowly turn her head to align it with her gaze and fix it on Roland's. What struck him was that her shoulders seemed to sag as her breath left her in a quick sigh. His impression was of her disappointment. Roland Baines, just when she needed him least. He thought his own expression was to the warm side of neutral as he made a faint nod of greeting. But on her, he did not see even the palimpsest of a smile. He lip-read her murmured, "Des ist mein man." Her friend did better. He immediately stood and extended his hand. "Rudiger, Roland." Rudiger pulled out a chair. Roland sat down. "The waiter is hard to find today. May I get you something?" His manner was softly courteous. Roland asked for a large coffee. It was inevitable, obvious, but still, he was amazed to be sitting directly opposite his wife. As Rudiger set off across the room, Roland regretted that he would be left alone with her. There was so much to say that nothing came to mind. She was looking past his shoulder, not meeting his eye. The sudden familiarity of her overwhelmed him. Different emotions came in succession: anger, sorrow, love, then anger again. He had to suppress them, but he was not sure he could. He knew her well enough. She would not let herself be the first to speak. He sounded feeble in his own ears when at last he said, "What incredible events!" The end of the Cold War was their small talk. "Yes. I came as quickly as I could." He was about to ask where from, but in the same breath she added quickly, "How is Larry?" He missed the sorrow that lay behind her lightly posed question and heard only a trivial inquiry. It startled him, the sudden force of his own feelings. This was what he carried with him all the time and barely knew it. He leaned back in his chair to increase the distance between them. He was determined to sound level, unhurt, but his voice was hoarse. "What do you care about Lawrence?" They were looking straight into each other. They knew too much. To his naive surprise, he saw the tears swelling over pupils and irises, left eye, then the right, and spilling down her cheeks. So copious. With a cry, she lifted her hands to her face just as the waiter, an old man with a penitent face-down scoliosis, arrived with a tray of 3 coffees. Right behind him was Rudiger, who helped the waiter set out the cups, paid him, and still standing, said to both, "I'm so sorry. Should I leave you now?" Roland and Alyssa were already lost after only 5 minutes. Again, he didn't want to be left alone. Having someone there, even her lover, would keep them both within bounds. Raising his voice above the din, he said, "Bit Blabe, please stay." Rudiger sat. The two men drank their coffee without speaking. Alyssa recovered slowly. Roland felt queasy in anticipation of the moment when his rival put an arm around her shoulder or whispered some comfort in her ear. But Rudiger stared straight ahead, warming his hands round his coffee. Alyssa stood abruptly and said that she was going to the bathroom. This was awkward too, to be left alone with the boyfriend. Roland regretted coming to the Adler. He felt incapable, clumsy, absurd. Rudiger seemed at ease, or at least patient, and leaned back in his chair. After he had finished his coffee, he took from his pocket a small paperback and began to read. Roland glimpsed the cover. Heine. Selected poems. The line came to him, and it was as if someone else was speaking it. It was a cliché, familiar to every German schoolchild, like Wordsworth's Daffodils or Larkin's Mum and Dad. He didn't care. The words simply left him. Ich weiß nicht was soll es bedeuten. I don't know what it might mean. Rudiger looked up and smiled. Das ich so traurig bin, that I am so sad. Roland started on the third line, ein Mädchen. But he immediately felt a stupid lump in his throat, and inconveniently he could not go on. Ridiculous. He didn't want the other man to see. Sadness and exasperation, self-pity, tiredness, he would never know. This was a poem Jane Farmer had shown him. Perhaps it was nostalgia for the days of unbroken family. Rudiger leaned forward. "So you like Heine?" Roland took a deep breath and found his voice. "The little I know. I should tell you something, Roland, in order to be clear." "Yes." "In case you think it, I'm not Alyssa's close friend, lover, or how you say it. I'm her Chase Verleger, publisher. I mean lector, editor, Lucretius Books, Munich." To Roland's blank look he added, "She didn't tell you her news. I suppose she didn't, so." He made a loose, hopeless gesture with his hand. "So, then it's for her to tell you she's coming now." They watched as she approached. Roland knew that walk. She would be brisk and want to leave. He did too. He was tired of the clamor of celebration, the breath and bodies and coats around him, hour after hour of other people. He also feared more confrontation. 2 minutes was enough. She said as she arrived, "I'd like to get out of here." Rudiger stood immediately. They stepped aside for a quick conversation. In the seconds he had to himself, Roland imagined being somewhere cool and treeless: Scotland, Uist, muck, a rocky coast, an ultramarine sea. Alone, he picked up his backpack. Rudiger and Alyssa briefly embraced, and as he walked away, he raised a hand towards Roland in casual parting. She turned and said, "There's something I have to say to you, but not here." He followed her out. The crowds were pouring towards them from the open checkpoint. Many had their welcome money and were eager for sightseeing. There were scores, hundreds of children in a state of high excitement, skipping and bouncing over the pavement. Alyssa was heading against the flow towards Kottstrasse, into what they would have to learn to call the Old East. Roland was a couple of paces behind. Neither could bear another attempt at small talk as they went along. They went down a narrower street that seemed to have no name. She stopped just as it started to rain slightly. Here, under a bare plane tree, they would have their conversation. Then she saw across the road an alley. They went down it a little way. It was barely 10 feet wide, partly cobbled, before it turned to mud and the summer's dead weeds where the cobbles had been lifted. There was a block of yellow light from a window above, and they stood just near its edge, almost within its glow. Finally, they had silence. She leaned back against the wall. Facing her, he did the same and waited. They ignored the cold rain on their bare heads. He knew that giving a speech was not her style. After a while, he said softly, "So, something you have to tell me." He said it even though he would have preferred not to hear her, anticipating a stream, a river of accusation. When he was the injured party, but he did not feel like complaining or saying anything. He was in a state of helpful numbness, unreal indifference. He might regret it later, but whatever was said here, nothing would change. She would continue with her determined business. He would go home. His life would go on as before. Lawrence was happy enough, long used to life with a single parent. The world was about to become a better place. He remembered and rehearsed his moment of optimism in no man's land. Only 3 hours ago. Already it was expected that the satellites of the Soviet Empire would turn west, stand in line for the common market for NATO. But what need of NATO? He saw it clearly: Russia, a liberal democracy, unfolding like a flower in spring. Nuclear weapons negotiated downwards to extinction. Then megatides of spare cash and good intentions flowing like fresh water, cleansing the dirt of every social problem. The general well-being refreshed, schools, hospitals, cities renewed. Tyrannies dissolving across the South American continent, the Amazon rainforests rescued and treasured, let poverty be raised instead of trees. For millions, time for music, dancing, art, and celebration. Mrs. Thatcher had demonstrated it at the political right had finally understood climate change and believed in action while there was time. On this, all could agree, and Lawrence, his children and their children were going to be fine. Berlin, Roland saw clearly, had sustained him back in the 70s, and today gave him a perspective on the petty sorrows and indignities of his personal life. Now that he had seen her, Alyssa had shrunk to life size, to one more person struggling to make sense, as vulnerable as he was. He could leave now, take the U-Bahn to Uhlenstrasse, find his hotel at the bar, raise a glass to the future with Peter and his electric pals. Perhaps they had made their deal, but he felt he owed Alyssa something. What did she owe him? She remained silent as she stood against the streaked concrete wall of the alley. The faint rain continued. She took her tote bag from her shoulder and settled it between her feet. "Come on, Alyssa, say it or I'm leaving." "Okay." She reached in her bag for a cigarette, lit it, and drew on it hard. This was new. "I've imagined saying this to you for 3 years. It always came easily, it flowed, but now all right. When Larry was around 3 months old, I had an important realization. Perhaps it was obvious to everyone else who knew me well. To me, it was a revelation. We took the baby for a walk in Battersea Park in the afternoon. When we came back, he slept. You wanted sex. I didn't. We had a sort of row, you remember." He shook his head before he realized that he actually did not remember, but it sounded true. "I went upstairs and lay on the bed, too tired even to sleep. That was when it came to me. I was living my mother's life, retracing its pattern exactly. Some literary ambition, then love, then marriage, then baby, the old ambitions crushed or forgotten, and the predictable future stretching ahead. And bitterness. It horrified me how her bitterness would become my inheritance. I could feel her life dragging at mine, pulling me down with her. These thoughts wouldn't go away. I kept thinking of her journals. The story of how she almost became a writer, how she failed, and how her failure was what I grew up with. Over the next few weeks I realized that I was going to leave. Even as we were talking about having another child, I was making plans. I was 2 people at once. I had to make something in my life, something more than a baby. I was going to achieve what she couldn't or wouldn't. Even though I loved Larry so much, and you. At first I thought I should explain everything, but you would have fought me, you would have talked me out of it. I felt so guilty, it wouldn't have been hard." The words faded on her lips, and she was staring at her feet. Was she accusing him of failing to persuade her to stay? He was struggling again with his confusion. The great consumer marketplace of self-realization, whose lethal enemy was the selfishly mewling baby in league with the husband and his absurd requests. He had crushed ambitions of his own, had put in the nights and days with the neonate. But they were not here in a wet alley to conduct a post-marital row. His equanimity, or the appearance of it, was still on top. He said, "Go on. I've lost you already. I can tell it's not worth the bother." She knew him well. He said, "I'm listening." After a pause she said, "Perhaps I was wrong. I thought that it had to be total and it had to be quick. It was cruel and I'm sorry. Really sorry. It was always bad enough, your sex everyday problem. But the baby, his needs, he was annihilating me. The two of you, I was nothing. I had nothing. No thoughts, no personality, no wishes except for sleep. I was sinking. I had to get out. The morning I left, walked to the tube, it was, but I'm not going to describe it. You're a good father, and Larry was tiny, and I knew he'd be okay. And that you would be too, sooner or later. I wasn't okay, but I'd made my choice, and I did what I had to do. This. She was reaching into her shoulder bag again, taking out the book he had seen in the cafe. She took a couple of steps and gave it to him. It's the English proof. It's coming out the same time as here, in 6 weeks. He slipped it into his backpack and got ready to go. Thank you. Is that all you're going to say? He nodded. Do you remotely understand how difficult it's been historically for women to create, to be artists, scientists, to write or paint? My story means nothing to you. He shook his head and began to walk away, a grown man in a sulk, pathetic. So he changed his mind and went back to her. I'll tell you your story. You wanted to be in love, you wanted to be married, you wanted a baby, and it all came your way. Then you wanted something else. The rain was starting again and falling heavily. He turned to leave, but she held on to his sleeve. Before you go, tell me something about Larry, please, anything. It's just like you said, he's okay. You're punishing me. Come and see him anytime. He'd love that. Stay with us or with Daphne and Peter. I mean it. Suddenly he wanted to take her hand. Instead, he said it again. Alyssa, I really mean it. You know that's not possible. He looked at her and waited. She said, I'm just starting a book. If I saw him, it would be all over. He had never known such a mix of intense and contrary feelings, one of which was sadness, for he suspected that they would never meet again. Another was anger. A shrug was the least appropriate signal of such turmoil, but that was all he could manage. He paused a moment to check if there was anything more he could give or if she had more to tell him. But they were mute. There was nothing, so he set off into the rain. He was in no mood for the confines and crowds of the U-Bahn, so he walked back through the checkpoint, took a long circuitous route towards the Tiergarten, then turned west to his hotel. The bar was deserted and it was only 10 o'clock. The concierge confirmed that his English friends were out. All the excitement was further east. For an hour he sat on a high stool at the bar and slowly drank a beer while he traced the long day in his thoughts, a day that had started in a temporary building on the far side of Bristol Airport. He was feeling good, glad, even proud, to have seen the breaches in the wall and the crowds pushing through. He told himself he was feeling better now for having met Alyssa. It was as though he had been cured of a prolonged illness, only known or understood when it was relieved. Like a background sound that suddenly ceases. He believed he was no longer in love. Most vivid among the things she had said was that the force of Lawrence's needs and his own had caused her to feel she was sinking. Yes, his desires, but hers were lusty and urgent at the time, and she had other needs too, which he had tried to meet. Helped her with her 2 books in English, typed up 2 drafts of the second, made 1,000 suggestions, most of which she took, got involved with the rewriting of the first. He had struggled with her alienated prose, the staccato, verbless sentences, her heroine's obscure motivations. They had shared the pressure of Lawrence's needs, which were total. All 3 were new to the experience, all 3 had needs. But it was time to get beyond this indignant voice in the head. It was over. He decided at the bar that he had laid a ghost. She had explained why she vanished. Her friends, including Daphne, who had been critical of her, would be interested to know. And he was free now. He might begin to teach himself to admire from a distance her commitment to writing. Even as he thought it, he felt the bitterness return. He was not there yet. He went upstairs to his room, a suite far grander than anything he was used to. How kind of Mr. Tarrant. Roland sat on the edge of the bed and ate all the courtesy chocolates, kiwis, physaluses, and salted nuts, and drank a liter of carbonated water. Then he took a long shower, put on a clean t-shirt, and lay on the bed. After hesitating, he took out her book and felt its weight in his hands. It was heavy. He studied its title on the plain cover, The Journey, a little dull, he thought, and the novelty of her name in large capitals. Alyssa J. Eberhardt. He glanced at the end. 725 pages, and the dedication. Did he imagine it would be him? It was to her parents. Good. He turned the page. She had translated it herself. He turned another and read the first paragraph. Paused, read it again, and groaned. He read 5 pages and stopped, went back and read them again and groaned. He started from the beginning and read to the end of a section, 65 pages. An hour and a half had passed. He let the book fall from his hands and lay still, staring at the ceiling. This was what she had left him for. Start again. See the world as if for the first time. He had confidence these days in his judgment. Something was happening to his body. A tingling, a sensation of lifting off. Even now, after one chapter, he could see the problem for himself. The setting was 1940, the aerial bombardment of London, the Blitz. The first paragraphs describe a 500-pound bomb penetrating the roof of a terraced house in the east of the city. An entire family on its way too late to a shelter is killed. Observing the aftermath among the firemen, ambulances, neighbors, police, and onlookers is a young woman, Catherine. She turns away and walks towards her lodgings. She works in the typing pool at a government ministry. She also puts in a few hours a week in the office of a literary magazine. No one there notices her much. She watches and listens to various writers as they pass through the office. Many of them bear the weight of great fame. They are self-declared or generally acknowledged as geniuses. She keeps a notebook and has quiet ambitions of her own. The London she inhabits is dusty and dim and fearful. The food is vile. Her little room in Bethnal Green is cold. She misses her parents and brother. She has a brief affair with a man she suspects is a criminal. The sex they have is closely described and oddly joyful. All this should have been a depressing start for the reader, but it was not, and this was his problem. He could feel it line by line. Everything he had thought and felt was coming apart. The prose was beautiful, crisp, artful. The tone from the first lines had authority and intelligence. The eye was exact, unforgiving, compassionate. In some of the starkest scenes, there was a near-comic sense of both human inadequacy and courage. There were paragraphs that rose from Catherine's limited perspective to provide a broad historical awareness: destiny, catastrophe, hope, uncertainty. An invasion has been averted in the summer in the great aerial battle, but the possibility lingers in the evening shadows as Catherine hurries home from the ministry to cook her meager supper. It was a world once evoked by Elizabeth Bowen, but the writing here was more finely turned, more conscious of its surface, which was dazzling. If there was an influence, a guiding spirit hidden in the folds of the prose, it was Nabokov. It was that good. He could not relate these pages to Alyssa's previous 2 novels written in English. Their solipsistic, disassociated methods had been abandoned in favor of realism, personal, social, historical. He read on until 4 a.m. to the end of a chapter on page 187. She had found something new. There had been a promise of grandeur in the overture. Now he knew it was going to be fulfilled. The novel was big in several senses. She might have set out to write her mother's story from the journals, but Alyssa was moving far beyond it. In 1946, Catherine meets an American lieutenant in occupied France and, needing his help, has sex with him for 2 nights. The reflections